Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku was born a pureblood vampire? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Prelude. This is a society dominated by people with superpowers, also called quirks. Due to the genetic depths of quirks, it takes less than 2 centuries to the quirk people dominate the main population, reaching more than 80% of world population. However, anyone without a quirk are relegated to become second-class citizens. In theory, the quirkless people should have the same rights of the quirk users, however the discrimination and gradual ostracism drive them to own downfall. However, the quirks was not the only source of superpowers, albeit it constitute the majority. On a very small quantity, less than 1 per million in average, a volatile mixture of vampires, sorcerers and witches still survive, and any of them could easily defeat the great majority of quirk users. One of the most bizarre combinations was a so-called quirkless child named Izuku Midoriya, which born as a vampire and been descendant from an ancient lineage of vampires from his mother Inko and an exotic combination of wizards, or sorcerers from the deceased father's side, or Inko thought, since he was reported missed once he fells ill when Inko was P. and he's missing since then. Usually vampires don't possess the ability to inheriting a human quirk, although some recent reports shows that already happens on some younger ones, especially if one of his parents was an human one. The same occurs to old mages' bloodlines, making a hybrid magic and quirk users, where requires specially lectures during their childhood. Quirk or quirkless, the majority of vampires' powers has mistaken by some form of telekinesis quirk, or an enhanced strength quirk, even both. A reason of this fact was due to vampires had a natural physical force that was about 20 times greater than the average human, taking down several quirked humans without great problems, unless a human with a powerful strength quirk exists to counter them. When the authorities noticed that some quirkless had non-quirk special powers, they amend the quirk registration law to include additional fields related to abnormal physic features, or even magic abilities, to make a legal equivalence between magic and quirks. Those amendments makes illegal misuse of magic punishable like the quirks. The young Izuku was a young vampire that was strong by own physical power, about 3 times the average of a 4-year-old child. That biological advantage was shattered when his childhood human friend named Katsuki Bakugo, that also reaches 4 years old, develops an explosion quirk that could overcome him. When Katsuki likes to tease and bully the young vampire, it shouts when Izuku uses their physical strength to dash quickly to his house. Stupid Deku, Katsuki grins when exhibits his tiny flame bursts. My quirk is so much cooler than your weak one. It is so cruel. Kaken, says Izuku a little hurt, while sprints to get home as soon as possible. A regular health check routine shows that was, by human standards, quirkless, and this could make their life during the elementary school a little harder. Since Izuku was a vampire, his non-quirk powers would overcome and compensate the lack of a human quirk. Izuku's mother teaches some forms of self-defense, later carried by a rare trustful quirkless human vigilante by the vampire community. Knuckleduster was a martial arts expert, and exploits the major flaws on human glorification of quirk users. Many of them forgot to enhance their physical strength, and then Knuckleduster could quickly take down several quirk users by applying an adequate martial art technique. Nowadays any young kids barely studies any kind of martial arts, speaks Knuckleduster. They prefer to use those weak wizardless so-called quirk, but I will teach you how to overcome about this quickly. Please sensei, Izuku pledges while bows, teach me your best practices, and raises his head. Even I'm a vampire, I need strength to overcome my bully. Then the Spartan path may open to you, and his personal trainer yells, beginning a tour on hell. With this, Izuku, or Deku from the Katsuki own perspective, could chop their bully with a powerful physical attack. He mastered the Krav Maga and Jujitsu martial arts at age 12. Enough to Izuku manage to neutralize the Katsuki's lackeys on a slilly fight, and sending all of them to the hospital. Quirkless or being a vampire, that issue don't stop Izuku dreaming to be a hero, searching every source of material about unusual pro-heroes, especially the ones with supernatural origins. For his own research, he notices that the government was legislate about the vampires and other non-humans sentient capable to hybridize with humans. The vampire citizenship law gives some basic rights, in exchange to give to them a special disclosure of their public presence and knowledge, in order to protect them from humans. One of those rules about young vampires was the mandatory discretion of their nature along human students during the elementary and high school. It won't prevent them to some college or the teachers to manifest that one of students are a vampire, but such situations can be either comic or a dangerous peril. Due to such inconvenience, his teachers recommended that Izuku should be more realistic on their very long future, since his vampiric origins has not much compatible with a pro-hero career. Izuku's magic powers awakening process takes some time, and starts when he was about 10 years old, when Izuku had some nightmares, and contrary to public belief, it is normal to vampires had nightmares or mental health issues that evolve to bad omens. His mother explains that a vampire takes about a century to awake all vampiric powers, and it was a little unusual to manifest some weak kind of telekinesis at that age, since Inko gains his powers when she had 60 years old. Inko later reads from his deceased husband's old books that was not born originally as a vampire, since it was bitten by some rogue one. Izuku born as a true vampire, since his father's human genes was already blocked before he's conceived. However, Izuku receive another set of genes from his father that was disabled once was a normal human. Hisashi Midoriya, Izuku's father, was a lost descendant from a broken old lineage of sorcerers, a kind of mage with natural affinity with certain advanced magic. Izuku was inherited the powers from a medieval Germanic arch-sorcerer that was nicknamed Dark Schneider, to a Polish witcher which name was recorded as Geralt of Rivia or Gwynblade, White Wolf. Honey, speaks his mother, while brings a thermo with hot BLD to his son drink. Recently you had several bad nightmares, but did you remember, and points to her son's drawings, the faces of your monsters that you cited? Thanks mom, says Izuku, while bites the thermo seal with his fangs and drank. What's this? And points to the ancient book. A old book from your father. Just for Izuku drops his face due to his own angst, as it fell some guilty to his father's death, due to some unknown toxin poisoning. His mother almost jumps backwards when Izuku yells once opens the book, "What is this? It can't be possible," while notices the book had a very familiar graphical picture of a mage. Izuku was in real shock when his mother talks about the fact that his father had sorcerers as ancestors, and became awed since the pictured image of Gwynblade or Dark Schneider matches the horrific vision from his bad omens. Some time later, Izuku notices that a third man appears on his visions, and that was an heavy armored man carrying an huge sword about the size of himself, while slash against humans and demons. Izuku later called this nameless men as a berserker. The next stage occurs when reaches 13 years old, when the ancient triumvirate powers shakes Izuku's body during a terrible night. His mother almost fainted when witnessed the dark aura and gloomy miasma releasing on his son's bedroom, and once she breaks into the room, she panics when notices that his little son managed to cast a magic ritual spell, almost by his own instincts. Once everything settled, Izuku could drink some hot bloody coffee, and make some breathing exercises to calm down, as he notices with great horror that was made a contract with an unknown dimension, becoming the source of their magic powers. And he freezes when notices that one of Hisashi's book was actually a grimoire, or a magic book. Izuku learns from his mother that vampires are capable to do some simple magic spells, derived from his own special skills and powers. However, Inko notices with great horror that Izuku's newborn magic powers are beyond a standard vampire could do. When Izuku manages to calm down after the awakening and make some experiments, his own mother was a little horrified to witness the affinity of his magic powers matches the Dark Schneider and Gwynblade ones, along some unknown factors that Izuku should explore. Several days of trial and error experiments later motivates Izuku to write a revised grimoire from the father's ancient books, along some ancient esoteric books that Inko could arrange, but translating from German and Polish old books was a tough task, even using computers. Inko also tries to find a suitable vampire with sorcery knowledge, but wastes almost 5 months to find one, And even so, it takes almost a year to Izuku master the fundamentals of magic and learn some high-profile spells. Izuku takes 2 full months to control the most basic Dark Schneider's signature spells, where during the training it almost cost his life due to malign vitality flow, in sheer contrast to a few days required to master the Gwynblade signs, which are a kind of spells easily mistaken by a quirk. Soon, after 6 months of training, Izuku could learn a pattern that follows thoughtfully. He used the Witcher signs mainly for everyday stuff, while some dangerous threats are better handled by Dark Schneider's more powerful spells. His sorcerer teacher also give another grimoire to Izuku learn and cast more inoffensive spells to avoid premature health damage, such as the elemental arrows, that Izuku finds to be similar from a magician school anime he saw earlier. "I'm proud of you," says the private vampire mage, "using all collected data from your self-learnings and natural affinities, along the things you learn with me, I can say that you are a potential sorcerer capable to manipulate the fire, thunder, and darkness." "Thanks, Witch-sensei," says Izuku, very tired. "You can also cast ice, sand, and wind spells, although with lesser efficiency," and concludes with another note, "but light spells are too unnatural to you ever cast. At best of best, you can cast a light element arrow, but nothing more with that element. Since my husband had a fire quirk when he was human, and I gained some kind of weak telekinesis as a natural vampire, it make a little sense." Izuku's mother intervenes happily. At school, Izuku sighs during the aptitude class that occurs at the beginning of the 3rd year of junior high school, where every teenager at age 14 should choose his future career, giving the first step by choosing the high school they pretends to go to. Izuku's dream to assign for Yui was now more plausible, since magic can be mistaken as a powerful quirk or a 10 to 50-fold multi-quirk user, as their sources was totally different. Quirk powers derive from the human strength and stamina, while sorcery derives from the manipulation of nature and spiritual energies, also called OD or mana, depending from the scholar's opinion. Izuku prefer the term vitality, since he likes the Gerald's diary nomenclature. "Today I will DLVY the high school selection form to everyone," speaks the schoolroom teacher. "I bet that the majority wants to be a hero," says one student. "Especially me," said the arrogant blonde Katsuki. "I will enter on Yui, and became the best, first and most rich hero." "And Midoriya also wants to go to Yui," said the teacher. Everyone on class mutes, and then Katsuki glares furiously, while yells, "How an almost quirkless weakling, since I notice a little capability to move things by your ridiculous will." Katsuki notices that Izuku was an odd person, including the telekinesis powers and vampiric nature, can assign to one of Best Hero Academia of Japan? "Hilarious," said Izuku, "why you are so unfriendly, since I don't care your opinion." "Deku." Katsuki slams his right hand. "Oh great." Izuku jumps from his chair, and then grabs Katsuki and pushes to the ground. Finally, a swift arm throw against the Katsuki's neck immobilize him, just in time when the teacher intervene. "Bakogu! Midoriya! You too, stop it," the teacher yells, "and go now for the principal office." Now, Izuku uses his martial arts to handle his bully, but both receive a full week suspension due to the fight. Izuku knows that it can be a very bad day, especially the hunger for BLD increases when it was mentally altered. And since he is also a powerful sorcerer and vampire, this kind of awkward situations can be a trigger for a disastrous problem. Once Izuku tries to calm down, he walks nervously to home, but his own prognosis about a bad day could be true. Villain slime disaster. He was dashing along the street when a green and putrid slime villain and another red acidic and toxic one decides to ambush and attacks him on a coordinated attack. Izuku barely had time to dodge. About half-kilometer away, Katsuki walks along his lackeys and curses about everything. "Stupid Deku. He's no more than a stupid weakling." One of Katsuki's lackeys notices and warns that his favorite green hair person being absorbed by 2 mutant villains, DMN it. Deku, without hiding the panic and slight remorse he manifest. DMN. Izuku reacts while it was subdued by the villains. "Physical attacks do not work?" Relax. "Bye boy." "It will," says the green slime. Takes 45 seconds, and the red concludes. Even many quirk users won't escape by this trap, Izuku mumbles, almost suffocating. The red slime became panicked when notices the victim was actually a vampire. What? When noticed the abnormal physiognomy of Izuku's body, and reverts partially the slime liquefaction. The awkward situation gave an opportunity to Izuku drop his fangs to attack the partial regenerated human arm and drink his BLD. The green slime pulls Izuku, giving time for the red one return to the fully slime form. Izuku casts the Witcher sign Axii almost in panic, in order to try confusing the slimes, but also SWs almost instinctively the pyrokinetic sign Igni, to burn the smile's weak spots, in order to help him to escape. Each active sign mark around the target places a small circle with a rune symbol on the middle, where it glows once the spell are cast. The civilian witness mesmerized and in panic, the unfolding of the unusual abilities of a junior high school student. Quirks are very common on their ages, and displaying them was a ritual of initialization to achieve their dreams to be heroes. But the strange and unnatural energy flow of signs, even to the worried Katsuki who runs to reach Izuku, was causing great anxiety. A mind-bending magic spell are very useful with such issues, Izuku sighs while remember a page from his handwritten grimoire from memory. Since the slimes suffer a slight mental breakdown, it gives the opportunity for Izuku's own aura creates a vacuum, while uses the Witcher sign art, that is a telekinesis magic spell, to separate him from the fused slimes, and eject violently from them. The Katsuki's lackeys reaches first to the incident scene, without stare in state of shock. What? He managed to blast away? Izuku was terrible in a very mad mood, even he could escape, the villains could try to recover the victim. Since he was now free, Izuku don't waste the brief window time to recite tenaciously a memorized page of his grimoire, as he closed his hands, interlacing his fingers, close partially his eyes, while meditates to enable him to cast a spell. What the hell? Says one of the villain slimes. How you managed to release free from us, said another. Both of you are terrible wrong if you think that I should leave you alive. Izuku slips from his normal demeanor to a more cruel punisher. WTF is happening? Said Katsuki when arrived to the crowd, and noticed the murderous rage emanating from the young vampire. Sasato! Chono! Cronus! Yokusu! Izuku meditates while a glowing ball of dark energy forms on front on him, burning from the depths of hell. Unleash the black mist of hellfire. May the underworld fire become my sword and punish the enemy. Then Izuku open his arms and unleash the magic energy to outside from his right hand, burning the slimes alive, venom. A second later, the fused slimes burns and explodes, releasing reddish pitch-black flames, hotter than the surface temperatures of the sun. The vicinity buildings suffer some minor damages, such some broken windows, while some cars stationed on the parking areas along the street blasts due to the massive heat. Some ornamental trees and bushes located around the cars also catches fire. But the major effect of this magic spell was the villains' spilled BLD burns and their entire bodies melts, and spontaneously combust, just to end reduced to ash and burned grease. Izuku quickly used his left hand to cast the telekinesis Witcher sign art, to create a blast capable to end the minor fires, without avoiding another damage made by the debris blast. Seconds later, a muscular hero appears in the middle of chaos and quickly stares Izuku once he killed the villains, while ears the strange enchantment made when he casts the spells. All Might tries to understand about it while murmurs, reciting to release his quirk. A little behind from the back of Izuku was Katsuki and two lackeys, staring both in shock and panic. Before Katsuki could speak anything, another villain emerges and roams against the green hair sorcerer. It was already activate his gigantification and ember quirks, while becomes a kind of titan monster. So you have a fire-type quirk? In a blink of an eye, the main villain shout his embers around the young vampire sorcerer. The flames from his foe are very hot, but Izuku activate the magic trap sign Erden, and the magic shield Quen to isolate himself from the blazing inferno. Today it is not my day. Izuku yells as notices the bad conditions on his peace of mind reduces dangerously the accuracy and precision of Izuku's magic spells. However, you are totally wrong about my real powers. What? The villain makes a confused grin, just to poke fun, and display a poker face by purpose. Even I could use all the Gwynblade signs for a single event. In some cases, like you, are not enough, but I will show to you what happens when you choose the wrong person to make your villainy. GW. What? Katsuki snaps while notices the strange rune symbols around Izuku that was shield him against the flames. So your quirk enables to create shield against quirk attacks. The monster villain grins maliciously and then smashes against the floor, but you can't escape from my flamethrower attack. Izuku blasts away to the air due to recoil, while cross his arms and legs to regain balance and escape from the flames. First of all, I'm not limited to fire techniques, as Izuku begins to meditate again, once recovers some necessary concentration. Slayered. Great guardian of black mist. While a strange ball of dark energy forms and holds on midair, about 5 meters ahead from Izuku's point of view, while his eyes flashes red, and wraps his members, Dark Thunder of Balmor, I summon you to honor your BLD pact. While the villain, All Might and even Katsuki tries to understand about the strange requirement to spell a kind of mantra, come lightning from the darkness and strike. And Izuku discharges a kind of electric bolt while jumps for better strike accuracy, coated with fire and some kind of dark miasma, along a air pressure wave, Balvolt. The last Izuku's magic spell cause a great damage to the villain, and screams with pain, changing from fire to electricity. Are you done? Izuku said with great rage, while his anger explodes, since it was a very bad day, causing an increasing thirsty for BLD, forming a disastrous chain of events, that ends to be fuel to a more powerful spell. Second thing, I'm a sorcerer. I don't have a quirk per se, but I can cast spells. Since I'm a mage, Izuku explains while lands on land, after some mid-air backflips, and also a very angry vampire. What? Both exclaimed, including the villain, All Might and Katsuki. The villain exclaims about nonsense and throws another flame blast, just to saw the vampire cast another deadly magic spell. And finally, the third and last thing, never pull an enraged mage to your playground, since it could be deadly, and Izuku uses his mad moment to cast a powerful and destructive magic spell, Brain. Dead. Izuku aura explodes, while his green hair expands along the vitality line flows, obey your BLD oath and come forth from the land of Abaddon, and a huge energetic pulse blasts the soil, and begins to fire, liberate the Gehenna's fire that incinerate at all it touches, and a tsunami of fire falls from a portal open from hell, give the evil blaze of burning to destroy and burn everything at will. And finally the giant villain ends incinerated alive. Exodus. The new Izuku's fire spell was terrible hotter, capable to turn stone into lava, and burns even the most fire-resistant monster or quirk until left ashes. The former villain was not exception. It turns into charcoal in less than 5 seconds, with temperatures reaching above 100.000 Kelvin. The last civilian witness that still watches the standoff between the former villains runs away in a surge wave of pure panic. Many of them never witness such manifestation of power. All Might grabs the Izuku's wrist and yells, "Mr. What the hell you make?" Izuku ends tired for the use of 3 massive spells, but still had forces to answer, Dark Schneider Grimoire, Gehenna's Fire, Exodus. What's the hell you? Katsuki in total denial, shock and fear, you're not a hero, and screams with agony and tears, you are a murderer. I don't want to kill them, but I couldn't avoid to do so. Izuku glares, I saw bloodlust on him, then I use my powerful techniques, and his mood breaks. Boy. All Might holds the grip on his right wrist. I understand that you claims your acts as justifiable for self-defense. But the case don't require lethal force. Izuku then breaks down in tears, since their anger was finally consumed. I'm so sorry. All Might. Other pro-heroes arrive, and became mesmerized to witness 3 powerful villains to burn into ashes, and a young boy was the one that destroyed them. Returning at home. Once the police finishes to handle the situation, Izuku could return to home, but his mother was terrible upset about the whole situation. The school week suspension was partially manageable, but the 3 villains' brutal execution deserves a serious talk. Izuku, says the mother in a serious tone, why do you make this horrible thing? And mellows a little, it could be bad villains, but kill them in such brutal way are totally wrong. Sorry mom. Izuku now was face sullen, with tears along the eyes. The first ones tries to kill me so and sobs, I escape using the Witcher signs. So why? His mother asks. You could simply flee. I saw Kakin along the witnesses, but my rage takes the lead and you use one of your signature magic spells. His mother concludes the sentence, ending with a brutal death by fire. I'm so sorry, Izuku cries, while his fangs drops down. The police said that the use of the spells, even for self-defense, was brutally exaggerated, but it appears the villains are just lackeys to an infamous kidnapper. That was the third one, and you don't have further penalty? Inko sighs. However, I need to update your quirk registry as magician, at least with the main powers. Izuku nods, while his mother give a fresh thermos with BLD mixed with cold tea to calm down the huge anxiety, ending with a bottle of fresh water. Meanwhile, Katsuki was also in pain, since he never expected that Izuku's real powers could be so deadly. He knows, since he knows Inko Midoriya personally, that Izuku was a vampire, and so have some kind of non-quirk special powers. But sorcery was beyond the cogitation, especially when witnessed 2 massive fire spells, and an electric one. He knows that even own quirk is fire element by some cruel coincidence, but is nowhere capable to burn anything into dust. Even it calls Izuku a murderer, he know that due from the heat of event, since Izuku also breaks down in pain, as notices that he jumped to a borderline unjustifiable act. With this new powers, Izuku could apply to Yui, but the problem is the new sorcerer powers, that in 99% of hero missions are not simply applicable, since it could simply destroy the villains, hostages, the site and all the innocences in a single blow. But it will be the next step to make. Redemption. Due to the potential commotion due from the slime incident, many details has heavily censured. To ease the case handling, Izuku agrees to register his powers on the official quirk registration, including the non-quirk special powers attachment. However, the real Izuku's powers documentation was only accessible for selected entities, such as the Yui Main Administration Office, led by the principal Netsu. This secret agreement enables Izuku to assign for an hero course, especially the national famous Yui High School. While the remaining months for the Yui admission exam has paced slow, he had to take care about the fragile relationship with Katsuki, where it can begin a day with a great rivalry between two, and ending with a brawl, leaving both injured as a result. Even with this life issues, Izuku continue his crazy training along the vigilante knuckleduster, but the magic powers training was left behind by own self-study. However, he should not forget the mandatory and obligatory weekly presence at the police department, since the first instance court of the Orudra town decide to maintain surveillance on this dangerous powered young vampire. After 9 months as defendant with suspended house arrest, the charges was demised, and Izuku could live freely without great problems. Fortunately, this penal issue was not derogate the application to the Yui admission exam. Yui High School, entrance exam. Izuku arrived early at the exam day, bringing a lunchbox and a thermos of BLD, but he would try to avoid gather much attention, especially when felt pain and aches due to their wrongdoings. The Yui admission exam contains 2 major modules, a 2 hours written test, and a 10 minutes physical exam. The last one was the Yui's pride, since it was a change for many children unleash their quirks. On Yui's history, no quirkless children was able to pass the hero admission exam, since the lack of special powers would be certainly fatal during the staged battle with robots. Quirkless with special powers would had a chance, especially a sorcerer like Izuku. Once the candidates arrives to an huge amphitheater, without much delay, the written test begins. Even before starts, Izuku knows that it should give at least 80 points of 100 to ever give a change to enter on hero department, but the practical test will be another fundamental part that he couldn't fail. The test itself contains all questions expected from the junior high school curriculum, plus a bit twisted degree of difficulty on some questions. In fact, they really want to drive out the weaklings even before the practical test. Izuku could only really relax when he managed to answer the last question just in time, while ignores some gloomy aura emanated by some candidates surprised by the sheer difficulty. Both candidates now had a full hour for lunch, and Izuku dashes to one hidden corner just to hide his own peculiar nature, while finds a nice spot to seat and relax. Quickly, he eats his favorite katsudon dish, but when he was ready to open the thermos, he was suddenly sight-seen by his own childhood troublemaker Katsuki. Dim Enet. Izuku jumps as like to counter some awkward situation. It's as just you. Kaken. Deku. Katsuki approaches to him. Why you hide here? Just for safety, Izuku answers in a slight sullen face. Nuts? Katsuki frowns and grins. I really didn't understand you, even as a vampire, since you had powerful abilities, but you only want to hide from everyone. And said with an angry tone, with smoke from his hands. We are antisocial by nature. Izuku open his thermos, and break the seal with his fangs, drinking the warmth stock BLD. So why you go to school with other humans? Katsuki asks with a sharp voice tone. Because I need instruction, Izuku yells. And by the way, why you have such revengeful acts like the slime incident that you just apply lethal force? An incident that All Might could just simply defeat them and bring them alive to the justice? I don't know. Izuku faces down, and his eyes start to brimming. I could. You are unbelievable. Katsuki sighs with a growing disdain. Katsuki mellows a little and tries to tap on the curly green hair, since the blonde knows that the young vampire still had deep scars on his heart. Izuku understands when his friend helps to bring out his bad moods, even he don't like to socialize with humans. Katsuki returns to the main buildings, while Izuku brings the empty boxes back to his backpack. Both walk directly to the main Yui building, when he and his old friend expects the place when the real hero test will begun. Yui's amphitheater. Present Mike yells to the entire amphitheater as all candidates reunite to listen the brief presentation about the Yui's practical exam. I know that the written exam has long and through, but no potential hero can be acquainted without check their physical abilities. And resumes after a slight pause, according to your temporary candidate numbers, you will be allocated to one of 5 examination areas, ranging from 8 to Y, as it will be displayed by each computer screen located in front of your line of sight, that is the opposite side of your front college chair. And concludes, each examination area contains a fictional city filled with robots. Some building contains mannequins that represent trapped citizens. Your task is to get the maximum villains points by destroying the 3 types of robots, each one values 1, 2, or 3 points. And to bring the maximum hero points by catching or breaking the markers located on mannequins, where also can value 1, 2, or 3 points. And warns also, remember that you cannot harm other examiners, since it you be severely penalized. However, you can help them if it is really necessary, where also give rescue points. But those points are only given by the selecting team of judges. One of examiners raises his right hand and asks, the number of villain robots should be 4, as indicated by this printout. Don't worry, examiner number 7111, says Present Mike. A giant robot with 0 villain and hero points is just a gimmick that you should not try to defeat, since it serves to help drive the candidates without real qualifications to be here. It likes more an academic than a potential hero, Izuku mumbles to himself, denoting the expensive eyeglasses and the great authority aura emanated from that person. Izuku takes the A field, while Katsuki goes to D field. Once all candidates arrived on the scene, the 10-minute rushed physical exam begins immediately. Practice exam. And begins, yells Present Mike using the giant loudspeakers mounted along the city walls. What are you waiting for? There's no countdown on a real battle, making everyone rush for their lives. Izuku runs along the streets of the rude cement cityscape, while observe the candidates destroying the robots and blast the mannequin seals to get points, using their quirks. Once the initial chaos settles down, Izuku could destroy a 1-point robot by applying a powerful punch without using any special powers. But it hurt a little. This is Sparta, the young vampire mumbles to himself when remembers the last training with Knuckle Duster. Izuku decides to test own inhuman physical strength on the first minute, and makes a risk to jump straight to the rooftop of a random building like some old-school hero could do, just to blast the seal of a 3-point mannequin on top of that. He saw from the rooftop two 2-point robots and three 3-points robots scattered around his line of sight within a 100-meter radius away, and sprinting directly to each of one two was out of question, since other candidates will arrive much quickly. Such strategy would require Izuku to jump to the street level first. That was the standard strategy to a young quirk child, but he's quirkless. Instead, Izuku decides to switch for magic spells against those robots. Ego Antiquum Pactum Date. Izuku begins the pact with a nature spirit by pledge an old pact forged by an ancestor mage, while relax a little and focus, gather and reunite the spirits of nature. While changes from Latin to his native language, and summons ice elementals from an hidden portal. When the magic summoning was on his apex, Izuku could create a ball with different color gradients ranging from green and red that forms about 3 meters front of him. Target lock on enemy. While Izuku mentally locks the 5 targets, gather 5 ice element arrows. And conclude with, Ice Elemental Magic Geldrin Javelina. Shoot. In a tiny fraction of a second, 5 huge ice darts by the size of a human arm, form and fly away. While the magic darts had a great flight control and homing precision, it just blast all 5 robots before other candidate could even barely target or touch it. It was the first time that Izuku casts a magic spell, but raises to 14 villain points and 3 hero points, giving a total of 17 points. Some candidates blinks with some stupefaction, and the same feeling was shared by the pro heroes who stand for evaluation, while watches the strange technique performed by Izuku. A boy with heterochromatic eyes that was about to freeze one of the destroyed 3-point robots by his ice-type quirk, and a bit fire-type too, when witnessed the strange blue pulse blasting and freezing the target instead, also becomes a little confused. He could understand how a young quirk user could throw a ice dart from a long distance, even he couldn't see from when the user shoot. Since the time was short, Izuku decides to run and jumps along the building's roofs, like a certain assassin character he likes to play on his computer at home. The awkward thought make him snap and blushes. No, Midoriya. This is not Assassin's Creed. I'm here to become an hero on Yui. I'm not Altair. Neither Ezio Auditori di Firenze, while yells those sentences. In reality, the Assassin's Creed game was not so one of Izuku's favorite games, since it like more games like The Witcher 3, where by cruel coincidence the protagonist was almost equal to one of his Experto Creed from his father's side sorcerer ancestors from the medieval Europe. And since the assassin makes leaps of faith to do the actual assassinations, just to remember a bad memory from Katsuki inciting to commit suicide since it was quirkless, Izuku jumps from the rooftop, makes a backflip while he tries to activate the Witcher sign heliotrope to blast another 1-point robot ramming the building entrance. Since the heliotrope is more a shield magic spell that enhances the Quen shielding sign, Izuku discharges the magic shield to form a wind blast that actually destroys the targeted robot, and he could use the recoil that enables to slow down enough to land on the ground safely. Requiescat in pace, says Izuku when blasts the robot in front from a bewildered candidate, where was also the heterochromatic one, the Assassin's Creed again, while Red blushes by his own yelling. "W," said the boy, when notices the strange and fading sign rune mark craved when Izuku blasts the robot. "What a bizarre telekinesis quirk," cites to himself, while saw the strange boy running. The time was running, while Izuku notices that using elemental magic and witcher magic was not so fast like the candidates with a flashy quirk. It could make more damage and it was more flexible but takes more time to activate. Sometimes, Izuku's instincts warns him to use more powerful magic spells, even he tries to hold down, as many of them could cause unnecessary destruction, or even kill someone. The green-haired vampire almost panics when a stealthy 3-points robot jumps from nowhere, leaving only a second to Izuku cast a more destructive magic spell, Skiss. Skuret. Shumega. No. While stretch his left arm to conjure a lightning bolt that self-combust in dark flames, release the endless fire and brimstone from fiery hell, that once thrown away, creates 5 magic blades made with dark fire and brimstone delivered from a portal opened from hell, Sodom. The menacing 3-points robot's ended sliced onto 5 pieces before it explodes, and melts due to the extreme heat delivered from the magic blades. After 6 minutes, Izuku gathers 31 villain points and 15 hero points, but he knows that score is not adequate enough to guarantee a successful approval. Izuku notices more robots on site, but it was scattered in 4 different directions, and even for a quirk user like Katsuki would be a challenge to destroy all 4 groups fast enough before other candidate could strike an untouched group at any direction. The solution was to cast more spells, ego antiquum pactum date, while decides to limit break his magic abilities by casting 4 kinds of elementals at once, target the barrage strike on the enemy, and manages to summon several elemental spirits, gather 25 fire element arrows, 18 thunder element arrows, 8 ice element arrows, including the ones with lesser affinity. Even it had an huge vitality cost, 2 sand element arrows, but managed to cast his spell for all 4 cardinal directions, multiple elemental magic crossbow infantry arrows. Release. Meanwhile, a candidate with some kind of naval laser tries to shoot at one of those group of robots, but the supersonic sand shrapnel blasts the 4 robots first before he could ever think. The shrapnel impact and debris explosion also demolishes the building located nearby. The sand elemental arrow are in fact the most costly to summon, but have a terrible destruction power. The pro heroes watching the whole exam raises his eyebrows before the computer allocate more 26 villains points for Izuku. The strange Izuku's powers makes them feeling that there's something very odd. Normally a quirk is well defined in terms of power and kinds. Now they rushes to read the examiner profile to find clues about the strange powers. But they froze when read the Midoriya's profile. They noticed that he was a vampire, which is rare, and a sorcerer, a thing almost unthinkable. Once Izuku recovers enough from the last casted spell, he sighs and also blasts another 2 points mannequin marker using the Witcher sign Igni, giving now 57 villain points and 17 hero points. I have a total of 74 points unless I gain more from the jury. And turn his head to find something left, as many of robots was already destroyed by the candidates. When less than 1 minute to finish, Izuku foresees the giant 0-point robot, and notices that a girl was trapped around the rubble. What the hell? Screams Izuku when notices that the giant robot leg will crush her along the rubble. In a brief moment of panic, Izuku decides to take a risk and use a more powerful magic spell derived from Dark Schneider's powers, but he knew that it should avoid human causalities, or he will lose all points, or worst, to be charged criminally. Many of the candidates flees from the giant robot, others like the heterochromatic and the glass boys reunite around the site, without feeling some impotence due to the short time to try rescue the entrapped girl, just when they notices the same strange green hair boy standing on the front of the robot, and then makes a strong jump that enables to flight high enough. Even they only witnessed Izuku only a few minutes ago, they already noticed that boy was very strange in terms of powers, but they will witness a thing even more bizarre. What a generation of heroes. They simply run away from major dangers, scream Izuku while releases his own aura, and I will honor my will to rescue anyone, just for a prelude to start his incantation. Deep doomsday. Scream while Izuku wraps his hands and conjure an increasing size white ball of energy. Spirits from the air and earth, I summon you to honor the ancient pact. Just to discharge against the main giant robot body, may the earth and sky explode to fulfill your duty on me, blasting the robot, that teardowns and falls, while the blast rams the debris straight away at a greater distance. Megadeth. The same Four Eyes candidate who intervenes during the practice exam becomes astonished with the feat, and with fear. How many quirks this monster have? WTF. Death, said the ice and fire quirk boy. Once Izuku casts the signature Dark Schneider's magic spell, he lands safely after using another backflip and a little help from the telekinetic Witcher art sign, and finally grabs and rescue the girl. It was the moment when they announced that the exam time was over. Time's up, screams present Mike. Well, at least I have 74 points, said Izuku. This green hair boy is a total freak, some exam candidate murmurs randomly. Before the medical teams enters and search for injured candidates, Izuku sighs and runs quickly to the outside, in order to avoid more confusion and some shocking discoveries, since it could be premature to reveal his vampiric origins. And speaking about vampiric nature, One of the most awkward phase of a vampire growth occurs during the PBRY, before reaches the 20s, when they grown to a full adult form, and stays young during several centuries, unlike the regular humans. But during the teenager years, Izuku needs to increases the BLD consumption 2- or 3-fold, and since it casts several spells, he needs to drink more BLD as soon as possible. On a day like this, he may need to drink up to 6 liters of BLD, instead 3 on rest days, unlike his mother that only requires about a liter. Luckily, for such occasions, my mother puts a second BLD thermo, said the vampire once finds an hidden spot while yawns with their fangs elongated, just for him drink the second meal almost instantaneously. A week later Izuku receives a letter congratulates the admission on Yui, with a total of 134 points, from 57 villain, 17 hero and 60 rescue points. It also gains another 97 points from the written exam part, so it gives the 5th place, about 2 places higher than Katsuki. The 1st place was apparently given to the Endeavor's son, Todoroki. So the heterochromatic eyes boy was actually Todoroki. Izuku smiles when read the entire classification table. Yui High School's first day. Less than 3 months later, Izuku begins the first year at the new Yui High School. It was a terrible but achievable dream. Since it was assigned to the new 1A class, Izuku walks to his new classroom and notices that his old friend Bakugo was there and recognized Todoroki and the Four Eyes boy which name was Ida. Both of 3 boys stared on his new classmate, reading from the top to the bottom to find any signs that explains the complete freakishness that occurs about 3 months ago. Also Izuku notices the girl that he saved from the giant robot. She's name was Uraraka. Without warning the class teacher, who was sleeping inside a yellow bag, unzips and order everyone to go to their seats. The new teacher finally introduces, "Good morning. I'm your 1A class teacher, Aizawa." Aizawa-sensei stares to Izuku, while his eyes flash red, and drops his white fangs, just for Izuku does the same, not again. As he remembers the first day on the elementary school, when during the roll call, the younger self almost denounced his vampiric origins. On that situation, the room class teacher was warned forehand about Izuku's status, but only takes a few days to his former classmates discover, many in state of shock, the shy and quirkless green-haired boy was a vampire. Even today this odd situation makes a major embarrassment. "Oh? I'm so lucky," said Aizawa sarcastically. "I'm the only vampire that has also a top hero, but this explains why I'm allocated to this room, and the entire class almost frozen to death, is because the new odd green-hair student is also a vampire," making Izuku red blush in shame, while mumbles, "So straight. I never expected a vampire lecture me. Or talk to everyone that I'm a vampire." What? The entire class stalls in pure shock, and the same occurs to Bakugo who already knows join the fray, but some of mates. Like Ida and Todoroki, their faces becomes blank as snow. Since we both of 2 are vampires, the Yui will provide the BLD supply to avoid unnecessary bites, as Aizawa yawns with all their fangs elongated, and additional obligatory extracurricular lectures. Well, Izuku relax a little, since he never expected a vampire teacher, especially a pro-hero one. And also, by the director Nedzu's own request, you sent to me a printed copy of your self-made grimoire to guide the teacher in charge of the extracurricular lectures. And Aizawa puts the printed Izuku's grimoire on his table. Grimoire? Some of students had become confused, while also frightened. So, Aizawa resumes, "This boy is also a mage, sorcerer or whatever it can be named. It can practice magic." "Sorcerer?" Todoroki blinks, when remember the bizarre occurrences during the practical exam. Even it is technically quirkless, which give a strange frightening gaze along his mates around Izuku. Their powers will be registered as a quirk de jure, and Aizawa writes the name on a sheet of paper and display them to all class, Vrico Warlock, and grins, which means demon sorcerer vampire. Even Katsuki was astonished and horrified by his quirk name. How can be a hero with such terrible name? Izuku counteracts annoyed. A Vrico Warlock is a mage class, a potential hero, not a quirk. But Aizawa shakes his head while speaks. "I could register your powers as A enhanced alchemical mana manipulation. K magic. but the government itself refused. Even with the non-quirk special powers additional sheet form, making Izuku a little dumbfounded. A question, Ida, while shaking his entire body, dared to ask, what is a grimoire? A grimoire is the book that a sorcerer memorized the acts to summon and cast a magic spell. Aizawa explains, it is like a quirk, but requires more mastery to handle. So, all strange stuff was due to magic spells? Ida asks to Izuku. Yes. We vampires had some kind of powers similar to telekinesis, but sorcery is a thing very odd. Even to me, as a vampire with a quirk, it is also very, very uncommon. And your case is also, ultimately odd unless, Aizawa also has very curious. It's because my deceased father had lineages to ancient sorcerers, and this stuff bursts almost 2 years ago, Izuku said a little painful. I make my own research and I notice that you awaken 3 sorcerers' bloodlines, and since you are a vampire by Birch it makes the things worse, says Aizawa. So you inherited the powers of a demon-class sorcerer called Dark Schneider, capable to cast spells strong enough to reduce living beings into ashes, and Izuku frowns with pain, a swordsman with magic powers called Geralt of Rivia, ending with an insane mercenary with a deathly spell which name is unknown, but was recorded as the Black Swordsman, and grins with a malicious face, or simply, berserk, and Izuku swallowed with some pain. What a tragedy, said one student, and another one sweat a lot. Last year I had a kind of magic arts teacher that makes a full analysis on my magic. Izuku also points to the last page of his grimoire handcopy. Okay, Aizawa also reads the relevant file, so you had 4 magic classes, and read monotonously each one, Dark Chaos of Destruction Magic, from Dark Schneider, rank A+, making everyone frozen by own fear, Witcher Signs Magic, from Geralt of Rivia, rank A-. Not bad. And both classmates maintain Silent, Healer Magic, from your private tutor, rank B+, and Ends, Elemental Spirits Magic, also learned from the cited tutor, rank A-. I fell a little annoyed, Izuku blushes, especially the Elemental Affinity, or the Mana Affinity, like I prefer to define it. Aizawa reads the last file. You have a rank A+ on Dark, Fire, Thunder Magic, which makes sense since you are Dark Chaos Mage, and it is funny that you had a rank A- on Wind Magic, since much of your spells are based on the magic manipulation of airs. So far are great to make giant explosions, but I still fail to control more, said Izuku when remembers the explosion of the giant robot during the entrance exam. Finally you have an undefined grade between rank B or rank C, either plus or minus, related for ice magic, sand magic, earth magic, and so on, ending at the lowest rank D for light magic since you are, by nature, a darkness creature. This means? Ida tries to process the information and asks to his teacher. Midoriya is essentially a powerful mage, answers Aizawa, and basically, for each quirk that you have, including all Yui teachers, Izuku will cast a spell that resembles one of each quirk. That's why I fear mages, because from the majority of them, they saw the heroes as a mages of a single spell, making the class thunderstruck, but luckily, only 1 in 10 million are true mages like Midoriya. This explains that's why I never found a magic academy. Izuku agrees, since probably it would take years to gather a minimum number of students. Aizawa nods and shifts the topic, for everyone relief. And speaking about magic versus quirks, as a prime example, I already read the report about this boy when defeats 3 dangerous villains about a year ago, reducing them into ash in less than 5 seconds. What? Todoroki, Ida, and even Katsuki raises from his chairs and gasps, just to avoid panic. And this is the results. Aizawa displays from schoolroom screen projector the images from the infamous Slim incident. Everyone was truly shocked and afraid. That's why you are assigned to the special sorcery lessons. Learning such fire spells so young is very dangerous, especially when it caused the target burn hotter than surface temperature of the sun. Aizawa sighs, like the spell called Gehenna's Fire, Exodus, or the Hellfire Mist, Venom, and displays a rare picture of the moment of Exodus spell activation. Jesus Christ! Todoroki frees in total horror on his face. But you also cast a series of quick activation spells more akin to a quirk, that is called Witcher Signs. I prefer you to use mainly those during the hero course, and reduce the signature spells only in special cases, since they are too dangerous. I understand. Izuku bows and sit on his chair. Just for reference, how many signs exists? Aizawa asks, just to check the Izuku's grimoire. They are 7 at all, and sort in terms of cast difficulty are Ard, Erden, Igni, Quen, Axii, Heliotrope, Somni, and pauses a little, but the last one I don't control very well. This is like you control 7 quirks. A pink girl called Ashido speaks to gain attention to the green-hair vampire boy, with some unpalatable names. Oh. It means, by a very crude approximation, lets me see. Izuku breathes and says, telekinesis, magic trap, pyrokinesis, magic shield, mental charm, magic barrier, hypnosis, but corrects, but in reality are also known as air, ether, fire, earth, water, dark and light sigils. Never mind. Eek. Todoroki chills his spine, since he knows that all those 7 signs are similar to the equivalent of powerful quirks. A boy that controls all of both was beyond the sanity. Other students rolls their eyes when just hears the unpalatable names. The atmosphere was gloomy and heavy, and Aizawa tries to break the situation by announcing a little surprise. However, this is the hero course. I want both of you to change to the physical education outfit, because in 10 minutes I will make a full quirk assignment test. Oh great, Ida thinks, my life on Yui will be so great, staying between an unfriendly normal vampire and a demon witcher vampire, and screams loudly, why I choose this institution? Relax, says Izuku, I know my condition, and saw a purple grape-head little boy whistle a funeral lullaby, where Izuku remember from the official list that was called Mineta. Their classmates are a little frightened, and they think they could choose death by blood-sucking or burning like coal on a metallurgical plant, or even both is possible. Finally, after changing their outfits to the PE ones, the 20 students of the new 1A class gather together to the outside training field. Quirk and magic assignment test. Aizawa begins to explain the main purpose of those tests. This is a round of 12 physical tests, where I want to test the impact of your inherited powers, so follow me to the site and form the necessary groups when I request. So quirks may be used, Siro asks joyful. It is wise to do so, and once finishes, the last classification will be expelled. Aizawa holds, and drops his fangs. No. I will drink all of his BLD. I'm tired of canned BLD. Eek. All students, except Izuku who sighs, became panicked. Hashtag test 1. Sideways steps. The first test was a 30-second sideways steps, an exercise that many quirk users would call it frustrating, since many quirk don't work so well. Even for Izuku who just use his pure physical force to get a nice result, it ends halfway the global classification test. Ida even get a worse score, for his own frustration. It also the test when Mineta wins this turn, since it drops his purple glue ball, and jumps between the ball on the floor, gaining speed in the process. Hashtag test 250-meter dash. The second test was a 50-meter dash, and the favorite for many quirk students, while this test was made in pairs. Bakugo uses his explosion quirk to propel himself, reaching the target in 3.12 seconds. Izuku, who partners with Katsuki, blasts forward using the heliotrope and Ard, reaching in just 0.62 seconds. Jesus Christ. It was like a Shinkansen, says Todoroki. Aizawa also was astonished, even using a powerful magic spell. He almost managed to break the Yui record for first years. Hashtag test 3. Vertical jumping. Vertical jumping was the third test, and also more friendly for flashy quirk users. For students like the frog quirk Tsuyu, it excels. For quirk users like Uraraka was not so left behind. Finally, at Izuku turn, it also blasts another heliotrope and Ard at a greater magic emission to fly about 250 meters high, almost the triple of Tsuyu. Hashtag test 4. Standing horizontal jumping. As a variation of the third test, the fourth test was a standing horizontal jump, where again Izuku propels to the victory using the heliotrope with Ard combo. Hashtag test 5. Softball throw. The fifth test was the softball throw, where here Bakugo could use his quirk to blast the ball until 700 meters. I just use my explosion to propel for the victory, said Katsuki in full prideful mood. During Uraraka turn, she gives an infinity result due to the anti-gravity quirk, making everyone, including Izuku, a little jealous. Izuku decides to shift the strategy, well, since it is a little ball, just for Aizawa blinks worried. Then everyone became astonished with all eyes widen when notices the young vampire releasing a black aura, and freezes when he start to spell a strange mantra. Ancient spirits from air and thunder, I request to honor your BLD pact. Just when Aizawa screams, Midoriya, you will use a Dark Schneider's magic spell straight away? For every classmate stalls in shock. Thunder Cannon Wave Attack, while Izuku releases the softball and discharges the dark lightning ball against it, throwing at a supersonic speed, Vengeance. Air with Dark Lightning Magic Spell, said a dumbstruck Aizawa, just to point the device results to everyone, signaling that the reaches an insane distance of 145 kilometers. 145 kilometers. Even Todoroki and Bakugo drops their jaws down, in a pure bewilderment. And the most awkward situation from Aizawa perspective, and he don't speak for now to all class, was the fact his cancellation quirk, which disable other quirks, don't affect Izuku. #Test 6, Grip Strength Test. The sixth test, which should measure the hand grip of each student, was more in domain of natural strength than some kind of flashy quirk. Some strong quirk users like Todoroki had very nice results, reaching 110 kilograms due to his strong build-up and martial arts knowledge. Other students like a six-arm man called Shoji gains this test, since it uses all arms to increase the applied force, reaching 600 kilograms. Izuku reaches 385 kilograms using his own natural strength, but receives some curious remarks. I through a vampire have more grip, says some random student. My magic vitality is not infinite, Izuku yells, and then sighs due to some tiredness. #Test 7, 2000-meter sprint. The 7 test was a 2000-meter sprint with several obstacles. The quirk advantage was very mixed, since some flashy quirk users such as Katsuki could reach great speeds, but the long distance turns into more a bargain. Ida, who was faced the perfect realm for his engine quirk, takes about 2 minutes and 6 seconds to finish the line. Others take several minutes. Izuku could end this test with only 1 minute and 33 seconds, using his strong physical force, with the little help of some Witcher signs to boost speed, reaching up to a top speed of 200 kilometers per hour. However, the real average speed was less than half of that, much due to prevent body overheating. Even Naruto would be jealous. Tsuyu pokes, while remembers her favorite anime character. #Test 8, Punching Machine. Later the 8th test was the punching machine test. It was very straightforward, just punch with all forces. At Izuku's turn, he gives a powerful blow against the machine with 5 tons of force, by using his own physical strength. Surprising, Izuku's result was the second one, since for some reason, Shoji was able to give a little better result, by multiply all arms as possible, and punching into a coordinated strike. #Test 9, Whack-a-mole Machine. A reinforced whack-a-mole machine was the 9th test, where it required to smash with the supplied hammer the moles. Like the previous one, many quirks don't made an obvious advantage over strength ones. Due to his reason, Katsuki or Todoroki almost destroy the machine, since their quirks was more damaging to aid the task. Even within the strong students, Izuku was placed at the 3rd place. #Test 10, Weightlifting. The 10th test was weightlifting, and another nice test for the stronger take the lead. When it reaches Izuku's turn, everyone was surprised when he could pull 4 tons without great effort, but Aizawa intervenes and said that was the average value to a normal vampire. This time you should push more. As Aizawa places more weights to the bar, and try again, once reaches to the 11 tons mark, making Izuku suffer from a great muscle strain, even it was able to push over the top. Alright, said Aizawa, now. Let's increase to 36 and then 40 tons, making even Katsuki shiver, and other student drops their jaws open in pure bewilderment. Izuku barely could lift the bar within the 36 tons mark, that almost break Izuku, but managed to lift, at a very slow lifting speed, the final 40 tons bar. At the end, Izuku drops the bar, and almost collapses to the ground. No one could even match this record. Shoji even barely passed the 1-ton mark. Even Todoroki or Bakugo could no hold more than 200 kilograms. Aizawa orders Izuku to repeat the punching machine test, once he recovers quickly, using his vampiric regeneration abilities. Even it was not counting for final evaluation, Izuku was able to punch with a 10 tons punch force that ends, bending the machine frame. Some colleges was disgusted due to Aizawa ruthlessness, but he only yells, "This is the hero course. Everyone should push to their limits and surpass them." This test show clearly that Izuku's physical strength is about 100 to 200 times greater than a quirkless human, about 5 times higher than a common vampire, making the last remark swallow dry some students such as Ida or Yayarozu. #Test 11, Seated Toe Touch. At the end of the road, the 11th test was the seated toe touch, designed more to test the body flexibility than everything else. Surprising, Izuku gives a reasonable second-place result, much due to his exceptional flexibility. For many students, it was a very painful session of screaming when they forced their joints and tendons. #Test 12, Brick Wall Breaker. Finally, the last test was to destroy a layered brick wall, filled with reinforced concrete along the gaps. Aizawa explains, "It's very simple. Use your quirks or something else to blast the wall," making students like Todoroki or Katsuki grin and smile with pure defiance. As expected, the Todoroki and Katsuki quirks either freeze or collapses, ending with the total destruction of the wall sample. Others barely damage the wall. When Izuku faces the challenge, he just smiles, while holds their right hand to hold a growing green ball of sparkling energy and chants, "Ego antiquum pactum date." Target lock on the enemy, making everyone curious. Gather 12 dark thunder arrows, 25 dark fire arrows and 5 ice arrows, while on the left hand, he closes and made another chant, "Skis. Skuret. Shumega. Daonoin." Ancient filth city that challenges the laws of Almighty. Release the fiery fire and brimstone from hell, just for all swallow dry again, while Izuku cast first from his right hand, multiple elemental crossbow infantry. Release, and then cast from the left side by opening the hand and releasing 5 energetic pulses that slices every conceivable material. Sodom. The elemental arrows with the dark Schneider's Sodom either sliced the wall or blasted it without resistance. Todoroki also exclaims, "OMG. During the entrance exam, I noticed some flying arrows that blast the robots. Then, it was this magic that destroyed the majority of them," making ever Katsuki surprised and with a shocked face. Aizawa sighs and mumbles to himself, "If Izuku's magic don't had an huge cooldown time, it would simply got the highest entrance exam score of all times." Results. Using pure sheer force, quirks, or magic, once the entire sequence of tests ends, without any exception any of the students was extenuated. Even both they already known, they are surprised to saw Izuku also tired, even it was a vampire. Aizawa plugs the projector device to his smartphone and creates an holographic screen. "I just got the results. I don't waste time to explain the overall score." Without much surprise, Nosferatu Midoriya just got the first place, even he don't won everything, says Aizawa while scroll the results. And the last score was Mineta. Eek. Mineta panics when remembers the fact that his teacher is also a vampire. Say, cheese, as Aizawa faces Mineta and drops his fangs. "No, I'm kidding." And the entire class fall flat. That's not funny at all. However, Izuku, drink one of this can bottles with BLD, since you will get uncontrollably hunger. Thanks, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku nods in agreement. Probably you will need to drink 2 liters tight now. Aizawa slips something that never should talk so openly, demand it. 2 liters, Katsuki face turns blank, and almost fells dizzy. Deku. You many BLD you need to drink every day? Between 3 to 6 liters, especially when I cast spells. But older vampires will only need about 1 liter. Katsuki and everyone still tries to process the information as they accelerate their step just to run away, while both thought, "It's better to protect my wrist and neck." Once Izuku finishes his drinking, he knows that classes are over for now, but starting tomorrow, Izuku would start also his special sorcery classes. After all, his dreamy life on Yui was just begun. Rogue teacher. During dawn, Izuku was training on a special Yui facility located a few kilometers apart from the main site, under watch by a special team managed by All Might, also the top #1 hero, and his teacher Aizawa, the only vampire that was a top hero, while stare the events unfolding of a young sorcerer vampire that was also a fresh rookie on first-year hero course. By a special invitation, a former Black Ops soldier and current magic caster, which codename was Metal Knight, was hired to assure a balanced formation of this green hair vampire. Since it could only manage to stay only a week, the strange person with some robotic-enhanced arms and limbs, once himself could face the newbie, then instead to follow Ned's plans, it used own recipe to make a hellish rush training. Along the first week of Yui classes, Metal Knight was supposed to focus on sign spells, and probably to enhance the magic arrows casts, but his bad temperament leaves to push more of the Dark Schneider's grimoire. Since I don't have much time to enjoy, Metal Knight makes a strange glare, while hold his robotic fists, why I don't introduce my special Black Death Commando way of training. He cites the former Black Ops unit that he once worked. Izuku don't have even time to react, once receive a direct hit air blast, but have enough time to cast the Quen sign to reduce the damage. What the you doing? Busy. Izuku gritted his teeth, and even bite his lips with their own fangs. Aizawa reacts with great disappointment, while All Might notices the odd behavior from the guest marine. This men is not follow the recommend methods, yells Aizawa, hey. Great demeanor be. You shouldn't push Midoriya beyond the safety line, just for pleasure are teasing. Metal Knight then casts a paralysis field that blocks the two heroes, you should hold silent a little time, and continues, let's begin, and sends a barrage of punches against the green hair vampire. Izuku face darkens, and focus on this insane teacher, I won't lose to insane monsters like you, and blocks the barrage with an uppercut right leg swing. Soon the fight changes sequentially from a minute of pure physical fight, leaving great damage on the training site, to another 1 or 2 minutes of magic casts. Izuku could even cast the dark element magic arrows with great destruction, barrage target lock. Gather 400 dark element spirits, and sends directly to Metal Knight, magic crossbow barrage. Fire. And the arrow barrage was so powerful that even the retired marine cast another shield. Some of the stronger arrows break through the barrier and inflict some physical damage. Luckily the damage received breaks the enchantment that holds Aizawa and All Might on a corner, and then both of two would try to stop the insane fighting. Izuku then used the Igni sign to send a continuous stream of fire, like a flamethrower, which indicates that the vampire was evolved that sign to the next level. This was a breakthrough after 15 minutes of magic and enduring fight that reaches that point. This is nothing, says Metal Knight when casts a magic barrier to shield the Igni sign casting. Then I cast this, says Izuku when cast a lightning bolt, seek spirits of lighting, and flares coating the electrifying bolt, destroy the beeld fire of death, and sends the bolt like a kind of blast, voivod. The blast had a huge piercing effect, capable even to blast the metal shield of Metal Knight, but luckily it was a relative weak spell that can be tuned to make non-fatal injuries, where Metal Knight himself notices, I'm thinking that the voivod are reasonable to use on the next basic hero training class, on the next Monday. A lightning spell cast, Aizawa frowns, at last Kaminari would not be alone. The 1A class teacher makes a poke reference about the electrification quirk student. But All Might was very worried of the Midoriya's powers, since it could defeat himself easily, but he knows by some strange rumors of a recent takeover of an infamous villain organization by dark sorcerers, and the potential unthinkable menaces that could follow was the perfect excuse to Metal Knight force the young vampire to unlock all potential, instead to restrain his development on safe techniques. And another of this insane stuff. All Might was surprised when Metal Knight pressed a button to release an entire army controlled by remote control, including 6 heavy modified giant robots similar to the zero-point test robot, but with howitzers, ground-to-air and ground-to-ground homing missiles, and even a prototype of a 5-megawatt plasma cannon capable to blast middle-yield long-range missiles. The insanity was not ending here, since Metal Knight manages to repair the decommissioned Second World War German tanks Maus, with 200mm cannons, and finally 24 of remote-controlled armored tanks equipped with heavy machine guns, 50mm cannons and batteries of short-range missiles. The canvas fabric scattered along the battlefield along some trash was after a decoy to hide the mechanical army until they receive an order to attack. First strike. Metal Knight activate all the weapons, sending a full barrage of shells and mortars against the place where Izuku stands. Izuku blasts to himself intended to fly high, and to divert the shrapnel and blasts using the Geralt signs to shield the attacks, but only the heliotrope could shield partially the weaponry barrage. Honestly, it's pure madness, shouts an angry Aizawa. Izuku tries to use the Exodus and Venom spells, but the very fast activation speed of the 6 plasma cannons disrupt the concentration and meditation required to manipulate the vitality flow and summon those signature deadly magic spells. Even so, Izuku could cast another low-level according from his own grimoire classification ranking, spell, but it only blasts the missiles and shrapnel, but not the steamy plasma fired by the prototype weaponry. At least it was worth to try. Skis, Skuret, Shumega, Baonoan, release the endless fire and brimstone from fiery hell, and blast a sequence of energetic pulses which resemble blades. Sodom. Very well. You can die now, grins Metal Knight, full attack, and everything fires to almost randomly directions, beginning from machine gun barrages swing to all directions, and ends with flying missiles that tries to target Izuku. The quirk assessment test on their first day was after all by some great use. It was the obstacles course test on steroids, along with live ammunition capable to wipe out an entire small town from the map. If the Yui motto is plus ultra, grins Izuku, then this reception of Doomsday is plus ultra on Hellfire steroids. Once Izuku speaks that remark by pure defiance, he faced a laser-guided ground-to-ground G-Butte 39 guided against him and was too fast to Izuku simply run, forcing to use a Ard sign blast to destroy the missile. Then a barrage of MGM 140 atoms, plus a sequential firing of BGM 71 TOW from the heavy armored tanks was automatically launched. The magnitude of this act makes Aizawa and All Might inner thoughts boiling until burst to a murderous demeanor. Aizawa rage was beyond any conceivable scale, since it lauds as he could curse the devil himself. "WF is this little prank, dreadnought hero?" and starts to run with a black pitch haze on his right fist against the Metal Knight, since when a hero training fight involve anti-tank or piercing weaponry? Oh, Metal Knight screams, the central command goes berserk. The computer that controls remotely their toys crashes, and then everything starts to unleash to every conceivable target. This was too far along, screams All Might, Texas Smash, and Metal Knight was hit by a powerful punch. Goes berserk, right? And Aizawa does a similar punch. And Metal Knight flies away from the ground site, while Aizawa makes an emergency call to the main office about the insane situation. Aizawa's phone call. "Mr. Nedzu. Aizawa here," he explains briefly, that Metal Knight BSRD brings an entire remote-controlled infantry army just to test Midoriya's power, and yells, "I managed to defeat that son of hell, but that CRP fails, and menace to destroy not only all Yui campus, but all the neighborhood town." Nedzu yells when answer the call, "You just said that an entire remote-controlled infantry division have a software glitch that takes it off control, and that stuff was secretly assembled by Metal Knight? If necessary, make an emergency call to the Japan Self-Defense Force. Or the Department of Defense. This stuff in less than 1 minute will even fire 6 plasma cannons. First of all, I will fire and put Metal Knight on jail," and Nedzu pauses a little. "However, I cannot do such requests to the military, just because it is not possible to request a missile strike against our school in less than 1 minute. The real final assessment test." Aizawa grins when closes his own smartphone, and then yells loudly to Izuku, "Midoriya. This is the real last assessment test. Go beyond and plus ultra ad infinitum." And gasps, "Destroy and raise that army to nothingness," ending with a comical reference from Hellsing franchise that make Izuku perplexed. Search and destroy. Raise and destroy. Once Izuku receives the desperate request from the older vampire, his mind flashes about a page of his own grimoire that brings a real motivation to recite a new thing, a ritual summoning cast, to release the powers of Witcher signs as a foundation to a more powerful magic spell, which is the most powerful that Izuku could ever manage to cast, but could be heavily costly. However, it have a duty to save not only Aizawa or All Might, but the entire Yui and the nearby town citizens from the berserked Metal Knight's army. The plasma cannons will be fired in less than 50 seconds, and without haste more time, Izuku holds a strong grip on his entire body and meditates to release his powers, and then chants briefly. Magno animo vinculum inter caelum et inferos antiquus. Sit vitus testamentum tenebrosi Cicero, where Izuku speaks the Latin name of Dark Schneider to use their ancient link to request their hidden powers, Magia Arabia Liberatio, releasing a giant circle with runes along the boundary, due to Izuku's own native black magic, that him align the center of the circle around the target, ca exio septem antiqua incantamenta ab lupus alba, and places all 7 Geralt's signs powers on the ritual circle marks, et sanguinis sacramentum signum, while drains his BLD to seal the ritual signature. Takes 40 seconds to finish the ritual enchantment. This ritual spell enables to Izuku release more from his magic vitality than the normal, thus making a limit-breaking spell, in exchange to the greater risk to cause several damage, while enables to cast a dangerous and powerful magic spell. Hear me, the Dark Ones. Hear me, the Void. When he starts the main incantation, the ritual circle enlarges to cover the entire battlefield. Also protect Izuku from the damage, even he was outside the magic circle domain, OH. The great obscure flames of chaos. Under your dark pantheon, I pledge your deathly sacrifice. Meanwhile the ground shakes due to the increasing magic energy release. Awaken the great chaos of underworld and the omnipotent inferno of darkness. Then lighting, fire, ash and ominous miasma flows to a newly opened gate from hell, from the middle of the magic circle, just to encircle the Metal Knight's army, from the Hades flames and Sabbath lies. Eternal idols of heaven and hell, paranoia dreams that never die. Guided by Iron Man's cast spell. Finally Izuku manages to release a dark flare of dark energy, once he drops his casting hand to the ground, that cracks and breaks apart along the darkness miasma, while quickly increasing the temperature, and starts to destroy everything in their path, under the dark pact of chaos. Release the Hades flames. Die idol. Die omni. Visit. And brings everything destroyed by the nuclear doomsday. And quickly the miasma grows hotter and hotter, reaching the temperatures of several million degrees, and soon it begin to reach the critical point necessary to start a nuclear reaction, blasting like a nuclear cauldron, Black Sabbath. The last Izuku's magic works due to the magic magnetic field created and guided by the ritual circle along the darkness miasma flux. The black magic energy also helps to kick an initial adiabatic heating that reaches an initial temperature of about 10,000 Kelvin. Once Izuku's spell opens a gate from the hell, the caster should use this event to compress the dark energy, and with the help of the magic magnetic field described before, it reaches quickly the pressures and temperatures required to do a nuclear ignition, releasing huge quantities of nuclear radiation, thermal heating, convective heat transfer, ending with a huge and catastrophic shockwave. At apex, the temperatures reaches about 100 million Kelvin. For the Aizawa and All Might perspective, they witness first a giant firestorm of black flames, followed by a kind of nuclear blast that was beyond everything the Yui witness, followed by a white and blinding light and a thermal wave much similar to a detonation of a nuclear weapon, while the entire Metal Knight's robotic army was simply destroyed in less than 1 second. The ritual barrier helps to deflect and shield the explosion shockwave directly to sky, avoiding the nearby city and the Yui campus itself from blasting away, but it couldn't avoid several broken windows and other minor damages. Some seconds later, all was once a special training field was now a crater and an atomic mushroom cloud. By some distance witness, the ultimate Izuku's spell was a magic-crafted nuclear bomb. In fact, even it was late evening, many citizens on the nearest town around the campus would through then an atomic bomb was just detonated on Yui High School facilities. Quickly the media stormed the site, asking about the nuclear test, before the Japanese Army, SDF, self-defense forces, arrive and isolate from further civilians and spies, using force, if necessary. Some surviving sensors record the entire fight and the Black Sabbath spell effects, including the fact the energy was roughly equivalent of a small tactical nuclear weapon, reaching a 10-kiloton yield. Even Izuku's body had an inhuman resilience against several phenomena. The last magic spell causes huge body bruises and broken bones. Since his teachers was very quickly to react, about a minute later, Izuku was sent with Aizawa help to the recovery girls' infirmary, where take an entire day just to recover. According by Aizawa or even Nedzu's own judgment, the Metal Knight's actions was beyond the ethics, and was straightly fired without second thoughts. After all, the ultimate Izuku's spell that just delivered a catastrophic destruction of Yui's propriety, much incited due to invited tutor, reveals the true danger of a powerful sorcerer. The next problem to Nedzu fix is to convince the personal with metal brasses to not make much fuss on Yui's own business. Even he knew that Izuku would be a terrible asset on military hands. Next day, the Yui decide to hire a new magic tutor, and to avoid more mistakes, they decide to use their resources to convince the same Izuku's private magic teacher when it was younger to apply, and she's accepted without great problems. The choose was also driven by the Izuku's mother's own request, which also barely could sleep on that night. At the beginning of the next week. At the next Monday, the entire 1A class reunites as usual, but that day was a little special since they know that after the English class and the lunch break, they have the first basic hero training class. Everyone have high expectations, and once they gather together, some students like Bakugu notices the little daze and little health frail from Izuku, prompting a question, "What's happened?" "Well," Izuku sighs, recovering from an insane psychopath disguised as teacher. "WF," yells Todoroki, who notices the conversation, "It was from your special classes?" An obscure sorcerer tries to tease me, and after some degree of insanity, this ends like a nuclear war. Both classmates turn his heads, and becomes anxious. "What kind of disaster was that, and how it ends?" asks Ida. Izuku places his smartphone, and display pictures of the Metal Knight's infantry unit, and the results of his actions, which was a picture of a huge crater and a mushroom cloud. Everyone was shocked by that result. That psychopath, instead to teach me how to control my powers, they want to pull all of it, and then decide to assemble an entire robotic army using heavy weaponry, including the experimental plasma cannons, causing Todoroki to etch his rose and white-colored hair, and enough ammunition to raze this site and neighbors to the ground. This explains why such blast caused a massive panic on this town, says Yaoizuru. All Might and Aizawa takes down that crazy man, and he was fired a couple of minutes later. But the entire robotic army loses control, and I managed to use the most powerful spell that I could summon, and pauses a little, and men. It was too costly. Katsuki was a bit worried. And what kind of spell was that? Black Sabbath. A magic spell conceived for total destruction of any sorcerer's surroundings, Izuku said while play with his hand, ignoring his classmates' thoughts. Since it was a forbidden rank spell, I use first a ritual spell to unlock seals from the Dark Schneider and Geralt of Rivia bloodlines, which require to use my BLD as my signature. And once finished, I could spell that thing. Todoroki then asks, "It is another fire spell?" Actually, it was a dark magic spell, but had a fire foundation, and sighs again, but in reality it is a kind of nuke spell, where all classmates became frozen, and I almost fainted after the spell cast. Aizawa-sensei says that fire was reached several millions of degrees Celsius, and cites the energy release, and an energy output equivalent of a small nuclear weapon, that's about 10 kiloton, and concludes, "But it breaks my own limits, since I spend the entire night on Recovery Girl's infirmary just to heal my own body," and finally relaxes, and fortunately all stuff cools down quickly. 10 kiloton? Katsuki yells, "That's almost half the energy release by the Hiroshima nuke. What's a real forbidden spell?" Tsuyu pokes. "The story is so unrealistic that makes anyone peck, thinking that was some kind of weird dream," says Yaoizuru. The classroom atmosphere shifted once the electrifying quirk user intervenes. There's something odd and curious about you, Kaminari said. After all, names like Black Sabbath, Megadeth, Sodom, Venom, Exodus, and such makes to think. Katsuki also stops to think, while only thought to himself, in reality, I'm curious about Deku choose such weirdness when use their WTF powers? Why your powerful spells had names derived from heavy metal bands, asks Kaminari. His entire class snaps from that trivial knowledge. It is true, while search on this phones. It was because my natural-born vampire mother, once they discover that was awakened as a sorcerer, she had the correct and wisdom suggestion to hire a private tutor. And now she was also hired to teach me the extracurricular magic arts classes, and explains the rest. During the junior high school years, she helps me to translate ancient Germanic books. She had the suggestion to place nicknames based on death metal or heavy metal bands, since she was a huge fan of heavy metal. Once Izuku finishes his explanation, Present Mike arrives to start the English class, and everyone suches to his lecture. The English class was so boring for much of Izuku's mates, but aids to recover some of the animosity when both goes to the main Yui's cafeteria, the lunch rush. On Cafeteria, the rumors about a student vampire was reached almost all classes, albeit the mandatory discretion. Soon, some of them could spot the green hair as the famous vampire, especially the general education's brainwasher quirk user, Shinso. Shinso was generously surprised about the fact a vampire could eat human food, but if it was bloodied the better it tastes. Izuku also receives stock BLD to drink, and since it couldn't drink that stuff unnoticed, soon the regular vision of someone drink BLD would cause some nauseas to some of his peers. It is strange that a bloodsucker eats normal food, says Shinso. I'm also unaffected by garlic or other nonsense, Izuku replies, with a sharp voice tone. I'm feared because my brainwashing quirk, and you. Shinso also tries to pull more info. My very frightening quirk, Izuku plays a little, is called Vriko Warlock. But he know that he also have a kind of brainwashing sign called Axii, and eventually the Somni. Shinso mind snaps, due to the strange name, your parents don't had better ideas? I like that name, even in reality was indifferent, since I could cast several fire techniques. Very odd. Shinso was unconvinced, since he notices that his brainwashing quirk was no effect due to Ard's sign that Izuku discreetly casts before starts his meal. Vampires are really through stuff. And then Izuku lefts the table, while Katsuki pokes about the whole situation. Stupid nerd. Please, do not talk so openly to other classes. They want to know your real powers. Izuku answers that Shinso knows more that it speaks, but I discover that the Ard sign nullifies his quirk, and adds, by the way, the Axii is very equivalent to the Shinsu's quirk. Katsuki agrees, but warns Izuku, Deku. But try to not use unnatural magic, or everyone will be afraid. Returning to the classroom. For many of 1A classmates, the initial frightening fear was gradually melting, as they notices by the last Saturday incident, that Izuku powers, even beyond some of the best top heroes, has not infinite or neither was a god. Izuku speaks that his magical powers may take an entire mouth to recover totally, but even so it may be enough to handle the hero training class. And then the star of Yui, All Might, arrives on the classroom. I'm arriving here like a normal person. Everyone, including Izuku, raise from his chairs and applause. Today is your first hero training class. All Might smiles, and displays a vault with 20 boxes, and all of your hero costumes are finally ready to use. Everyone join the fray, and goes to the custom lockers with their suitcases. Katsuki was already dressed his hero costume, where the giant gauntlets resembling grenades was one of the visible and intimidating features. In reality was waiting to saw the Deku's hero costume, and once exit, while drink another BLD thermos, intended to replace the depleted vitality due to the Black Sabbath's forbidden spell. And the vision of the Izuku's costume makes everyone, even Katsuki that was a little mesmerized, and the rest of mates astonished. Izuku's hero costume was more like a medieval armor, almost dark gray colored, with metal plates reinforcing his torso, legs and arms. His shoulders has heavily reinforced with dragon motif pauldrons. The rear brace, couder and vambraces was made with a steel alloy, and several alchemical symbols was etched along the sided armor plates, including a etched black dragon running from the shoulder to his hands. This will make his arms act like a magic wand, to enhance and increase the precision of his magic powers. The gauntlets has less armored, to enable Izuku cast his Witcher signs, or another spell at will. His legs was also covered by metal plates, where the cuisses, polions and greaves was also etched in the similar way as their arms. A steel-reinforced boots replaces the sabatons. His main body was also shielded with a multi-layered breastplate and placard. But those parts was hidden by belt strips to house throwing knives along the armored torso. And finally, on Izuku's back, a giant sword that serves as the real magical wand was placed here. The sheer size frightens some boys. Finally, a black cape with some enigmatic heraldic seal etched along it completes the Izuku's hero costume. The helmet was retractile, and so it maintains open. But since Izuku's armor are modular, for the time being, it could remove the sword and other weapons, since it will not need to use anything of this. At last, the first real hero lecture will begin. Today was the first hero training lecture, and all 20 students was eager to learn the mechanics of a real hero fighting. All Might gives to everyone a warm salute to everyone, and makes a lightly remark about the hero costumes that all students request to make. However, the Izuku's one was less appreciated, and even All Might warns that, young vampire boy, we are living on the 21st century Japan, during the hero era. Your costume reminds to me more 11th century dreadnought armor, where the heavy armored cavalry and swordsmen was the prime heroes of the time. I will appreciate your remarks. All Might. Izuku nods. And this black clothing reminds to me more a villain than a hero. Shiro pokes some random thought. Whatever, said Izuku while the others goes out and follows All Might. After some minutes walking, both arrives on ground Gamma, where a concrete false city, like the ones on the entrance exam, was acted here. Izuku notices that Aizawa, BLD King and even the former tutor that once teach magic when he was younger, was also there. Hello, cutie, says the new Izuku's magic arts teacher. As you can remember me, my name is Sakura Ishinoji. Why you are here right now? Izuku almost screams. My lecture with you is just after the battle trials. This is because I want to watch your capabilities, before even think where I can start. Uraraka and Yayarosa grins, especially as they understand that she knows better the Izuku's real powers. All Might explains the battle simulation rules. All class will be splitter by 5 groups of 4 students each. Half of them will be the villain team, other half, the hero team. The trial is about a closed-doors combat, where a group of villains makes hostages on the top floor of this building, while they also arms traps, small explosives and stray devices along the other floors, and continues, the real threat is the villains want to blast a missile from an unknown location, but they mount the central command room here. What are the objectives? Asks Ida. The villain team will try to hold the central control room active at least 20 minutes, the time required to launch the missile, and Izuku sighs when remembers the real missile test that needs to handle few days ago, and the hero team have those 20 minutes to search and destroy the central control room. And the entire class nods positively. All Might was a little worried with the slight change of the planned lecture, much due to the presence of military-grade sentry rifles and bobby-trap explosives. Heroes/villains teams. Aizawa selects the following groups accordingly by own strengths and capabilities. Villains teams: Katsuki Bakugu/Tenya Ida, Mashareo Ojiro/Toru Hagakure, Ejiro Kurishima/Hanta Momo Yayarozu/Minoru Mineta, Koji Koda/Rikido Sato. Hero teams: Izuku Midoriya/Ochako Uraraka, Shoto Todoriki/Mizo Shoji, Fumikage Tokoyami/Tsuyu Azui, Kyoka Jiro/Denki Kaminari, Mina Ashido/Yuga Oyama. And then, speaks Aizawa, in next 5 minutes begins the first trial on building number 1, with Bakugu and Ida as villains, versus Midoriya and Uraraka as heroes. Aizawa turns his head to Izuku and warns him, be a little restrictive on your powers. Trial number 1 start. Bakugu and Ida runs to the top floor of 5 stories high, and press the button of a central control mock-up instrument to signal to the teacher's control and monitoring room that the missile starting sequence was activated, and a 20 minutes countdown starts automatically. Once a horn buzzes, Midoriya and Uraraka enters the building and their mission starts. Uraraka notices the armored costume of the curly and fluffy green hair boy. Even it was a vampire, she finds a little odd, but also very strange and cute. Why you dress this heavy clothing that hinders your... Uraraka stops before talks some weird word, whatever, and manages to divert the Izuku's piercing eyes. By the way, I thought that vampires are night creatures. But you walk and wander around during daylight without great problems? I'm a night creature, Uraraka-san, replies Izuku, a little annoyed, and staying on daylight hurts me, but due to the human technology, is now more easy to overcome. And what's so special? Just for Izuku cuts her speech and delivers a straight answer. Normally, some special clothing to block damaging UV light, a good sunscreen lotion, and even a little BLD drinking helps to me living during daylight. While Uraraka, even with those explanations, was not totally convinced. When Izuku talks to that human girl, he also decides to leave the heavy sword and the throwing knife belt, since such things during a hero patrol would restrain any cliché villain to made his own 5 minutes of fame and could ended killed instead. The green-haired vampire are not so skillful to made magic enchantments on objects like swords, clothes and knives, but he expected that since he will resume the magic training with the former sorcerer vampire, he could learn such things. Either way, Izuku just drop all unnecessary bandwagon before enter on the building since such mission won't require such stuff. Izuku signals to his partner to stay at the entrance hall, while himself scans the walls and corridors of the first floor. Then Izuku cast a Erden signal to form a kind of magic trap circle around about 6 meters radius, where Izuku stays approximately on the center. This reveals a bobby trap beneath the false balcony of the hall, and then Izuku casts a fast art sign to blast and fry the electronic device. Some of his colleges, especially Todoroki, and some Yui teachers that was also watching the battle trial, notices the strange sorcerer powers from Izuku. Uraraka notices the Izuku had a very rational and analytical mind, while had a natural stealth behavior, much probably due to his vampire nature. The girl decides to use her own anti-gravity quirk to himself to float, once she get out from the building entrance, and floats along the windows carefully, actually empty holes, to check the enemy presence. So you decide to attack from outside. Well, and Izuku decide to recover from the old stuff learnt on memory when he was a little younger with Sakura-sensei, to cast some creation magic that once takes several time to mstr it, which was the materialization magic. Even it was partially forgotten, Izuku had a flash memory when spoke the keywords, magia plasmatio. Izuku wasn't a great affinity with such kind of magic, but still was capable to cast one basic materialization magic spell that create a strange heraldic disc above his feet, and once step foot on it, Izuku could float about a quarter of meter from the ground, and slides with this magic enchantment around the corridors. Spiritus scientii et artis. Ixio magia plasmatio est. And finally he named the magical flying boarding device as Magical Overboard. Exsalvo. And the final loan word to activate the spell. Izuku takes a brief moment to check one. He summons the so-called Magic Overboard. Even the name was not so adequate, due to the fact it was a register mark for a small transportation device similar to a skate with an electronic guidance system and center of gravity control by a gyroscope, similar to the once popular Segway. When Izuku casts the new magic, he notices that the etched dragon along the legs pieces of armor glows with a faint reddish haze, meaning that was working as expected, and this helps Izuku to increase the precision and control, since at a certain point, his magic needs a magic wand for better management. Meanwhile at the central control room, All Might eyebrows snaps due to the last Izuku's magic summon, Dimin. A kind of Segway? That's my cute boy, exclaims the Izuku's sorcery tutor, now is really using my grimoire to summon objects by enchantments. What this strange woman are talking about? BLD King asks, while watches the monitor screens. Tokoyami, the dark shadow quirk user, which face resemble a dark crow, also speaks, this stuff is actually useful to me arrive quickly to school. And sighs, I really want that my dark shadow could do the same thing. Whatever, said dark shadow itself, barely hiding the little jealousy that feels due to the strange Izuku's magic powers. Meanwhile, Bakugo goes downstairs to check the others' floors, while tries to find his Deku. "Four Eyes," says Bakugo, "stay here, while you try to protect the facility, while I will intercept Deku," and goes forward. Once about 1 minute was just passed, at the third floor, Bakugo found the famous vampire. "What?" says Katsuki, when saw Izuku blasts some traps using the Ard sign, creates a magic shield. Using the sign Quen to deflect physical damage and focus his concentration on the strange magic floating disc that hold the strange vampire, "Can't you just walk, like normal people do? If I can summon an object capable to slide above the trapped ground, why I can't use for my benefit?" "Whatever," grins Katsuki, "if you remembers our childhood. My quirk is called Explosion. And I create those huge gauntlets by one main reason. Basically, this device will accumulate my nitroglycerin sweat, derived from my quirk, and I can use one of my most destructive quirk techniques, ending with a stage defiance demeanor." Even without use explicitly his quirk, Katsuki delivers a strong punch against Izuku's face, but the vampire managed to dodge with the help of his magic overboard. Once Izuku slides to a corner, he was surprised when Katsuki removed the right-hand pin to fire a damaging explosion, while make a powerful uppercut punch within a swing movement. Since Izuku recover his concentration swiftly, he places his right hand to the ground to place a Erden sign at an higher level that triggers a magical disruption of the physical and chemical reaction of Katsuki's quirk, even before it could hit Izuku. The vampire then casts the Quen sign, and uses the explosion shield tactic to counter against the attacker, blasting Bakugo away back to the wall that's on front of Izuku's point of view. "Now it's my turn," says Izuku, while cast another category of magic spells. "I pledge and gather the ancient spirits of nature." And a growing and increasing fast flow of vitality flow forms a mixed gradient of colors, ranging from blue to red and green. Gather 15 ice spirits, 8 wind spirits, 1 light spirit, 60 fire spirits, and use his right arm, while the etched dragon on his armor act as a magic wand, enabling to form swirling spirited rings of different colors around that arm, and also to increase the force and precision of the cast, magical spirit crossbow infantry arrows. Release. Once Izuku release his spell, a stream of different arrows flown against Katsuki, giving different damages. The ice shreds froze much of this costume, the fire blasts burns the gauntlets, ending blowing them, while the wind blast cause a push against the next empty room once the wall collapsed, and finally, the highly cost to cast light ray stuns Katsuki, leaving unconsciousness. On the central room, Todoroki was one of the most stunned and perplexed students. WTF? Ice, fire, blast, telekinesis techniques cast by the same person? "Eek," says Kaminari, a kind of machine gun, while tries to avoid be so loud. "This green hair are a total freak." The BLD King was one of teachers that this to be more rational. Oh my god. It appears much like a young magician like on several RPG that I like to play. I never expect that exists a quirk that makes such things possible. Oh, Sakura intervenes, a light spirit arrow. He managed to summon an enchantment with the lower element compatibility. "A vampire isn't expected to cast light stuff, right?" says Aizawa. "But this spell is so lightly that I even predicted that he could do, but will never be cast or use at full force. By contrast, fire and dark spells are much more effective." Sakura answers with a more serious voice tone. "For me, a quirk that erase other quirks, it is more than enough to me." Once Aizawa signals to end this conversation, but he was a little cynical. "But I knew some magic spells," without spoken back to her. Even after such powerful vampires' magic, Katsuki don't give up, once recover his senses about a minute later. Instead to make a sneak attack, or make a more subtle strategy, Katsuki decides to run at maximum speed, and target Izuku straight forward. Katsuki tries to blast Izuku at a short distance, and almost managed to do, since it could make a little damage to the Izuku's costume fabric, but the vampire cast the Quen sign quickly enough to reduce the impact force. Then Katsuki repeats the same strike with a more powerful quirk blast, howitzer punch. Just to hear the Izuku's answer, "Fool," and grins, while cross the right hand fingers, and casts a more superior spell, Foolish Warrior. Hear my predicament. And release a barrage of fireball, release the fireball of Underworld. And cast against the Katsuki's body, Impolitory. The Izuku's fire spell blasts the ceiling and sends the stunned Bakugo directly to the 4th floor. Ida hears the powerful blast, and runs to find Katsuki injured. The blonde still stands up, while Ida jumps straight inside the opened hole to reach the same floor where Izuku stays. Once Ida faces Izuku, he tries to use the reciprocal burst to deal a uppercut against Izuku. Izuku used the telekinesis blast of the Ard sign to try disrupt the Ida quirk, but it was not so adequate. Ida gives a kick against Izuku's face, that even without much damage, could hit the powerful vampire. Well, Izuku recovers quickly. As a reward, he used the left hand to cast a finish spell, Seek. Spirits of Lightning. And a lightning ball coated by a fire shell forms and increases its size, Destroy. The BLD Fire of Death. And casts against Ida and Katsuki, since they are on line of vision from Izuku's perspective, while they scream a little before the impact, Voivod. Aizawa jumps from his chair, almost worried and a bit angry. Why Midoriya now casts a Dark Schneider's spell? Dark Schneider's spell? BLD King was confused. What are you talking about? Nuts, says All Might, it's Ida's secret. What? BLD King bewilderment was very embarrassing. Todoroki stunning was also very strange, lightning with fire magic spell? And tries to imagine when they go to the Yui Sports Festival, just to plan how to manage counter every spells that Izuku casts by own half-hot half-cold quirk, or at last manage the fight last more than 1 second. Mother, I have a rival, says Kaminari, dumbfound, when witness that the vampire also can cast lightning spells, like his quirk does. The impact blasts all Katsuki and Ida costumes, and still leaves a little burn marks, but the lightning core of spell knockout almost instantaneously. Izuku weakens the spell by purpose, since if he casts Voivod at full strength, Ida and Cat 5 Suki bodies could melt, or their BLD boiled or even been magically poisoned by the dark lightning fire. Even so, the recoil from the Voivod spell managed to break another hole, and send the 2 villains straight to the 5th floor. The 2 boys fall flat on the floor, while Izuku who jumps to the 5th floor by the new shortcut he managed to create. Meanwhile, during the whole confusion, Uraraka managed to enter from the window, leaving Izuku the task to disable the missile control system. A little Ignisign, using the pyrokinetic blast, will fix the problem, destroying the fake remote control using a burst of flames emitted from his right opened hand. All Might then declare, Hero Team wins, when the clock marks about 10 minutes of fighting. Aizawa make a face palm, when the security cameras displays the injured Ida and Katsuki, murmuring about the Izuku's choices about the spells that are safely to cast, especially when the last one could kill them, if Izuku fails to reduce the magic energy output. However, once the vampire returns his focus to his colleges, and dispels the magic kind of segue straight here, Izuku plans to cast an healing spell to the injured classmates. But first, he bites lightly the hands of Katsuki and Ida once he bites to himself, and then mixes the fresh BLD along a glowing purple ring that he casts and maintains along his right wrist, while completes the enchantment by spelling, Magia Salutaris Liberatum. And the wounds and burn marks was encircled by strange magic runes, craved by the magic ring when the Izuku's hands, covered by his BLD, touches while declares the technique name, Healing BLD Circle. Healing the wounds at high speed until it disappears, or almost of it, while the runes evaporates quickly, sanitatum spirituum, cura aim sis est. Senatio. Once the 2 rituals are done, the BLD and the ring dispels, just to much of the whole classmates' own confusion and frighting. WTF was that? Screams Katsuki, without snapping completely. Izuku nods his head and speaks, at least, it was one thing I could do, to compensate my own overpowered last spell that could make you several injuries. So, I cast an healing spell. I leave the rest for the recovery girl. What? Ida was the first to recover his rationality from the shock. You also have healing capabilities? Katsuki had a huge headache once he recovers really but manages to remember the facts. Deku, and yells faintly, "What kind of spell you cast?" I felt that I too was burned and stunned at the same time. "Voivod," says Izuku, "it's an electric ball, covered by fire. Very useful to blast armors and stuns opponents." At the control room, BLD King was a little jealous, since this peculiar student can use his BLD to heal other people, while also says, "Oh boy. This hero candidate is really more akin to a potential magician than a classical hero." All Might blushes, while thinks, this is because Midoriyukun is really a sorcerer. The four students, at own pace, exit the building and walks to the central control building, where the rest of students and the teachers reunites. All other test trials. The second test trial was more focused by the excel capabilities of Todoroki, who had an ice and flames quirk, although he used more his ice techniques to freeze the walls, and only use his hot side to melt the ice. In the end, the Todoroki was the absolute winner of this fight trial. The remaining 3 trials was more equilibrated, without great quirk effects. Once all stuff finished, all classmates could return to home. However, there's some exceptions, especially Izuku once his renewed magic art teacher Sakura gives literally an huge lecture and additional scolding about his choices during the battle simulation trials, while she demands to review on her first lecture the magical arrows and other similar stuff. It was a little late, when Izuku could return to home and almost go straight to bed, almost forgotten to dinner or drink BLD. On the next day, the whole class receive a brief announcement about the battle trial results that occur on the last day, while Aizawa actually praised the rational and powerful Todoroki's own actions. The half-hot and half-cold quirk was a very neat and powerful quirk that makes Todoroki a little proud. However, I really doubt that could ever stand a chance against Izuku, and sighs with some disappointment. "However," says Todoroki, "especially when Izuku can cast fire and ice spells without great problems." And the whole class was fitting to Izuku, while try to answer, "I have more affinity to fire than ice. I told you to avoid the Dark Schneider spells during the battle trials, but you cast 2 of them, even it was the weakest, and you weakened by purpose. After all, you blast the Ida and Bakugo own costumes." And also remarks, if you continues to use the Witcher signs, you could just finish the battle without great damages, including the 2 holes on the building. One of them was the Voivod, Ida intervenes. And the second, I think, was the stupid blast called. Bakugo forgot names easily. What? Izuku sighs and says, "Impolitery." But as a redemption remark, you cast a healer's spell to heal them, where also reveal that you suffer a pang of guilt when you are driven by the heat of battle to infringe the rules, but also cites to himself, but at last, this is also a sign of a more control of his own powers. The entire class chats a little until Aizawa makes the following declaration, and the next topic is about to choose the class representative, and demands, "Do you have an adequate name, or a method to choose one? I think that an election will be the most effective and democratic way." Ida makes his suggestion. "Solve this problem as fast you can do," Aizawa agrees. Once the votes was cast and counted, they give 5 votes to Todoroki, 4 to Yaoyorozu, 3 to Bakugo, 2 for Izuku, and Kaminari, Mineta, Siro, Uraraka, Ida receive 1 vote each, and plus a blank vote. Then Todoroki was nominated as the class representative, and Yaoyorozu was the vice. The results was not a surprise, since much of the class choose the ones with great quirk power and control, and also with great leadership. Izuku was still a strange freak from his classmates' own views, but receiving 2 votes was a changing sign. Once the results are settled, the class was demised, and everyone went to lunch rush cafeteria. Izuku on the first days was eaten alone, but some of his class colleges persuade him to group together. "At first sign, you can eat human food," Todoroki said, "but when you receive this canister filled with BLD, his head wilds a little dizzy." "I need this to survive," says Izuku. Bakugo was also a little chilled when saw Izuku drinking BLD, but it was the payback to force a young vampire eat their lunch together with humans. Once they almost finishes their meals, an alarm rings and a warning message was issued. Warning. Level 3 alert. DMN it. Ida frightens. What's a level 3 alert? All students starts to rush to the exit door, but it was blocked. Someone of them explains, a level 3 warning means an intrusion. The last it happens was 3 years ago. The alarm goes off and gives another information, warning. An unknown person infiltrated the Yui installations. From one of the CCTV security cameras that manages to shoot a picture, this is the culprit. Then an image of a young adult ninja, dressed black, with some purple strips, a metallic pauldron, and several strips to carry blades and small weapons was displayed, with the sign, "We strongly recommend to stay here. Please wait further instructions." "Oh my god," says Bakugo. "Who was this strange villain?" That was Izuku wants to know. The lunch rush cafeteria turns on a place where everyone quickly descends to mass panic. No matter the perspective of the still unknown attacker could witness, and the panic was aggravated when some student starts to kick to the others in order to run to the exit door. Todoroki yells to warn the students to stay calm. Please, stay where you are. A strange intruder is roaming along the Yui campus outside. Ida also display his sense of leadership on sudden issues that involve potential human lives losses. Don't panic. Everything is fine. However, many of students still punches and kicks, ending activating all their quirks, and increase the havoc to the injury. Someone needs to intervene swiftly as possible. Izuku reacts once he clears his mind, and decide to cast, for everyone's surprise and himself, the famous Somni sign, while overcharges the Axii sign with a combination of the Quen sign, to increase the effect and range of the Witcher magic, at the point to induce a lightly hypnotic wave, capable to calm down the frenzy students. Izuku could not hold the Somni sign cast more than 10 seconds with the current knowledge and training, but appears that had some effect, as several hundred students becomes less anxious, and even some of them falls to sleep. The younger wizard's own magic energy suddenly drops due to the insensate will to manipulate all students' wills, making him moderately nauseous, making a little difficult to feel a slight relief when noticed that the whole trick somehow works. Some of the few less affected students was the brainwasher quirk user Shinso, who noticed the Izuku cast of the Witcher signs. What? How he managed to... I couldn't say brainwash. It's more a mental perturbation. Yes, how he managed to calm down everyone on this room. What insane type of quirk this oddly green hair student have? Since Shinso was though that Izuku should have some kind of fire quirk. But the Shinzo stupefaction will not endure so long, as suddenly, Izuku hears a hissing sound, while someone shouts, "Satsuriku Ranjin," which means explosive carnage, and suddenly the window's glasses are shattered by a wave of exploding spinning discs. Luckily, Izuku cast the Quen sign just to deflect the broken glasses by this surprise attack, given time to cast a more powerful barrier spell. "We are under attack," Ida yells, almost in panic. While Bakugo, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki reacts and shift his position to defend from the impending attacker. Izuku decides to take some lessons learned recently from Sakura-sensei and made a pact with wind or air spirits elementals, in order to reduce the casting time. Spirits from air and wind. "I'm pledge you to seal my arm as your domain." Ether Dominus, where swirls of magic wind, with a mild afterglow, swipes along the right Izuku's stretched arm. Izuku then could cast the pretended barrier, Ares Senix Sapiens, Supplex Invocat Pactum Sacris. Terra Autumn Etherize Meus Scutum Meum et Turi Hostibus. That enables to create a magic barrier made from wind elementals that covers the entire former shattered windows of the cafeteria, Dryad Magic Nature Wind Shield. Even during the rush and panic, several students, including the astonished Shinzo, becomes mesmerized with an awry feeling that something was odd. Now, he manipulate air. Izuku then jumps from his former position on one of lunching tables to the entrance hall, while some of his classmates also jumps to there. Then a fast black shadow flashes almost from nowhere, while tries to blast the magic barrier that Izuku once casts, Bakuretsu Shuriken, meaning explosive shurikens, while the foe grins maliciously and throws a swarm of shurikens that explodes on middle air, increasing the damages and panic. Izuku reacts and casts a magic sword, Bellators Prisca Spirituum et Kalo et Terrae. Pactamium et Gladium. Dryad Magic Wind Sword. Using the same air magic, just to be blocked by a strange young adult dressed like an ancient ninja, using his ninjato blade. The vision of this purple and black ninja could be comical, if it wasn't the murderous intent, so. This is the famous sorcerer that the major told to me, and Izuku's eyes widens and becomes confused about the enemy remark. What are you? Izuku's voice tone turns to be more wrathful, and why you suddenly attack innocent students? Sorry. My name is. Sounds Speed Sonic, the ninja grins, and his eyes widens, and dishonored ninja working to my major. Sounds Speed Sonic? Katsuki gasps. WTF is that stupid name? A rare villain with weapons, says Yaoyorozu, while uses his creation quirk to make a sword. Someone here with any communication device should warn the pro heroes to come here. And yells to anyone with a cell phone or smartphone to warn the UE security system. Sonic jumps and propels around the ceiling, walls, and floor, jumping and bouncing at an increasing pace, making almost impossible to follow the ninja's speedy movement. The energetic and troublemaker blonde Katsuki decides to take a strike, jumping using his explosion quirk, tempting to punch the ninja. Nice try. Sonic makes a childish smile, before throw daggers against a confused Katsuki. He badly had time to regret the bad moment. Katsuki was been hit by a swarm of kunai daggers, and lose consciousness due to the several wounds, causing alarm and cries along the nearest piers. Izuku, on meantime quickly hold him, remove the daggers, and casts a heal spell, while holds a raged face. Meanwhile Todoroki uses his ice quirk to create an ice wall to protect the students. Waha, shouts the malicious ninja voice, can you ever match my speed? Before everyone could answer, Sonic launched another swarm of explosive shurikens, blasting the Todoroki's ice wall, and sending several injured students against the walls, or the entrapped ones. What kind of quirk this insane had? Ida tries to recover from the initial attack. Izuku just finishes to remove the daggers from Katsuki, and casts another healing spell, just to avoid more BLD losses. The ninja stops on the top of Lunch Rush signboard, and laughs. May a kind of strength power, but I don't ever care about it, since I was training since young on my secret ninja village. An old school villain, Izuku sighs, but how you managed to enter here, bypassing the electronic school gates? Sonic laughs and then explains, I just run at my sound speed run, and it just fine. Izuku eyes widens, and then grits his jaws, but it requires an insane speed. After all, the sound speed Sonic name already answered that question, but a little before, a group of mass media journalists was grouping on the school entrance. Some minutes earlier. In fact, a few minutes before, 100 journalists was waiting permission from the UE to enter, since they want make some scoops, ranging from the All Might's new job as a teacher, to the new UE's best promising students. Unknown to them, a cloaked male figure appears and waits on the top of an electricity wooden pole. He could wait to the gate security guard to open the door, once the permissions are set, but it was the sound speed Sonic, and waiting is not a word that deserves to be written on his own dictionary. Like a mad childishness game, Sonic blasts, and use the maximum reference points, like a pole, a wall, or even a trash bin, to use the reflective momentum impact in order to increase his speed. Use the ninjato blade to cut, behead, or slash the bodies, while runs around the journalists, who now screams in panic and tries to run, just to be killed a fraction of second later. The former journalist's position helps Sonic to murder them in a few seconds, and them jumps and propels against a reinforced concrete wall that was almost of the opposite side of the UE entrance gates, and propels at an insane speed, probably half of the speed of the sound, and pass through the gate, even it could close totally. As a bonus, Sonic also beheads the 2 security guards, just before it could react. And then, Sonic could invade UE without waiting. Sonic Rampage. Once Sonic finishes explanation, Izuku minds suches from a bewilderment face, to a bloodthirsty rage, and a wrathful emanating aura, how you dare to kill innocent people. And release his fangs, even you won't be welcomed by the villains, since the majority of villains also have their own ethics. Sonic instead to answer, jumps and delivers a rotative spinning kick, Fujinkyaku, which means wind blade kick, that breaks the Quen sign that Izuku casts a second earlier. Even with the broken magic shield, the vampire manages to reduce the recoil impact against the floor. The pro heroes receive the alarm notification and start to run to the cafeteria, expecting that no one would be killed. The fastest one was the Kamui Woods, who notice first the rogue ninja. However, Sonic just ignores and applies one of his finishing moves, ninjutsu, and starts to sidesteps until creates several afterimages, Jukajutsu, which means burial of 10 shadows, Chisenki, to increase the damage and makes a scatter slaughter with his ninjato blade against Izuku. Izuku could barely react before it could receive a serious damage. Now it's time to play more seriously, and then starts to use more powerful magic spells. Are you holding too much? Weakling. Sonic escalates quickly. Finally, the green-haired vampire strikes strong. Enemy foolishness. Release the revenge of Underworld. And cast a firestorm against every conceivable direction. Impellitteri. The last spell that Izuku causing huge destruction of the walls inside the cafeteria, but the quirks of Todoroki and Momo reduce the debris impact. And also scatters and blasts Sonic against the ceiling, just to receive another Izuku's spell, since it was also wrathful. Seek. Spirits of Lightning. Destroy. The BLD Fire of Death. And when Sonic prepares to escape from the crater blasted on the ceiling, Izuku casts the magic spell against him, Voivod. The last spell blasts the armor and clothes of Sonic, where also gives an huge electric and burning shock. The almost naked ninja falls flat to the ground, while holds a belt with some weapons. Very well. Sonic grins again, and I will give a nice present to you. As Sonic starts to run at insane speeds, full frontal attack. Izuku slides and delivers an ice magic spell, even it could burn his hands, due to his weakness against extreme cold. Great ancient king of northern ices, I pledge your forged pact. And manage to cast a stream of ice, where resembles a little the Todoroki's ice quirk. May your enemies be annihilated by the realm of ice and snow. But Sonic swiftly managed to divert. Extreme Zero Intense Froze Wave. Before the ice could freeze him, Biscaya. From all Izuku's classmates, Shudo was one with the most terrified face. When witnessed the Biscaya spell, WF. He managed to use ice techniques. For many students, the result was astonishing. They witness a powerful villain that still manages to fight using his own physical and skill forces, instead to rely on his quirk. But the green-hair student, who almost they know that was also a vampire, also display his real powers during the fight. This monster is not normal, said one student. How many quirks they control? Why he spoke nonsenses about death, demons, before use their quirk. Other student, which appears to be a bit more rational, noticed the strange requirements to Izuku cast his supposed quirk powers. Once the whole action appears to stall due to the dangerous standoff, finally the first pro-hero, Kamui Woods, managed to arrive, and witness with great horror the carnage and destruction delivered by the villain and the green-haired student. The utter chaos makes him fear the possible causalities from the whole fighting. First of all, Kamui Woods tries to calm down the students, while realize that everyone was alive, once makes some questions, and makes a quick scan. Then he could focus to catch the villain, but Sonic fires to another extreme speed run against him, and slices all wooden arms until it was about to slice the pro-hero by half. Fortunately, Izuku managed to save him and blast the crazy ninja to the outside. I summon the fiery power blast from the fallen heroes, and hails loudly, damned. How this Dmed hellish curse survived this? Said Izuku while Katsuki and Momo yells to stop. Izuku, please, recover your senses. Even so, Sonic repeats the same carnage with the burial of 10 shadows, while adds explosive shurikens to the recipe. The ruthless of this adversary snaps Izuku, that releases all wrath he possesses, while interlace his fingers of his hands, and starts to meditate, while also Katsuki snaps, and yells in pure terror, Deku. Do not use this, making several students frightened to the sudden yell, and the strange pose that the vampire make. My ancient demon servants, guardians of burning marshes. I honor your BLD pact, while the last signs and active magic spells that Izuku casts earlier fades, and deflects some of the shrapnel that Sonic sends, lend your powers, and reduce my enemy to nothingness. Finally, Izuku casts the dark ball against Sonic at the precise time when he jumps into the air, and launches another sequence of attacks, Napalm Death. Then a giant firestorm and poison mist explodes, blasting everything above the UE campus, like an aerial burst explosion. What is going on? Many students never witness such variety of quirks techniques been used by the same person. Apparently, the ninja would be instantaneously killed by such explosion, but he just escaped by his own extreme speed capability, along the fact Izuku had an abnormal low magic energy output, as Izuku still recovers from the Metal Knight incident. Sonic managed to survive, Izuku as himself witness. It just escape. Even the speedy ninja retreats with severe burns. WTF was that? Todoroki was just witness won the best Izuku magic spells. By other hand, Shinso was also in state of shock, an aerial blast created by him. While imagine, if he could use it on sports festival he can kill everyone. Finally Aizawa arrives to the scene and witness the all confusion, and focus on the enraged and tired Izuku's face, who slams his fist against the floor, blasting a huge chunk of the marble slab. What's happened? Yells Aizawa, while slaps Izuku, who recovers his usual self. Why you use the Dark Schneider's grimoire techniques inside Yui? Izuku snaps and answers, because it was the most effective method to handle the sound speed Sonic, the murderous ninja villain. With a voice filled with wrath. Once his own rage bursts, Izuku's face sullen. But Aizawa understands the situation. It was a tragedy. Even the infamous ninja escapes, and every student was alive. The brutal death of about 100 journalists was unacceptable. Shinso the strange name, WTF is a Dark Schneider's grimoire. While thinks, but a grimoire is something they read on some manga and anime, and chills, don't mean. This green hair vampire is a magician, and also remembers the short dialogue with him, Vriko Warlock, and them connect the dots. He's a sorcerer, and almost screams, but managed to avoid. Why such dangerous thing was ever admitted to Yui? Several minutes later, the cafeteria was evacuated, and some of them receive psychological and medical assistance. Izuku even needs to drink a lot of cold green tea to calm down, as their anxiety was on high levels. Once Izuku calms down, also by Aizawa's own request, starts to heal the wounds and psychological traumas using the healing spells and witcher signs most adequate to the effect. After all, if Izuku don't use his powers at full extent, many students could be killed, and even his colleges was afraid of him. His actions actually saved everyone from a terrible villain. The police and the media was on a frenzy about a new and mysterious villain, which don't have many known records. And also his quirk was unknown. The name, Sound Speed Sonic, could be a comical joke, unless the fact they murder easily several journalists, and could kill scores of Yui students, if a monstrous and peculiar student wasn't present at the right time. At least, the media could display it was a rare vampire student, but hides his name for safety, and many people would think that the fact of vampire along the human students, albeit the negative social discrimination, actually saved almost half of the Yui students from a certain death, release shockwaves along the internet and the Hero Association, the official organism that handles the heroic activity. Once Izuku returned to his home, on the same day of the Sonic attack, her was infinitively worried, and she couldn't calm down until receive his son safe at home. Why such thing happens? His worrisome mother asks. Oh my god, mom. Izuku sighs, a ninja runs straight on the Yui entrance gates, while kills everything on his path, and then attack the cafeteria. But those gates will not closed if a strange tries to invade, Inko questions. The main problem is this person runs so fast that the door don't have enough time to close. A speed quirk? The ninja folklore portraits those villains as a very speedy stealth warriors, but this sample was insanely fast. And also brings weapons. They use a sword capable to murder and destroy, while also launches scores of explosives, shurikens, and kunais. That's very odd. His mother was really shocked. Normally, quirk users don't use weapons, since it is very redundant. However, if it was not my powers, including the Dark Schneider ones, probably many students would be merciless killed, and Izuku face frowns and almost cries. The Yui principal calls some time ago, says Inko, to thank you, since you saved so many innocent students. But I couldn't save the journalists queuing on entrance gate. Since you was eating on the cafeteria, which was you was supposed to do, And his mother bites Izuku's neck as a embracing compliment. You simply can't be at two different places and reacts at the optimal time. That's right, Mum. Take this fresh BLD mixed with ginger and green tea to calm down. Izuku nods and drinks, even it was the second time that he had to drink bloody tea. 2 weeks later, almost 2 weeks later, about half of full magic vitality of Izuku was naturally recovered, and also was a special day, as Aizawa announced at whole class that today will go to a special training field. Good morning, everyone. Aizawa announces, I want both of you to go dress with your hero costumes, since in about 20 minutes you will be driven to a bus, which destination will be the special training field, USJ. Wow, many of them exclaimed. It is another hero training lecture, Izuku sighs. And everyone brings their costumes, and dress them as fast they can. Also, Izuku would bring the giant sword along him, as he, since the ninja strike, thinks that something big could be happen again. The bus trip would take about half an hour, enough time to everyone begins to chat, and trying to pull off the moods and feelings of everyone. Karo pokes the frog quirk user Tsuyu. Midoriya powers are terrible powerful, isn't it? Everyone stare his eyes against Izuku, who stays calm and floating along his thoughts, before even dare to answer, beyond any reasonable scale, says Ida. The ice and cold quirk user Todoroki frown a little before dares to speak, especially during the ninja incident, when he cast all fire, lightning, blizzard, wind and blasting spells against a crazy young male. Oh, the sound speeds Sonic Ninja, says Izuku. Why he had such stupid name? Katsuki intervenes with some mad mood. At first, all words begins with the letter S, and probably plays a quiz game with this powers, says Kirishima. But it is a very dangerous and technician-skilled assassin, like the ancient ninjas could make it. Izuku speaks with a more fainted and resentful tone. After all, the police couldn't find any useful information about that Sonic, and even the usual villains gives a booed rejection, says Kaminari. Probably it was a mercenary or a terrorist under some strong patronage, said Yuga. Izuku snaps from his apparent frowsiness and recalls, mercenary? And remembers, as you says that. He said that was working for a major, where I don't know if it was his boss code name or the respective military rank. Military? Ida intervenes. Since the quirks overtakes the average humanity, the military structure itself changes, but some countries like the Russia or South Korea, all heroes are part of their respective army, such as the Black Ops, Special Forces or even the infantry, unlike the civilian use like our country, Japan. While on United States, they have civilian and military-grade heroes, Izuku answers, and if I born on those countries, I probably would be sent to a military academy, and life forever as soldier, with lethal force and license to kill. Honestly, Katsuki makes a wise remark, military heroes are an absolute nonsense. And a total betrayal of this own concept, and points to Izuku, especially when you can live about an entire millennium unlike the rest of us, who barely can achieve to live an entire century, and finishes, and living 1,000 years on the battlefield as a special soldier without get a civilian life, for me, it is outrageous. As everyone agrees, the moody atmosphere changes as both notice that the bus arrives on the respective destination. Aizawa also was listening their students chatting, but he also agrees that was outrageous to force a quirk user to live as a military soldier, when the majority of them had a more law enforcement view of a hero, and acts more like a special police unit, acting under civilian regulations, than a military unit. This remark snaps Aizawa, since his thoughts also make sense, while remembers the same strange behavior of the Metal Knight disastrous incident. After all, Metal Knight was a soldier, and the murderous ninja behavior reveals from his demeanor that he had once a military-grade training. The entire 1A class enter inside the huge dome that was called USJ, but once both enter the installations, the blinded door closes and shuts strangely, the main power source of electricity was cut off, and such to the secondary systems, while some alarms activated. Aizawa notices, from one computer screen located at the entrance hall, that an infamous skull and bonus text art appears, giving the warning sign of alarm, be alert. The entire USJ security system was destroyed by a cybernetic and malware attack. WTF? What? Todoroki yells, astonishing and hacking incident here? This may be caused due to the same major patronage action, says Izuku. Some of students rams against the wooden doors that enters the interior dome, and notice that someone already used a kind of warp quirk, and something invades from that portal. Also from outside, 4 black helicopters appears, in a clear coordinated attack. Then about 100 apparent soldiers, carrying heavy machine guns, others some kind of rocket-propelled grenades, and even laser-guide anti-tank missiles. At a first glance, the students notices that all enemies wear a Nazi insignia on their arm braces once exists the portal. Later more enemies follows the path, but appears to be like classic and opportunistic villains, where one of them was covered by hands. At last, the students made an astonished face when a kind of floating chair cast by some magic spell appears. Seated inside was a big and fat old man, with all Nazi heraldry who just speak, Guten Morgen. Wir sind die Millennium Army, die von mir geführt word, der Major, and change the language, and I present 2 of my trustful spies. And then the armored metal knight and the ninja sounds speed Sonic, along the strange-faced villain reunites along their chief, and not forget the third, which is me, the real descendant of Abigail, the hellish sorcerer, and the real great enemy of Dark Schneider, and Bose, my name is Tamura. Then, everyone from Class 1A was in total state of shock. On the middle of a screwed-up lecture. The strange trance that holds the entire 1A class was dispelled once both helicopters starts to launch air-to-ground missiles, blasting the dome ceiling first, and then start to strike positions held by the horrified hero students. Many of them never expected that a lecture focused on disaster and rescue management, which was the overwhelming majority of heroics on Japan, ending with a real military warfare. Metal Knight Aizawa rages and tries to activate the erasing quirk to the incoming villains. Can you explain this? While points to the Major. I'm only a mercenary working for the best bounty. And you call to yourself a hero? Aizawa bites his fangs. You are no more than a terrorist. Who cares? Metal Knight turned back and ignores further dialogue. Us? You only betrays us. And Aizawa runs against the villains and mercenary soldiers. Boden Boringen. Shout Tamura when cast a shockwave spell that blasts the place and tears up the ground at the precise point where the entire class holds together. The chaos unfolded was quickly availed by another villain who appears to use a more classical warp quirk, which scatters all students and thrown against the small pool lake, the landslide zone, and an imitation of a destroyed city by an earthquake. Izuku cast 20 magic overboards to hold the affected students, including himself, to land safely. Even so, all other magic overboards, except their one, quickly dispelled after some seconds, but managed to save his entire classmates from several injuries, or even death. Aizawa, by contrast, manages to escape from the powerful blast, and lands safely at some place. Women. Nazi soldiers on both sides, exclaims Katsuki, when faces the earthquake zone with 5 soldiers that starts to fire with their machine guns. Luckily Tokoyami was nearest, so using his dark shadow quirk pushes Bakugu to the ground, avoiding the bullet swarm. One of the rogue soldiers approaches almost instantaneously and bites the Tokoyami's neck, where yells in pain, and Katsuki, horrified, screams in panic. A second latter, a lightning bolt and an ice spear flying at high speed hits the Nazi soldier, and also a vampire, causing great pain to him, and forced to release Tokoyami. It was one of the Izuku's magic elemental arrows spell casts. Todoroki, in a pure rage demeanor, creates an ice wall that freezes the infamous soldier, and seconds later, Izuku arrives, using his own magic overboard, and casts the Igni sign at higher grade to incinerate the frozen enemy. It was not so powerful compared to the Venom or Exodus spells, but at last not reduce the targets into ashes. This kind of vampire are unnatural and have a poisonous BLD. Izuku bites Todoroki to remove the poison and then applies a poison healing spell, Venenum Sanguis Sanitatum. And when the cure was successful, Percuro. Katsuki recovers from the shock, while plays to avoid the frightfulness sentiments that was running inside his body. I need to lead us to regroup. Are you sure? Izuku notices the fear displayed on his eyes. Well, I'm counting to you. Todoroki quickly frees the remaining, while Izuku propels to another zone, and Katsuki grabs Todoroki to go to another area. While Izuku flies, using his magic overboard, the infamous sound Speed Sonic Ninja suddenly attacks Izuku from the mid-air, giving first a spinning body kick, and later a swarm of explosive shurikens. The heavy armor that Izuku vests helps him to absorb the impact from the insane ninja, avoiding the need to cast protective spells just to reduce physical damage too early. While Izuku uses their Witcher signs to avoid armor strain due to the attack barrage of Sonic, as him punches, tackles and smashes at an insane cadence and speed, Izuku also uses a powerful punch aided by Krav Maga martial arts techniques to blast the Sonic body. I'm not a puny sorcerer, BSRD. And blasts Sonic to the ground with a karate chop. The Berserker arrives. The young vampire lands on landslide area, facing about 30 soldiers loaded with all weaponry possible, projecting fear, and an impeding horrible death. There was also the majority of girls, and some male students, like Aijishima and Kaminari, facing the impeding doom. The electric quirk of Kaminari helps to deflect the successive waves of villains' attacks, while the hardening quirk of Aijishima acts like an armor to make charged attacks. Due to relative success of several students, enemy reinforcements from other zones begins to regroup here. In a matter of a minute time, some additional 40 villains, where appears mainly to some adventurous common villains who likes to join such mission in order to gain bad fame, even risking their lives for a dish of peas, also arrive to block any possible escape route. I shouldn't waste much vitality to wipe out small frays, says Izuku, then I will establish my basic strategy. Izuku then decide to pick his giant sword, who was resting on the scabbard located on their back, below the cape. The huge sword with 1 meter long, and placed diagonally on the sided scabbard, 40 centimeter wide and 10 centimeter thick, was a huge single piece of metal made from an iron, titanium and osmium alloy, weighing about 1 ton. For Izuku, wavering such piece of metal was just easy, only using brute force. Even his colleagues known that Izuku can handle heavy objects, they still know that seeing anyone carrying a 1-ton sword was anything beyond the sanity. Even several enemies expressed a confusing outlook. What's the deal with this guy? He can wave with such a monstrous piece of metal? Said a panicked villain. Izuku surprises everyone when he cast on the sword an additional awaking ritual to honor his third bloodline ancestor, Exciter, Magno Animo Mio Bellator. And a dark red aura emanates from the Izuku body, giving both for their classmates and adversaries a strange deadly feeling, 40 Animo Nigri AC Valim. And the skills inherited from the long-forgotten black swordsman was unrevealed. Libera me rex nesimus cur sumum potestatis, and Izuku said his name, my third great ancestor. Bloodline. The king of berserkers. The great berserk black swordsman, Guts. Meanwhile Katsuki and Todoroki runs as fast they can, to arrive on the landslide area, just to witness the huge presence of enemies around some of his colleges and also Izuku, who was now covered by a bloodthirsty dark aura. What's happened here? Katsuki asks. I don't like this, Todoroki said with an unpleasant look. The great berserk, Guts? Said one villain, and so, while others said something. Izuku, instead to answer, runs while holds his sword with his 2 hands, and with a fast slash, cuts 4 villains that stays aligned into half, killing them by the worst bloodiest way possible. The other villains become shocked, and falls to an awe state, as Izuku chops more of them, as they are mere vegetables on a table. Some villains tries to use their quirks, but are blocked by the Axii psychic sign, or disabled by the Ard shield blast sign. The main problem is the fact that Izuku should release one of his hand to cast a spell, reducing a little the sword's speed and accuracy. Izuku could even cast the only magic spell ever recorded by Guts, Malefic OD Swarming Field, which guide the magic vitality to increase Izuku powers, while augments the slashing speed and force given by the sword. Once the sword was covered by a magic coating, Izuku tested the sword with a villain that was merciless sliced even with this mutation hardening quirk active. Then, in a matter of seconds, all villains was defeat and all died. Also Izuku once beheads one big villain. He drops his fangs and drinks the maximum possible quantity of BLD. Deku? Katsuki was terrible stunned by the horrific vision of dead bodies, cruel deaths, and lots of spilled BLD that his childhood friend delivers. A few seconds later, Izuku casts the impellatory spell to blast the soldiers' weapons. Later he simply cuts by half or third parts, or slashes using their giant sword. Since their BLD was toxic, Izuku burns the bodies and spilled BLD with a venom cast, to avoid further problems. His armor, blade and cape was covered by BLD, but manages to regain his own self, in a pure act of defiance against Tamura. But for some colleges, the whole USJ trip was become a freak show of mass murder. Tamura, Abigail, counterattacks. Reacting by the swift annihilation of almost their invading force by only 2 vampires, Tamura orders all soldiers to fire all heavy weaponry against them, while the remaining villains rams against other students. In reality, by own malefic Tamura perspective, every quirk-based villain, except the warp quirk user Kurogiri, in general wasn't really anything that deserved to care about. Once he could say, they are just cannon fodder. For the majority of students, their quirks was enough to inflict several damage. The Battle-Tide Swift could give a huge moral boost to win this fight. The Abigail's descendant Tamura grins, and gives a huge cold laugh, once he casts a disruptive spell, using his right hand and smashes against the ground to create a dim inflating bubble. Die Personlichkeit für null nichtig Erklären. And everyone caught by these bubble, while expands to fit the entire USJ dome, suddenly lose all quirks. Aizawa just lose his eraser quirk, which could be their end, if wasn't a vampire. Eraserhead don't like to use vampiric magic, or any vampiric powers, unless he faced no alternative. Aizawa now gambles with his strong physical body build, and a weak telekinesis vampire ability that was unaffected by Tamura's spell. Strong quirked students like Todoroki and Katsuki becomes astonished and now underpowered, as they are suddenly exposed to the soldiers' dreadful powers. The weak villains also lose their quirks, provoking panic and confusion along them. Few of them was swiftly to notice that they are the praise to the rogue Nazi soldiers. However, Kurogiri's quirk was unaffected, since it was together with Tamura and partly shielded by own presence. Even with such issues, some of soldiers from Tamura's own private army don't have quirks at all. And once the anti-quirk field was placed, Sonic and Metal Knight advances to another strike. Sound Speed Sonic was still recovering from the impact delivered by Izuku and then jumps from the crater, while finally Metal Knight advances to the bewildered students who have their quirks disabled, but not expect that sudden strike by those two. Missiles Carnage. Launch. Metal Knight launches a swarm of short-range missiles against the confused students scattered around the earthquake and landslide zones, but most of them kills the villains, then the students itself. With a Surge Duty slide, and casting some summoning ritual calls, Aizawa runs and uses his telekinesis to deflect the missile's path to avoid a direct hit against his students. Aizawa-sensei, says Todoroki, had a non-quirk special power? It is quite normal for a vampire. It's my magic powers, answers Aizawa, like Midoriya's ones, but Todoroki blushes by some enviousness, since Izuku's magic powers are too higher even for a vampire of his age. Quirk users like Tsuyu or Tokoyami, while not revert to their human forms, due to several irreversible physical mutations, becomes more a lifeless organs, losing his movement capabilities. Others, like the Mineta who stays on water, or Siro, who use a tape creation quirk, all their mutations loses his powers, and could evolve to necrosis. Izuku then casts the infamous Exodus spell to reduce several Nazi vampire soldiers and all former quirked villains into burning torches, ending it all at ashes, bones and grease. The gathered BLD of some of villains helps a little to recover some magic vitality, but still need to rationalize the use of magic spells. Without warning due to relentless ninja, Izuku makes a twisted movement to avoid a carnage of bombs, kunais and shurikens flying from nowhere, as notices the Sonic ninja bumps and flies as fast Izuku remembers during the lunch rush incident. Izuku was intrigued, "You run as fast as I remember. Even the self-proclaimed Abigail successor nullifies my mate's quirks, you appears to be unaffected." Sonic grins, and laughs like a mad children, where several 1A students also recovers his senses to pay attention, Baka. and holds his ninjato blade on attack position. I don't have any stupid quirk. For many students' shock or disbelief, my speed was gained only after years of training and some tricks, and explains after a brief bad suspense, due to a basic enchantment. And concludes, however, my ninja skills was only learned from pure training and practice. Izuku eyes wide while remarks, it makes sense. The best ninjas had some form of magic, and you inherited a speed spell, even it requires a tricky management to activate it. Shall he play? Says Sonic, while tries to cut Izuku's head in an almost impossible velocity. Very ingenious, Izuku blocks and blasts Sonic against the black portal. Damned. Metal Knight was perplexed due to the last vampire strike, and that ninja was delivered to the sender. But also receives another powerful punch from Aizawa himself, and you will also fly like previously you did, just to crash beneath the portal. The Major plays fool. The entire invasion army was totally defeated, but it was nothing new for the Major, as he proclaims, Soldaten. Hutverlieren were die Schlacht, aber der Krieg ist gerade erst begonnen, and plays a recorded sound from the Second World War German anthem, while speaks, my Millennium Army. I love war, and continues, I love war. My destiny is to prepare my army to the current war, and the next war, while thinking the following war after that, and every war beyond the previous ones, and grins, I also thinking about every war in the future, present and the past. For all eternity. Tamura also plays a little, like my Major says we like war. My sensei was also pleased by Major love. But the Major speak another provocative announcement, I like this war, a war without objectives, or any conceivable missions, just to fulfill my love to war. Making everyone from 1A class sick and disdained. I love the bombings, artillery barrages, merciless civilian and military causalities. If I could, no, I shall bomb and destroy both my enemy and my ally. Just to make me pleasure. And grins while drinks a glass of a Germanic white wine, just to scatters to the ground, yelling, Prosit? Izuku and Aizawa both said the same thing. This Major is just a big, fat terrorist. While both clenched his fists, unforgivable. Finally the Major requests to come back, while also Metal Knight does the same, since it was just waste all ammunition, resting Tamura and Kurogiri just to hold the portal. Now, I start the second phase of my game, and their left hand casts black grounded portals, where a strange substance flows and forms ugliest monsters, Todlish Daminen, die Aus menschlichen Sunden Gebern werden, and forms a taller and strong humanoid creature, Irieb Dyke von Danem Zauberstab. And both starts to run at high speeds, Uendi and Fessel Danen Zorn gegen Dane feigned, and yells, Gross Vergeltungswaffen, Numis. The Numis starts to punch and break everything on the path, including the remaining Nazi soldiers, who just stay as sacrifice, but inflict great damage to every students. Katsuki was blasted by a punch from one of Numis, while Izuku could witness, almost bewildered, the force of impact. Unforgivable. Izuku wrath and rage starts to release. They are all temporally quirkless, but you send more powerful enemies, just to receive an empty silence from Tamura. While Izuku thinks the best counterattack, he notices that the 4 helicopters now use the hole for the ceiling dome to enter inside, probably to unleash a last artillery barrage against the 1A classmates, who now will be merciless killed. The BLD that was drink earlier helps Izuku to boost his vitality enough to cast a more powerful spell, and this wasn't really a choice, since he needs to end quickly this fight, or the fatigue will break him and everyone could be captured or killed. It will be like hell, but I need to end this quickly, says Izuku, while raises his sword to the sky and starts to cast a new destructive spell. Gran. Halford. That radiate 4 cardinal seals, that serve as a medium to seal their targets on air, land, and even under the small water pool, using several bloodied magic circles, created by Izuku's own BLD, I summon my 4 giant servant demons, engulfing the targets, that was the 4 helicopters and some Numis, inside into a kind of black spheres with some dark glow and lightning at the surface. Now, cackle and bray your utter agony and hatred, while the interior of that spheres heats, and compress like a collapsing star, rise of mega atomic destruction. and Izuku blasts a dark flare to the collapsing spheres, ending with an explosion, Judas Priest. This spell obliterates both by extreme heat, reaching several millions degrees, and pressures, reaching a few millions of megapascals, which is by a tiny fraction of second, the temperature of a small mass star and pressure that exists on giant Jovian planets. The final explosion was confined by a force field created during the spell itself, while the energy was about 1/4 of the expected, due to the fact Izuku was only recovers half of their magic vitality powers. Even with such restriction, the reduced energy helps to avoid further damage, and redirects the blast to the outside, by the hole on the dome ceiling. Once the magic fades, any content inside the black spheres was no more than dust. This kind of spell almost ends the vitality reserves of Izuku, while both his classmates was totally bewildered about the effects of such destructive technique. "I don't end here," says Izuku, even his last spell caused several injuries, including bleeding. "What a powerful implosion spell," thinks Aizawa, but it wasn't so powerful like the one he cast during the Metal Knight training week. Izuku, without regret anything, releases a new ritual summon enchantment, Vetus Regni Mediocris Tails Autumn Perfusa Flexuosis Plenum Lunam Quirunter. Arcanes tua et voluntatibus supplant argressus, and then their BLD flows around the giant sword, ordinators et strators leguncularum bellatorum, perdidit fantasia indi regna. And a blue moonlight glows on his sword, gloriam tuum non oblitus imperii factus pactionibus, and signs the ritual chant with his BLD along the blade. Another kind of spell? Tsuyu was ingenuously curious. "It's a ritual summoning spell," explains Aizawa. "Some magic requires rituals to gather the required requisites needed to work, and size. If you take some quirks, as examples, some of your main attacks requires special preparation, and the concept of a ritual will be natural." "Quirks with rituals." "Right, both students exclaimed. This ritual enables his giant sword to release the vitality released the full moonlight, which is an absolute requirement for this powerful spell. Where Izuku uses both hands to hold the sword like a magic wand, he begins the enchantment. Kazerd, Hulserd, Kiski, Kit, Anson, Groskov, Silk, and a giant bright vortex forms about 5 meters ahead Izuku position. Cast all wise men of Hades and gather the 7 circles keys of hell. And the vortex glows red and increases size. Open the gates of Tartarus and unleash total destruction. And then a giant flare blasts from Izuku, aided by this sword, Halloween. The Halloween magic spell simply obliterates the remains of the Millennium Army, including the Numis monsters, while the rescue scenario facilities also burns, explodes, or was simply transformed by a hot convective plasma. The spell only lasts less than 3 seconds, but the destruction was only comparable, even about 1/10 of, the Black Sabbath powerful spell. Meanwhile, at the moment of the Halloween spell cast, Tamura managed to flee Trough the Kurogyri's portal, and close at the exact moment when the 10 megaelectron volt, 10 MeV, particle beam, more than 100,000 million Kelvin, slams against the target. The sudden Tamura's escape, along the major itself, breaks the magic spell that cancels all students' quirks. Even so, Izuku couldn't hide his rage. A second late, and Tamura would be fried, mumbles Izuku. The battle aftermath. The entire hero class 1A was survived, and their quirks returns, but both had severe burns, bruises, and injuries. Even Izuku or Aizawa was not exception. "I lost about all of my vitality, and now I need more 4 weeks to recover totally," says Izuku, who almost faints, but managed to use the sword to hold himself from failing. WTF. Is that thing? Todoroki or Bakugo stutters, and also was stunned. Halloween. Aizawa, even in state of shock, pokes fun. "I prefer the Halloween party than this." Once everyone confirms that nobody could harm them, Izuku holds a grip and bites the Katsuki neck. "To drink some BLD. WTF are you doing, bloodsucker Deku?" says Katsuki. He could punch to Izuku's face just to force him to unhook their fangs. "Sorry," says Izuku, "I'm thirsty." The entire class giggles and reliefs a little from his adrenaline and stress, since the battle was over, but the entire USJ installations, where Aizawa explains that's mean by some old all-might joke, the United States of Jeopardy, was almost razed to the ground. Surprising, Izuku could cast another set of magical overboards, just to leave the 21 members to outside, but his powers was falling, and don't have much time to hold. Everyone was tried to call help from outside, Denki asks. I sent a text. Message from my smartphone, Aizawa answers, now we need to wait. Izuku's last magical vitality reserves begins to fail, especially during the landing on the outside, where the police, the paramedics along firefighters, ambulances and armored cars joins the sight. Fortunately, Izuku managed to guarantee a safe landing, and the law enforcement officers could begin his work to understand the extraordinary circumstances about a simple hero simulation exercise ending with a real warfare battle. A mother's son love. Inko Midoriya rushes to the hospital where his son and Aizawa stays, but she was relieved that the main injuries was easily recoverable, thanks God. Why my son attracts such horrible fighting? Don't worry, Mom, said Izuku, when his mom hugs him, I'm fine, I just need BLD and a couple of days resting on hospital. You should be proud to give BRH to such extraordinary vampire, said Aizawa. Oh, you are the pro-hero vampire. Inko was also surprised. And one of the first vampires with a quirk, while I also have a vampire power related to telekinesis. Like me, answers Inko. But honestly, how he can be such a powerful sorcerer? Aizawa express his real feelings and fears about Izuku. I just saw many quirks and excellent powerful students, but Izuku had a plethora of insane and destructive spells. It was derived from my husband's side, even it was originally a human, but already a rogue transformed vampire by the time we married. So, Izuku born as a genuine pure BLD vampire. But the sorcerer powers was passed from previous father's ancestors, but require a vampire to be the host of such powers. But also says, it matches my own research? Whatever, Inko nods and exits. It can be a vampire, a monster, a sorcerer, a hero, or anything he can be named. But first it's my son. Thanks, Mom. Izuku smiles and nods. A day later, Aizawa and Izuku could return to their homes, and due to the USJ disaster, all classes was suspended by 1 week, to allow security reinforcements, and gives times to their students recover from the injuries. The news spoiled after the USJ incident was a little delicate and embarrassing to the UE's staff board, prompting them to stay on low profile in order to avoid sensitive leakage. Wild rumors about a school hero lecture ending with a military invasion by a Nazi rogue army floats the internet, or a student capable to wipe out scores of villains and even weapons or helicopters, spreads like a wildfire. The official UE stance was to minimize the information or control damage, while promotes the next yearly UE Sports Festival to overcome or divert the media frenzy. Katsuki visit a gamer's vampire house. After the USJ incident, the classes was suspended for the rest of week, given time to Izuku trains his physical body, and recovers from the huge strain that his body suffered. And since he need to rest at regular times, he shifts some of own time schedule to play video games, before alternating to physical training. Magic training was suspended during that PRD, for much Inko's relief. Even recovering and relaxing at home, where his mother goes to shopping, Izuku could hear the doorbell ringing, and since it was during the daytime, it becomes a little nervous, since it is rare to someone go to his home, a neighbor. While thinks, much of them already knows that is a vampire house, so they avoid them at all costs, but runs to the door, I'm coming. Izuku opens the door, and becomes astonished, Kaken, and says, why are you here? Then, Deku, Katsuki snarls, I'm live just a couple blocks away, and I just wanted to visit you. Go on, Izuku answers, and grabs Katsuki to the living hall. Katsuki notices that the house was always with the window blinds closed, or exceptionally open at some house division, as long they don't stay on that division. The living hall had a television with a custom-made steam machine plugged in, and some printouts of games manuals placed on the table furniture, including the games from the Assassin's Creed franchise, or the Witcher series was placed here, along some handwritten notes that Izuku writes. TSCK, murmurs the blonde, I don't want to be cynical, even those games are a little underage to you, but you like playing stealth and assassination games? Even on eve of the UE entrance exam, I play a lot of Assassin's Creed 1, 2, 3, Odyssey, Unity and other chapters in order to think the best way to destroy the robots, but Katsuki blushes with some bewilderment. How? While Izuku also blushes due to his own embarrassment and says, since it won't word it at all. I ended like The Witcher, instead. I could assassinate the robots by a hidden blade, and Izuku coughs by surprise, excuse me, destroy a robot using a Witcher sign, and ends with a requiescat in pace. Minute. Izuku was a little confused with the thoughts and sentences, never mind. It's embarrassing that wizards are great literates. Katsuki could see that his vampire friend was a genuine computer gamer, while feel a little relief to witness a nice living room without bloody painting. Izuku then go to his room while brings his friend, since Katsuki only visit his room about 10 years ago, and could see a more gore furniture. WEF is this? Katsuki saw various posters ranging from All Might to vampires, like the Alucard from Hellsing franchise, to some game posters, where the main theme was demons, sorcerers, warlocks or insane vampires. The main desk was filled with books, sheets of papers, notebooks, and some skulls serving as paperweights. The blonde was about to speak when notices some old thread books. The most recent but also thread book that highlights had a nice handwritten title which says, Midoriya Izuku Grimoire, where the blonde reacts, this is your spell book? Oh, you notice it, Kaken, says Izuku softy while bites Katsuki neck, it's my secret. Katsuki flinched by the sudden bite and BLD sking, but managed to react, Deku? Not again. Izuku runs to the bathroom to bring us some gaze and band-aids, while Katsuki notices that Izuku's bed is a normal one, for much relief. However, the genuine curiosity from the human blonde don't avoid for him search along every corner of Izuku's room, just to discovers a coffin placed above the wardrobe. Wawa! Katsuki screams, why you have a coffin? Izuku placed the band-aid on Katsuki's neck before answers, oh, it is just for the Halloween pranks with my mom, and some close relatives, both vampires, while I have some human friends. What a bad taste. Katsuki became a little dizzy when imagined the green hair vampire raising from the coffin with a maniac cold laugh. It still had several months before Halloween, and a real vampire could reveal a huge problem. Another bite, Kaken? Izuku prepares for another bite, with their fangs all elongated. Deku? Of course not. Katsuki reacts by punching with their explosive quirk activated, while Izuku managed to counter using only his own physical force. A few minutes later, once the fighting ends, Katsuki returns to the entrance hall while give an educated goodbye to Izuku before leaving the apartment house. School returns. Once the week classes suspension ends, Aizawa makes a weighted pronouncement, on the next month, the UE Sports Festival begins. Everyone cheers, Banzai, while even Izuku drops his fangs just by his own good mood. Now it is time for quirk training. Just for everyone falls flat, this is the heroic department, not the public education department staff office. Few minutes later, on the gym training field, Aizawa acts like an angry instructor, by treating both his students as some recruits in some military training. We will begin with an endurance 10 kilometers run, later some cool-down exercises. And the last one or the left behind. I will drink his BLD, leaving everyone, but Izuku who just fell annoyed, scared. I will call the police, said someone, then. I will bite you. And Aizawa punish Koda, Sato and Mineta by drinking about a cup of BLD each one. Both of you, listen. And Aizawa enrages, my 100 years grandmother can finish this race in 30 minutes. I want you to make this by half. Everyone blames Aizawa. Your grandmother is at least human. This is world record for a quirkless young adult human. I don't care, so move it, move it, move it. Aizawa flashes his red eyes to disable their quirks at the first 400 meters lap. And the 10 kilometers long run begins, where only Todoroki, Izuku, Yaoizoru and Bakugo manage to finish at time, while others has left behind. Later it was an hellish round of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, just to be a race between Izuku and Todoroki and Bakugo. The others almost fainted, especially the dwarf Mineta, who barely passed the fourth lap. Mineta tries to recover once the endurance race ends when the first ones cross the finish line. The grape-head boy was too exhausted to continue further exercises. Aizawa, oh mercy. Too bad. Aizawa even bites Mineta and drinks a little BLD. You're out. Just to drink more BLD. Siro, leave Mineta to the recovery girl, while also bites and drinks a lot of Siro BLD, and you are also out. Only 3 managed to survive the exercise: Todoroki, Katsuki and Izuku, and Aizawa continues. Then, let's make a 100 kilometers run, where quirks can be used freely, following by 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups and 1,000 squats. And fixes it. Once the first one finishes, the whole exercise ends. So, move it. The 3 boys' minds turns blank when ears the next exercise, but manage to start the race. Izuku finishes the race in about 72 minutes, while the other 2 already fainted at the same time, even much earlier. The teacher grabs the 2 boys and bites them. Once done, and sent behind Izuku, who already drinks some water delivered by Aizawa, without facing enraged against the older vampire. Aizawa says, "Look at them." So much quirk fancy talking, and fails miserably by a simple exercise to be achievable by a superhuman power, while bites and drinks a little more of both Todoroki and Katsuki BLD, but Midoriya, make the other exercises, and Izuku takes almost 2 hours to finishes the exercises, while speak, mercy. I'm really thirsty. At such stage, Aizawa breaks a little as notices that cross some moral red lines, and to ease his cruelty, spoke, fine. Bite me. Without hesitation, Izuku bite and drinks a lot of BLD, that makes Aizawa dizzy and pushes Izuku's head to force him to unhook his fangs. Ah! Midoriya-kun. Izuku snaps and releases his fangs, just to realize how hungry it was. Demonite, Aizawa-sensei, and recovers his breath. Did you ever think that you pushed too much? And almost yells, they are humans, while I and you are vampires. I don't care. Midoriya, and Aizawa yells, and more 1,000 push-ups, just for you. Midoriya's latest test was make a little faster, due to the recent BLD meal, ignoring the other colleges that was astonished and enraged due to the Aizawa ruthlessness. Aizawa, said Todoroki once recovered from the recovery girl infirmary, where's your head when you plan those exercises? Aizawa didn't answer, just count Midoriya's push-ups, 978, 979, 980. Is Deku a commando soldier, or what? Katsuki notices the strong, but alarming falling stamina from his vampire friend. And finally the push-ups was over, 1,000 push-ups done, says Midoriya, when faints due to exhaustion. Go shower. The class is over. Aizawa answer, and the lack of empathy makes everyone enraged, where even Izuku agrees. What's insane, hidden from a corner, all might witness the whole brutal training. If you want to break the entire class just to test Midoriya stamina, all last you had an answer. While notices some men with military uniform pass some intel to Aizawa himself, the SDF was scouting Midoriya. All might refer the self-defense forces, the Japanese military. It's better not to spy too much. Izuku's magic training. During the entire month, Izuku lectures with Sakura-sensei was progressing at own pace. And I make this and that suggestions on the spell formula to complete the flow circle, says the magical arts teacher, and now using this pile of garbage, practice the new own created spell, derived for the Dark Schneider's powers. Izuku meditates and casts the chant formula, Azi, and create a darkness energetic ball, coated by a silver color, breaking the forbidden seal of Cerberus, where the ball size grows, while the Izuku's arms opens and tries to align to the ball, the path for absolute punishment are unleashed. Even it was separated by a safe distance of about 30 meters, cast the burning hailstorm from the forbidden level of underworld, and release the ball with a swift movement from the right brace, release the ultimate plague. Hellish metal. Hailstorm, and explodes the garbage by a rain of melted metal, flames and diffuses a toxic and corrosive smog, Metallica. About 10 tons of trash simply melted and reduced to the basic elements, where the heavy metals simply melted and form a glowing pit that slowly cools. Now I just bring a ton of liquid wasps sealed by metallic containers, and I want to cast this strange ice spell, requests Sakura-sensei. An ice spell from Dark Schneider's grimoire? Izuku dumbfounds. I mainly cast the ice version of the magical arrows so far, that was based on ice element vitality, since all ice spells on Dark Schneider's grimoire are apocryphal. I know, like you, that your affinity with ice is weaker than fire, but you should try it. Meanwhile, driven by own curiosity, Todoroki and Katsuki arrive on the special training field, where by permission of Aizawa and Sakura, they could assist the Izuku's today training. What? An ice spell? Todoroki breaks the silence, but Izuku's affinity is not very high. Todoroki can have a ice-type quirk, maybe some jealously, grins Izuku. What kind of ice spell will be? Asks Katsuki. Izuku concentrates, and starts to unfold from the space behind him, a strong magnetic field, while chants, lores. Healy. Gray. Skull. Billy. May your soul purify me, and the space contained by the magnetic field start to freeze. Hell King. In this powerful gathering of sovereign beings, I will bear the destructive ice storms. Then an ice vortex forms inside the magnetic field. Let a new link unite me to the forces of snow and ice, ending with the enclosure of the vortex to the target, freezing and blasting almost instantaneously, absolute zero annihilation. Testament. The blast also had a strong recoil, provoking severe frostbite and ice burns on Izuku's body. Demon it. The thermal shock was huge. How cold was the ice vortex maintained inside? A moment. Sakura checks own sensors. Your spell creates a kind of magnetic trap, where it also used to make ultra-cold freezing, and the computer gives the answer, below 0.1 Kelvin. Almost the absolute zero. This means, Todoroki intervenes. What's a great success? But, says Sakura. Sakura display from the laptop screen, some results generated from the magic spells experiments, and also from Aizawa brutal training. Finally, I could compute your level of magic domain, how force you can handle and other things, and display briefly, taking your pure physical strength, you are about 25 times stronger than an average pro hero. That's why you could handle the brutal endurance race, but even so, you suffer some muscular strain. Nuts, Katsuki remarks almost giggling. For me, it's just 10 times or less. Until I reach him. And your magic power's top capacity had energy equivalent to the original Hiroshima bomb, where it placed by the military standards as a dragon-class weapon. However, your magic powers have several limits, and I split your techniques by different degrees. Very well, this could make the magic management much more effective. Izuku recalls the problems when use overpowered spells, and the timings could cause a huge problem afterwards. First, magic like the magic arrows or the Witcher signs are a Class C spells, where the requirements are low and can be cast without great problems. Your vitality, or mana, regenerates quickly after a normal daily use. But not all Witcher signs can be casted so easily. The main exception is when you cast the enhanced versions of Witcher signs and enter on Class B spells. Some spells derived from Dark Schneider's powers, like the Voivod, are also a Class B spell. The Voivod and the Dmed are casted almost without great meditation. On chanting, Katsuki remembers when during the last lunch break, Izuku shared his own handmade grimoire to read it. That's called Class B spells, and much of them can be cast just by saying the same, once Izuku matures. Why those spells requires this chance? It's a trick to the caster meditates and synchronize the vitality flows with his body, and generate the phenomenon called magic. Sakura gives a brief explanation. The majority of spells, like the two you just witnessed, that require a more delicate preparation, are the Class A spells. Normally, Izuku can only cast the same Class A spell a few times per day, or worse, their magic energy reserves could only handle about 15 to 25 Class A spells. This means, without vitality, asks Todoroki. No magic, answers Sakura. And finally, some special spells, like the Judas Priest, Black Sabbath or Halloween, are Class S spells. Due to the high requirements, require a ritual to create a spell material, or had cooldowns ranging from 1 week to 1 month. A ritual can aid to cast 2 Class S spells, like you managed to do on USJ Incident, but if you not reduce the power as you do almost instinctively, the cooldown could slip to 2 or 3 months. And when a sorcerer are needed to use his best technique, the enemy will not wait 3 months to strike. However, during the recovery of the Black Sabbath cast, I could make magic. And also, not forget that your vitality was below the normal during the cooldown, even as low as 5% of the initial values, as your body prioritizes the full magic regeneration. It may be enough to Class C or Class B spells, but about less than 30% of their ideal powers. And even there's room for cheating. Izuku refers to some alchemical potions and similar stuff. It's much better to avoid mismanagement. There's why, after the sports festival, it will the next great topic to cover. And after these great warning, the special lecture finishes, and both boys returns to their homes. The Yui's Sports Festival begins. Several days later, the long-awaited Yui Sports Festival begins, and was the first time on 3 possible participations that Izuku could display his powers, while knowing even recently that the SDF was tailing him. For Izuku, the perspective to do the first hero internship on the Japanese military was a very real possibility, since they would recruit him to do special missions on special untouchable villains that normal heroes cannot afford at all. Once Izuku and the rest of his classmates arrives on the installations, the entire Yui Coliseum was filled with thousands of spectators, ranging from pro-heroes, normal citizens, students from other hero academias, and even disguised villains. The present mic makes a welcoming announcement. Everyone listen. Today's the first year's sports student competition, and all Yui first year's classes arrive and pose on the field. Give a welcome applause for the 1A hero course class, while some of mass media quickly associates them to the USJ incident. Present mic resumes, but not forget the 1B hero class. And also the general course classes, hero support classes, and business classes. The infamous heroine Midnight, due to the provocative clothing, hosts the entire festival management and also serves the role of the MSTR of ceremonies. Once Todoroki, Katsuki, and Izuku gave their speeches, the first game begins, the obstacle course. The race begins right inside the stadium and follows by about half-kilometer along one access tunnel to outside, along the Yui grounds. Izuku runs at small velocity, just not to freighting the students, or given too much attention. After all, Izuku decided to not use signature spells too harshly, or the likes such as Magical Overboard, that could simply step in and slide along the entire course without moving a muscle. Izuku thinks that would be morally unacceptable. Izuku's chain of troughs was dispelled when Todoroki casts an ice wall, and also freezes the ground, just before the 40 meters high wall. Since Izuku was behind from some colleges from others' courses, the vampire couldn't avoid to freeze his legs. However, a second later, Izuku casts a Igni pyrokinetic sign to blast the ice, and jumps straight over the top wall with a heliotrope shield spell blast. Since the entire race was broadcast over the entire Japan, and also displayed on the Coliseum TV screens, many guests' faces becomes awed and perplexed by the sudden release of an apparently quirk effect. Izuku lands safely to the ground using several tricks, including a quintuple mortal backflip, and an ARD telekinetic blast just to reduce speed. Many of the athletes was aware of the strange Izuku-owned feats. Many of Izuku's mates, and the rival 1B class thinks that Izuku was indigenously stepped behind by purpose, just to not give too much attention. A bit behind him, Shinso thinks, this guy could easily blast to the first place. If can do, why it is still hold back? Then, at the first left corner, a plaza filled with 3 giant robots, like the 0 point from entrance exams, plus a swarm of the same 1 point, 2 point and 3 point robots runs and tries to slam the students. Todoroki and Katsuki already freeze or destroy some of them. Izuku, even at about 100 meters from the front line, decide to attack. The great impaler of slush marshes, I summon you to honor your faithful pact. And a swarm of heavy rocky stalactites erupts from the ground, as the magic energy flows from Izuku's body to the ground, and impales directly to several robots, Drash Gun, destroying them. WTF? Todoroki jumps backwards, it's Izuku's new spell? And Katsuki grins, what an idiot. He shouldn't give too much attention. Izuku jumps straight to the front, but during the flight, he chooses to cast the same spell that's done on entrance exam, Deep Doomsday. Spirits from the air and earth, I summon you to honor the ancient pact. May the earth and sky explode to fulfill your duty on me, and blast. 10-point robot into a cloud of scrap metal, Megadeth. Present Mike was astonished, like it was during the cited exam, and also the entire audience displays a strange sense of frightening. What kind of quirk that young green hair boy have? Meanwhile, the second big robot was destroyed by Todoroki and Katsuki, and the third one was consumed by another Izuku's spell, Nail Bomb. Calavera. Nuclear Blast. Where Izuku's first opens his braces and legs, and flows his magic directly to the ground, may the Styx River filled with hatred and revenge, blast the corrupts to eternal damnation. And blasts thousands of death rays capable to melt, burn and destroy the robot, collapsing to the ground, Sepultura. Endeavor, who was watching his own son, Todoroki, notices the strange quirk that green hair boy have. WF is going on. First he cast a telekinesis quirk, then some air blast, and now fire. Izuku snaps from his demeanor, and runs at the maximum speed it could handle, and arrives at the trap valley, filled with burning pits, some ropes, lightly toxic gases and other unspecified traps. Why my inner ego wants to display my Dark Schneider's powers to everyone. And it's a guilty thought that was difficult to handle. Even I use my own modified spell from Dark Schneider's grimoire to destroy the last robot. Aizawa decides to speak a good excuse. Well, if you notice well, this young and oddly boy with fluffy green hair, and changes his voice tone to match an angry father, when their son makes embarrassing mistakes, have a peculiar quirk called Vrico Warlock, and display on screen the quirk name with 7 Chinese characters, and the phonetic Japanese katakana transcription, on top of it. Present Mike had a bad feeling. Nice quirk name, but why have the kanjis for demon, sorcerer and vampire? Oh. Our school accepted him, since it's strong and are one of them, and drops his fangs. Then every top heroes, Endeavor included, understand, it was that same freak on entrance exam. So, it's the famous vampire. And the quirk effects are, Aizawa grins, since it was no quirk at all, he can cast demon-level black magic spells. Waha! But became embarrassed? Tisich. Oops. Basically, you just spill all without wanting, idiot. Endeavor grins. Meanwhile, Todoroki runs along the ropes, to avoid the pits and trenches filled with some weird goo. But at a certain point, the heat and moisture becomes the ropes too sloppy to run above them, so everyone should hold his braces and legs around the rope and slide around it. Bakugo passes easily the ropes and that obstacle, using his explosions to propel itself, while Izuku simply run or jumps the gap easily. During this PRD, Todoroki loses balance and falls, and then Izuku quickly casts a magical overboard to catch Todoroki and brings to the nearest safe place. I don't believe that you make a mistake, said Izuku to Todoroki. Thanks. While the dual ice and fire quirk boy witnessed the awareness and subtle shock from all athletes when read the last video clip of the curse, that was about the Izuku's quirk. Once the top 3 boys reaches the last stretch of the race, they faced an entire minefield. Other racers was also just on the corner. Katsuki already races and blasts the mines before take any step. Izuku then decides to make an huge firestorm, ancient darkness spirits from heaven and earth. I pledge and gather you. And prepare a hailstorm of elemental magic arrows, gather 600 darkness elemental spirits, 300 fire elemental spirits, 100 lightning elemental spirits, and fires from his left hand, magical spirit crossbow infantry arrows. Release. The storm of arrows blasts the entire minefield and propels Katsuki to midair. Todoroki freezes the clean field and slides to boost speed, but Izuku simply makes a 200 km/h sprint until he reaches the entrance tunnel to the finish line. Katsuki still recovers from the blast, but managed to get the second place, overlapping Todoroki on the last second. Izuku wins the race, but without a strange million eyes sharp looks. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. Midnight announces the winner, while thinks his quirk is called Vrico Warlock, and also processes the strange powers, but why a quirk gives a plethora of techniques, ranging from energy blasts, fire explosions, or even make a strange disc capable to catch a person and bring to him. But along the spectators, the SDF scouts already made his decisive move, so it's him, and points to his college. Lieutenant, call the UE director staff. I want this boy to my military unit, during their so-called heroic internship. Yes, sir. The young military brass salutes and walks away to the requested destination. Cavalry battle. Once the weirdness freak show given by the peculiar green-haired hero course's student ends with their victory, midnight proceeds to announce the second stage, where the first 42 athletes who won the first game are assigned to do a team-based sports game. The chosen game was a cavalry battle. Izuku sighs and displays some amount of uneasiness, much due to the unwanted public unleash of his vampiric nature, or his own powers. Even it was an old dream to give him any chance to participate on the sports festival. First, and the most silly one, it was the absurd amount of points given to the victor, 10 million, while the remaining 41 students was given an arithmetic progression of points, beginning at 1,000, and reducing each lower-ranked student by the last one, had a null classification. And the second oddity, that Izuku never cooperates too well, is the team-based nature of this game. It was expecting that the 42 students would form teams by 3 or 4 athletes. Normally, the average number of teams are around 12, and this year was no exception, as a symmetrical number of 6 3-person and 6 4-person teams was formed, after a long quarter-of-hour discussion and selection. Due to some excessive training sessions between the vampires Aizawa and Izuku, and some mad mood mixed, both students from 1A class refuses to pair with Izuku. Playing alone was usually out of question, but luckily, some remaining students from other classes pair with Izuku to form the most oddly team when all options are out. First, one curious and daredevilry arrogant boy called Nito Monoma, who was one of best students from his 1B class, and also the most unfriendly, as himself speaks, "My only dream is to surpass every student from 1A class," while Izuku speaks, "On my long philosophical dissertations, I even think that current age heroes are easily mistaken by some wrestlers who just want their moment of fame." Nito throat almost coughs he heard the vampire's sentence, "Imminent," and the second one who decides to join the group was a student from 1H class, the gadget maker Hatsum Mei, where already gains the reputation of one most bizarre heroes support students on most recent years. After all, Izuku's team is also the freak team. "A young vampire, a quirk hacker and a gadget genius," said Izuku, who already knows their quirk effects forehand. "So," said Mei with some genuine curiosity, "it's you the freaking, cute, mysterious?" And she starts to ventilate and spins while enumerate every possible attributes, cinnamon roll hair, vampire, and prepare every conceivable instrument from every hardware Mei could ever manage to handle, "but you are nowhere near from my precious children," as treat their inventions as part of their family. God, Izuku makes a strange face, with some weirdness facial expression. If you ever managed to be a genuine heroine, it would be like a Gundam mecha, where with the last sentence gives Mei to just pop off a weird idea, "Oh, cinnamon roll vampire." While the sighted person answers, "My name is Izuku Midoriya," but Hatsum Mei brings all 13 cases, filled with every imaginable weirdness stuff, and start to mount, in less than 2 minutes, a kind of giant mecha robot. At first, it was a mixture of steel pipes, servo motors, and recycled garbage, barely resembling a robot at all. Once connect some wires to an electronic box, where any specifications or indications are only known by the gadget maker girl. If she really knew about the specifications at all. "I have a simple question," Nito dares to ask. "I heard that you don't have a real quirk," as he touches Izuku's body to cast any doubts. "Well, and I could agree, since my copy quirk don't give me anything." Instead to reply, Izuku sighs while hops to the top of the Mei's mecha, without taking too much attention to Mei as she tries to assume the mechanical control of a kind of giant sword, hold by the right hand, or anything resembling an arm at all. Finally, Izuku answers Nito's question. "Well, sorcery is a different kind of special powers, much older than the quirks, but extremely rare." Nito becomes a little worried, because magic or sorcery was a terra incognita to him. Meanwhile, Mei instructed Izuku to handle the controls for the legs, while himself warns, "I never saw a UE student so insane, but I will aid you with my magic," as Izuku remembers a novel and an anime adaptation of the same canon that was about mechas on a fantasy medieval setting operated by sorcerers and alchemy. Injin's Honesty Melidus May Fairy, chants Izuku while channels his magic vitality along the components of the rude mecha robot, transforming and transmute the pieces into a giant robot, once made from scrap, to something resembling a medieval steampunk robot, covered by magic shields and additional components from the May's own inventions. Surge ex illo certamine passim, and finally stands up, sinit proelium incipiter, while the sword made from a metal pole gains an energetic plasma blade, Midoriya's team, Magic Mecha Knight. Launch. Both Nito and May just grins and express a genuine astonishment from their faces. What is this? But May shifts into an amused curiosity. You are using this magic to enhance my children? Let's hope that this Gundam Knight at least works by the next 15 minutes, said Izuku, as his mind focus shifts to control the strange technological and magical invention, and also I don't need to bite too soon. While said that, his fangs drops. Again, Midnight stared when the contraption mecha robot forms due to Izuku's powers with May's own aid, before shouts, "Cavalry battle! Start!" While she thinks, what kind of quirk can transform scrap into robots? Meanwhile, the Katsuki's team witness the mecha running around the playfield, as the blonde himself drops his jaws. WTF hell is Deku doing? Ilda and Kaminari, who just handles Katsuki, tries to approach and blast an electrical wave to the Izuku's mecha. Both Izuku's members are just sighted on the top of the machine, and the bandages with the points are equally accessible to be stolen, as the other groups do. Ilda uses his engine quirk to propel his leg in a swing movement, in order to break the May's mecha right leg. Izuku then casts some maneuverability spell to order the right mechanical arm to swipe the sword and blocks the Ida's movement. Almost on the same time, Kaminari tried to blast using his electrifying quirk to destroy the cables that powers the servomotors. The robot suffers some damage, just to Izuku counters with a cast of the Dmed spell to blast Kaminari out of his sai, just to be rescued by the Tsuyu. Katsuki also breaks the formation just to propel in midair using his explosion quirk, in order to land inside the Izuku place. The vampire manages to blast a impolitary to midair, blasting Katsuki to the ground, and tear apart the Katsuki's team formation simultaneously. Where is my bandage? Izuku notices that the 10 million bandage on his forehead was missing, and when scanned the surroundings, he discovers that the dark shadow summoned by Tokoyami just stole it. And the damaged mecha was just tear apart due to the combined damage from the Katsuki team forehand. May, Izuku asks, just to give a hopeful answer from May, yes sir. But Fell's a little annoyed. Before he could manage to repair the broken mecha, now he have only 200 points. And your robot was destroyed. Do you have spare pieces? Just to May points to a huge pile of scrap laid on the playfield boundaries. The problem is to get there without leave the battlefield, said Nito. No problem. Izuku stretches his right arm and casts a new magic spell, Inchi.ko. Gara. And increases the accuracy and range of the vampiric native telekinesis, Lord of Gravity, Guardian of Nature. In order to reach the scrap several meters away, I pledge your contract and seal my hand to become your dominion. Once he activated the spell, Gravis, I will bring this, and finally Izuku could use his magic-enhanced telekinesis to scatter all scrap metal and bring back to him. I think a telekinesis quirk would be more easy to make the same thing, spoke May, before Nito could reply. Once bring the scrap, Izuku cast a new spell, Lapsi Bellator, and May opens the toolbox to connect all cables and pieces, redeem Ignominia to ET Redire in Pugnam, and creates a better mecha model, where Izuku adds a real shield that holds on left arm are now placed, Midoriya's team, Magic Mecha Heavy Cavalry Knight. Once everything assembled, the refurbished mecha slides against the Tokoyami's team, while Izuku decides to increase the defenses by casting a ritual magic cast, Antiquorum Patrum Vampirus, where Izuku's bites to himself and drains some BLD away. Magically, due to incantation, a flow of BLD covers the entire mecha, making a magical shield, Antiquum Virtutum Optimi Ego Voco, that even helps the mecha to levitate a little, ego antiquum sanguinum iestem est transmuterch. And finally creates an entangled web of magic bloodied wires, ad summum creer defensionum adversus inimicos meos, while declare, Midoriya's team, Knight BLD Shield. The last magic spell that Izuku just cast, it increases the magic and physical defense, while also helps to block the furious attacks from the others' teams. But it don't avoid the strikes from Todoroki, who paired with Tokoyami, and also from Katsuki, that could freeze or burn much part of the magic shield. Nito grabs several bandages using his copy quirk, while hops in and out from the maze mecha, while Izuku slams or attacks the other teams. Once the chaos cools a little, Nito dares to ask, just for curiosity, what's your more powerful technique? Izuku thinks a little before answers, I have a magic gravitational collapse, a magic nuclear explosion and a magic plasma cannon spells, where I named by the same order, Judas Priest, Black Sabbath, Halloween, where Mei and Nito frightens with blank sweetened faces, what? Before Nito dare to ask, and why you just do not use one for them to finishes this game? Izuku sighs, with some angry tone, and gives to them a deadly glare. Those spells are very dangerous. It requires a delicate summon and casting and burns my own BLD as a payoff, making only possible to cast a single one of them each month at best, making Nito a little bewildered, especially the Black Sabbath, that simply will wipe out the entire Colosseum and kill up to 1 million people that was just gathered here, as the young vampire ends almost yelling. The whole conversation breaks momentarily the Izuku's concentration enough to a group with a student capable to cast green vines, attack the robot body, and breaks much of the vampire spells. Dim it. That's the worst thing I could do. Izuku yells in frustration, while notice that the entire game was barely halfway, and the second robot made with Mei's help was about to break apart. Nito helps to counterattack, while Izuku tries to fix the shield spell. It was partially successful, and brings another bandage, to some 8,750 points. The real problem here is the magic energy form Izuku was failing, due to overuse of rituals that consume his own BLD. The fight for the 10 million point bandage was making the whole game a fight between Todoroki and Katsuki, once they stole from Tokoyami. The Izuku team manages to go to the 5th position, just in the borderline between winning or losing the entire tournament. The relationship between the magic caster Izuku and the gadget maker Mei was gaining several fruits. Even the scrap mecha was beyond any usefulness standards. The last emergency fixes on the second model makes possible to function when the entire battle already lasts 12 minutes. Once Izuku could relax a little, just to attack the another team, the Todoroki team decides to freeze the ground, while Katsuki team also strikes against Izuku, causing enough damage to break the mecha apart. For Izuku, it's the second time that his own colleges makes the same attack. Alright, Izuku mind decides to force himself to be less generous, and becomes more curb-stomped. I will teach them a real lesson, with some bloodlust on his eyes and their fangs dropped. Suddenly the Izuku's hair electrifies, and his dark aura explodes, while take care to use his native telekinesis powers to rebuild the maze mecha for a while. Mei also notices the bad mood from his partner, and tries to warn, please, don't make something stupid. Izuku raises his right arm and casts a simple spell, that could be the mother of all magic elemental arrows, if it was not present on Dark Schneider's grimoire, Spirits of Lightning and Darkness. And Nito panics when saw the giant globe of dark energy forming about a meter ahead the vampire, unleash your wrath against the enemies, by a firestorm of lightning. And a swarm of huge arrows fires against all adversaries, blasting the majority in the process. Iron Lightning Anthem. The girl with green vines quirk screams when the anthem magic dark lightning arrows makes their vines like hair self-combust and cast fire. Other students don't had much better luck. Present Mike overreacts the last Izuku's magic spell, oh my goodness, while Aizawa facepalms to himself, can you believe this, and yells. The insane green-haired student's quirk not only makes lightning strikes capable to blow students with quirks that should be immune, but also creates robots from scrap, with the help from Hatsume? But some teams reacts after the powerful spell, and since the battle reaches the last minute, the fight against the freak team would not end too soon. Meanwhile, Izuku managed to create a third mecha version, but the whole design logic drains to the water, as appears more to a chaotic amount of scrap glued by Izuku's magic. But the relentless attacks from every group continues, and with less than 20 seconds, while Izuku tries to hold his 15,000 points and the fourth place, the third mecha starts to crumble. As the time was reaching the end, Izuku still manages to cast another spell, while orders Nito to strike Katsuki, who had currently the 10 million bandage, beware the false prophets of doomsday. While a giant vortex forms from Izuku's left hand, honor the ancient pact, while ignore the altar of spirits BLD, that shall not falter. And a powerful lightning storm unleashes, lightning, obey my will and strike. And stuns the most powerful opponents, such the Katsuki 1 and Todoroki 2. While Nito grabs the bandages, Tesla. And at the last second, the Izuku team managed to reach the first place, and won the insane and crazy cavalry battle of this year. Midnight waits, and stands with a shocked poker face, against Izuku's team. Quickly, the computer announced the winners. Team Midoriya wins the second stage. All 3 members was qualified. And the 4-member Team Katsuki, Team Todoroki, and Team Shinso also gives all members qualified. Finally, the computer selects a last member, while taking account their achievements, and selects a 1A class member, Sirohanta. List of the final battles. Once the best 16 students are chosen, the third game begins, which are always a single versus single tournament. At the first round, 8 battles are assigned, where the first one was Izuku against Shinso. The other ones was Katsuki against Uraraka, Mei versus Ida, Denki against Fumikage, Ijuru versus Tetsutetsu, Mina against Yuga, Nato versus Momo, and Shudo against Hanta. Aizawa scolding. But first, a mandatory 2 hours full rest follows once Present Mike announced the next match, while also begins the lunch break. For Izuku, it's time for their BLD meals, and some potential reprimands from Aizawa-sensei. What kind of battle was that? Speaks Aizawa, almost enraged. I noticed that the girl from the support course was too weird, due to his own inventions, but why you make a freak show, mixing a team battle with some third-rate bad robot combat? And grips the Izuku's collar. I noticed some teenage rebellion on your behavior, but I expecting that you could give a normal display on powers, and instead, you just want to display to the entire world how powerful you are. Izuku clenches his fists and grits his teeth, while displays an enraged eye look. I won't make such hypocritical statement like, but the Yui motto is not go beyond, plus ultra, instead, and tries to counter the teacher's grip. I was just following my own instinct, and take some care to not hurt my mates or any students. You simply expose yourself what you really are, and gives an hint that you just want to curb stomp everything on your path. Aizawa yells, you are just a brat, who still cannot manage all of your powers in a more discreet way. Izuku turns around, and walks away with heavy footing, while drops some tears on his eyes. You don't know anything, and slams the door too hardly, that cracks and bends the steel frame. Stupid Aizawa-sensei, and ignores the presence of Katsuki, who just walk on the hallways. Tashinori, the true form of All Might, also notices the whole situation and walks to catch Izuku, this Aizawa, and tries to call the young vampire, Midoriya-kun, and transform to the muscular form. Just before the green-hair young vampire turn his head, can I speak to you for a moment? Izuku thinks a while before answers. If you try to criticize too awful, then I will leaving. And All Might tries to gain his attention, without hurt the vampire feelings. I want to warn you about some things. Even I know that you are a lone vampire without much trust with humans, but please listen my remarks. Teach. Izuku displays a mad mood face. Even my teacher is a vampire, has too tough. Young Midoriya? I was totally aware that vampires like you was severely discriminated and placed on the outskirts of human society, and you have very bad behavior instincts due to your nature. It is just trivial CRP. Izuku yells by own frustration. My magic powers was so frightening that now need special lectures just to not use it, when my instincts warns that could be fatal. All Might notices the turmoil that Izuku had, and tries to calm him. Young Midoriya? The true meaning of an hero is to give hope and peace. Instead, you are afraid of everyone, that defaults quickly to overuse your powers, even it was not required at all. Izuku snaps, turns around and walks away, while gives some random kicks. Stupid All Might. Katsuki was just witnessed the whole scene, while mumbles to himself, All Might was right. This idiot Deku are misusing his own powers, but suffers a pang of guilt on his but how to melt his ice cage that has placed inside, and adds, it was like me when I was much younger, a lone strong person, even Deku was not human at all, without any friends. Katsuki really understands that Izuku needs to make bounds with other classmates, but it won't be a trivial task. Midoriya vs. Shinso battle. Once the long 2 hours break ends, the third game event begins, where the main duel arena was placed on the middle of the Colosseum, courtesy of the pro hero Cementos. The first duel are not fated to be the rarest oddly adversaries, but could also the fastest ones on Yui records. Even so, Shinso would try to use his brainwashing quirk to win their duel. Except Izuku and Shinso, all classmates from every class's seats on balcony, before they go to the field. Like every competition, all athletes uses the physical education uniforms, and Izuku even agree with such restriction. Using his own armored costume could give a red flag and in huge commotion. The whole week before the sports festival was much emotionally damaging to Izuku, due to the Aizawa's training routines and the lower tolerance between Izuku's vampire nature and the human classmates. Once the famous day arrives, for much 1A class own feelings, they decided that was too far away, and just could sever the already weak bounds between the vampire Izuku and other classmates. After all, he could win the 2 first matches without much brutal powers display, even the second one was more than an improbable connection of 2 freaks, plus an opportunist. In secret, they decide that the entire 1A class should commemorate together, with Izuku, since he should not feel guilty to gain a level threat Haoryu, or Demon King Dragon, as explained by a preparatory lecture before the festival was given by All Might himself. On previous week before Sports Festival, a lecture about threat levels. All Might connects his laptop computer to the classroom projector and displays a file from a recent villainy and heroic classification that would be mandatory on the next months. The Hero Association has decided to split the heroes, villains, terrorists, and even the nature himself, to a new threat scale. Wow, much of the 1A class exclaimed. In reality, it is the new global aptitude scale disguised by some villainy score scale. All right, from the bottom to the top, the classes are Cub, Wolf, Tiger, Demon, Dragon, Demon King Dragon and God. OMG, Todoroki frowns to the highest threat level. Quirkless people are normally Cub level threats, as their powers are not greater than this. How weak they are. Katsuki plays a little, even to tease Izuku a little. The Wolf level are usually strong people, or threats that affect a restricted group of peoples. Much lower grade heroes are placed here, as potential threats. Like us, no? Mineta dare to ask. No. The majority of many heroes, including yours on this room, are tiger-grade heroes or threats. But not compare the majority to us. And Katsuki still upholds his sense of superiority complex. Some students like Bakugu, Shoto or Momo are demon class, making possible to hold a city-level crisis. Demon, Todoroki was a little unpleasant. For me, All Might, I was placed on the boundary of demon and dragon class hero, as expected for someone that was the top number 1 hero. And finally, the Midoriya threat level, measured after several analysis, was placed on the Demon Dragon King, or Haoryu threat level, with 3% chances to be promoted to the boundary of the God threat level, making Izuku very frightening, since it is capable to destroy entire cities, even it had long cooldowns, but it is the expected. Haoryu threat level. Right? Izuku makes a depressed remark. The Hero Association thinks that is almost physically impossible someone being a God threat level by all levels, as it could simply destroy the entire mankind by himself. The class was demised after those announcement, but Izuku walks away quickly to home, as their classification becomes some kind of insult to him. And the battle ends as fast it begins. Returning to the duel match, Midnight announced the 2 challengers, from the Hero Class 1A, the second vampire on Yui recorded history that managed to access the heroics department, Izuku Midoriya. And a mixed public reaction of fear, surprise and applauses makes Izuku very unpleasant. The computer also displayed the following information available only to the two challengers, quirk, Vraiko Warlock, and also, threat level, Heoryu, making Shinso a little surprised. And Midnight announced the Izuku's adversary, and the last survivor from the general studies, from Class 1C, Shinso Hitoshi, while privatively the computer displays, quirk, brainwashing, threat level, Tiger. And finally, after the two boys face each other, Midnight shouts, "First duel. Fight." Shinso waits several seconds, while stare the green-haired vampire who simply relaxes. Well, being a vampire is too much weird, don't you agree? Izuku answers, right, but a psychic wave blasts his body. Once he displays the Erden sign. Sorry? But my magic trap sign Erden prevents you to brainwash me, and grins. What? Shinso frails and panics, while his classmates also stares with some great confusion within their faces. I will show to you, and Izuku grits his teeth, a real brainwashing technique? Hypnotic wave sign Axii. That freezes the Shinso body, while shatters his mind, and becomes vulnerable to the caster commands. Midnight notices the sudden asphyxiation of Shinso. 1 minute. Shinso is not breathing. Finally, Izuku decide to end the match. I summon the fiery power blast of the fallen heroes, and send an energetic blast that propels Shinso against the concrete wall. Damned. Izuku itself don't move a single step from the initial position, and manage to send a boy to the other side, and the winner is Midoriya, said Midnight, very confused to Izuku's techniques. A little above, on the 1A balcony, Katsuki and Todoroki shouts, "Damn it. Izuku should have a very bad day. He was a little cruel against that general education athlete." Honestly, said Uraraka, why Izuku was so eager to finish off so quickly? From the top, Aizawa and present Mike decided to not comment further, as the older vampire mumbles, Izuku could extend the fight and train his muscular strength, since the adversary is not too strong, and size. Instead, he just smash quickly, while tries to hide the fact that also have some remorse. Probably, I should ask my class to bring Izuku to the reason. He's just hurting everyone and yourself with such bad behavior. And since the first match ends in less than 30 seconds, a 5 minutes pause was given before resume the duel tournament. The show must go on. Once the first match ends, the next duel was between Achiko and Katsuki, gathering some attention and favoritism from present Mike. And now, from the hero class 1A, the cute and smart Achiko versus the blasting blonde Katsuki. Both student begins with the usual face-off, and the famous Katsuki swearing, "If you want to be alive, just quit now," while Uraraka thinks, "It would more true if I went against Izuku," and reply, "But I never quit." The whole match was essentially a duel between the vicious explosions from Katsuki's hands against the anti-gravity girl, and the clever use of the Uraraka's abilities to use the levitation quirk to her favor. Once she thought that levitating pulverized concrete, formed during the blonde's blasts and overall fighting, she released her quirk to let it rain, like shrapnel, to the battleground. Uraraka thought that such clever strategy could cause great damage to the unfriendly blonde. In the end, Katsuki already notices the trick, silly, then he blasts the entire shrapnel cloud. Once the huge explosion settles down, he gives to her a powerful punch that sends Uraraka against the wall. This matches ends with a victory to Bakugo. The later matches was more equilibrated, or more comical. The third match ends with an humorous display of several gadgets made by Hatsune Miku herself, just to tease Ida, and make him the perfect guinea pig for her inventions. In the end, Mei quits the match, ending the 10 minutes duel like a third-rate commercial show. But at last, it was very appreciated due to the inventor capabilities to sell and the comical setting that gives to all audience a good laugh. Later, the fourth match ends with a quick victory for Fumikichi, using his Dark Shadow mutation quirk to drive swiftly his adversary. Denki ends dumbfounded. The fifth duel between two endurance quirk-type users, Tetsu and Aijuru, ends with a draw, after a long battle. Midnight decide to resolve the match with a wrestle brace later. Without great surprise, the sixth match ends with a clean victory of Mina against Yuga. The seventh battle was also a quick match, since Momo throws outside the field the copy quirk user Nato with an hammer made from plastic that Momo materialized using her quirk. Finally, Shudo also wins the match in a few seconds, using his ice quirk against Hanta. The wrestler brace contest gives Tetsu the right to advance to the next stage. Confusion on the sports festival. During all matches, everyone from 1A and 1B classes gradually realizes a little absence. They notice that the vampire Izuku never goes to the students' lounge. Even Katsuki tries to not display any uneasiness during all matches. After all, the first match of the second stage was him against that vampire. Once Katsuki could snap from his own thoughts, the emergency alarm suddenly activates, giving an intruder alert, a villain attack right now. Some random student yells, and others becomes confused, with all pro heroes guarding the whole perimeter. About half a minute earlier, the green-haired vampire was muttering while tries to clear his throat of profane loanwords, since the scolding from Aizawa and All Might was not so easy to repeal off. While Izuku walks along the corridors, almost lost on his own thinking, he notices the familiar presence of the murderous ninja that once attacks the Yui Cafeteria, Sound Speed Sonic, wail Izuku when snaps. Izuku quickly turns his head and releases a dark aura, while the ninja yells, "Dinanit." I almost forgot that vampires had better senses, while the young vampire runs to catch the troublesome enemy. Instead to catch a brawl with Sonic, Izuku decides to give a nice present, just in case to avoid further problems. Before you leave, before the ninja could create havoc inside, Dinanit. Sonic becomes annoyed when the green-haired vampire raises his right index finger and made a strange invocation mantra that was unknown by Sonic, Ki, Plataro, and the ninja itself becomes worried when a purple slime forms on the right index nail of the vampire. Oh! I summon the ancient dread king of Knights Pact, where several wicked skull demons and ghost flies around Izuku and converge to the purple caster's nail. Come forth, my demon king, flying on bat wings. And when Sonic decides to use his insane speed ability to flee, Izuku casts from the cursed nail a strong venomous miasma that infects Sonic. May your ancient will seal this cursed pact. Before Sonic could ever escape from the trap, the right index nail of Sonic turns blue, and the entire finger and the rest of his body was cursed by some strange faded runes, causing a sudden health shock. Accused. Sonic managed to flee, even partially damaged by the curse, but without dare to question, "Your greatest, Bessie," and yells, "What you have done to me," and breaks into the exit door that connects to the main arena. Izuku grins and laughs. "I managed to cast a contract and curse spell on you, making Sonic shiver. Unless you manage to dispels it, if you tries to kill someone, this cursed finger will change to purple, red, and BLD red, and makes an insane grin, and the curse will consume you by flames, demons and other entities of hell, killing you by the most horrible way." Sonic enrages and curses Izu, "Your heartless monster. You call himself an hero, but you are only a malign mage," and the cursed nail begin to sparkle and changing color. Sonic flee directly to the main arena, activating the intruder alarm. Izuku decides to jump from the same escape route and cast a flying spell, Wako. I summon the flight's mage of the mountain wind. Enables to fly at will, Celestial Flight Raven. Once Izuku casts the Raven spell, enable to fly and tail the Sonic who jumps at high speeds, while Izuku flies at high speeds. Either way, from that moment, both all spectators, and also from the Yui students could saw the new Izuku's freak show of demonic magic. "I curse you," screams Sonic, "your demon." Sonic launches a desperate storm of exploding shurikens against all possible targets, even before any pro heroes could react to counter it. Sonic hopes that the havoc and destruction caused by his weapons would make to him a nice chance to flee. A few seconds later, Sonic was astonished when noticed that all piercing objects are destroyed on mid-air, no matter the direction, since Izuku managed to cast a strong barrier spell, Veinmelia. I request the protection of the Divine Spirit to become my shield, which creates a giant orb at the size of entire arena, Striper. And Izuku explains, Now under my magic sphere of influence, many magic spells and quirks cannot be used. Meanwhile, present Mike and also Aizawa gets their jaws down due to the swift unfolding of events. While the first one stutters and yells, "Oh God!" An intrusion, and the freak vampire fights back. Just to snap, if himself speaks the truth, he managed to nullify all quirks and magic. Aizawa, by his turn, screams with some genuine shock, since when Midoriya knows anti-magic and anti-quirk spells, wailing at the same time opened the vampire's grimoire copy and found the infamous references, I still not managed to cast that anti-magic spell, as done handwritten by Izuku himself. The last spell causing huge breakdown of Sonic speed, making more easy to attack. Even he tried to counter by using pure physical punches. At least, also Izuku was fairly strong with pure brawling. Seconds later, another villain with magic powers appears, just to increase the chaos. It was the Metal Knight, who managed to break the Striper magic sphere, while tries to attack Izuku and rescue Sonic. Metal Knight also manages to bring in hostage a young boy, about 7 or 8 years old, just to gain an unfair advantage over the powerful vampire. How dishonored you become, my ex-teacher, grins Izuku. If I hold this boy, you will never attack me with all your powers, even any power at all, said Metal Knight, who noticed that his special weaponry fails due to the Izuku's magic. Izuku grins and stretches his right arm and open the right hand along some menacing smirk, while cast, for much surprise from his classmates, a telekinesis spell, in Chikeo Gara. Breaking the Metal Knight's limbs and arms, Lord of Gravity, answer my request to honor my pact. And he could grab the hostage freely, gravis, just to some pro-hero grab him safely. Even with such disadvantage, Sonic still reacts and tries to give to Izuku a powerful kick, that he managed to do, just receive a fire-slamming punch, Ma Sin Ren. Forest spirits of fire, I request your ancient pact. Using the left hand, I. The Dark Schneider's fire punch was similar of the Witcher sign Igni, and due to the similarities, Izuku prefers the Witcher version due to the fast activation. But it was a single exception, the Igna spell bring more damage to the target than Igni. Even so, Katsuki blinks with some stupefaction, since that spell was very similar to his explosion quirk, but he knows that it was one of the most weakest magic spell that Izuku can cast. Metal Knight tries to counterattack, once the vampires still focus on the swiftly ninja, once he could restart the central control of his missiles. Some of Metal Knight's favorite rockets almost hit Izuku, prompting the enraged vampire decide to fry the dreadnought enemy with a paralysis spell. Missiles. Again. Like you made on Yuzei? As Izuku's green eyes was filled with rage and glare, and decide to strike, so in Doa Stea, Prince of the Realm of Magic, may mighty Tanamor fulfill the pact of the ancient ages. That damages the Metal Knight coldly and cause several central nervous system malfunction, Thunder Riot, while also affects Sonic, who also gets injured by the recoil. What are you aiming for? Screams Sonic, when he was punched and blasted by some random missile from Metal Knight. The Riot magic spell was the culprit of the misguiding accuracy of Metal Knight. How many electric techniques this insane vampire managed to use, said Kaminari, while he has a little jealous and dumbfounded. The whole scene was creating a terrible setting even from the hero courses, who even dare to think about how powerful was that vampire, eek, exclaims Nito, when he said that he couldn't play the festival at full force, probably he could said that could won easily by killing both of us. Izuku faces the injuried Metal Knight, while focus his hand, and casts the same cursed spell he once done earlier to the ninja, while Sonic tries to warn him. Oh! I summon the ancient dread king of Knights pact, making everyone from the spectators, to the pro-heroes who managed to reach the Colosseum, a shiver sense of terror, come forth, my demon king, flying on bat wings. While Sonic tries to alert, oh no! The deadly curse. Metal Knight. Just before his body sparkles due to the same curse spell, may your ancient will seal this cursed pact. And the entire organic and metallic body of Metal Knight was cursed by a venomous miasma, while the right index nail turns blue, coated by a demonic seal that wraps accursed runes and magic circles that cover the entire Metal Knight's body, breaking him physical and emotionally, accused. Meanwhile, specially the brainwashing quirk used Shinso, glares to the last Izuku's spell he just applied, a cursing spell. Just to ventilates due to the shock, for a freak that dreamed to be someone to fight the villains, this method are not too extreme, or morally unacceptable? Izuku turns around and speaks to several heroes, I'm done. You can arrest them. My accused spell will give an horrible death if they dare to disobey, or flee the prison. Cementos gives an annoying glare, 1 a minute, young sorcerer. It is too unfair and villainous to curse someone like that, even they are murderous villains. Midnight even dare to ask, what did you done to those two? Sorcerer? When a person is infected by accused, it seal their natural special techniques, such as quirks or magic, but also gives a curse, that once disobeyed, it will destroy their body, ending with an instant and horrible death. And bows his head. The infected nail is both a warning and punishment system. The more reddish it become, more powers are drained, until the whole curse starts to consume the victim, while glares a darkness face. Katsuki was one of the most horrified person, when Izuku gives his explanation, WF, a curse spell capable to kill when meet some conditions. And slams his hands, Deku, you're great idiot, this kind of spell will give you a swift deprecation to a villain. Even weakened, Sonic and Metal Knight tries to flee, and attacks the heroes, making Izuku angry, while notice the strange hand sign from the SDF military men lurking on the arena border. Mr. Midoriya warns the military major, while use his own megaphone to alert everyone, don't waste time on unsaved criminals. While the pro-heroes becomes astonished, kill them. Katsuki and Todoroki yells at the sudden sigh, what? But the ice quirk one managed to resume, why the military was requesting Midoriya to kill the terrorists? Aizawa was a little shocked, why the SDF appears from nowhere, and makes such irrational request? Some seconds later, the same military answers, I need a powerful thing for a special mission. After all, the vampire Midoriya will have their first hero internship soon, and for it, why just not honor the dark chaos of destruction sorcerer memory, as him is the long-lost descendant of Dark Schneider. Giving a strange glare to Izuku, who he just hold the grip on his hands, and make their internship on the SDF. His colleges was the first to react, and also to give a negative overlook, the worst thing that even Midoriya fears. Is the military tailing him? Once the SDF offer was settled, Sonic and Metal Knight decide to attack both Izuku and other pro-heroes, instead to surrender, since Sonic said that was too dishonored to surrender. Izuku grins, and decides to end this settle with a new spell, Grand Force of the Pentacle, Darkness and Light. The moon is full. That creates a magic summoning circle layered by a pentagram above the ground. I'm calling the ancient spirit of the Dragon King who died on war. And opens a gate inside the sighted circle. I'm cast the great power of General Damayo, honoring the spirits of sky, earth and mankind. And by everyone's shock and terror, a triple-headed golden dragon emerges and materializes from the open gate. Grant to me the holy strength of the sacred three-headed golden dragon. When finally the dragon roars, it becomes a temporary servant of Izuku, Manotabu. Sonic freezes and yells at the new sight, that's dragon. It can only be summoned by dark chaos of destruction archmages, when he also notices it huge horror that the infected nail already turns red, and start to bleeding. The same happens to Metal Knight himself. In it, this monster was after all the true successor of Dark Schneider. Katsuki was paralyzed and perplexed with all bizarre unfolding of events. Deku? Where that ugly dragon comes from. Todoroki also was astonished. Izuku also summons dragons using magic? Metal Knight then decide to attack the huge dragon with the missiles that survive on previous attacks, just to witness that such move was nullified due to the huge dragon size. Such defiance behavior was for Izuku the final red line to force the two terrorists to surrender, and the punishment will be deadly. First, Izuku stage like a old samurai, just to tease Sonic, and speaks like an old actor from a samurai-themed anime from the Bakumatsu era. Dishonored BSS. Pray under the shining blade of justice. Everyone was under a constant fear, much due to the giant menacing dragon lurking around the field. The vampire should swiftly decide an attack, or his magic energy will drain out quickly. Izuku order heartlessly the dragon to destroy the target, Man OW. I command you to destroy the evil. By honoring the three great generals of blazing extermination. The three great Shinsengumi captains of Bakamatsu. Attack. Tenin Rishinryu. Aku Sokuzan. Once the vampire named the dragon's main technique, derived from the Shinsengumi martial and sword art, and also inspired by the Rurouni Kenshin Saito Hajime anime character motto, meaning slay swiftly the evil. Once Izuku casts the order, the three dragons' heads blasts a swirling cursed fire that burns Sonic and Metal Knight alive, and sliced them like the swords cut of the three infamous Shinsengumi captains, Sarazawa Kamo, Kondo Isami and Tanuchi Yoshio. Even the villains was brutally killed, their souls was shattered by a cursed pentagram that forms along each target. The pentagram portal also acts as a barrier that avoids the dragon's fire to reach the spectators to burn, or the whole Colosseum to collapse. The huge dragon dissolves after the attack, and the accused spell ends with the total destruction of the former villains. Silly villains, I give an opportunity to amend itself, said Izuku while returns to the ground and dispel any active magic. Even the destruction was very localized. The entire Colosseum audience fades into a full minute of awed shock and terrific silence. Once the shock fades, even from several pro-heroes, the reactions was mixed, displaying fear, angry or total rejection. What kind of monster is that green-haired boy? Present Mike was trying to recover, but mutters, when he knows the Shinsengumi motto, but he was also in a deep state of shock. And suddenly the principal Nedzu intervenes, using the on-screen jumbo screens. Everyone calms down and explains, the student Midoriya Izuku deadly attack was justified and been authorized by SDF to use lethal force, if necessary, to destroy some dangerous villains, such as Sound Speed Sonic or even Metal Knight. Those mercenaries was working to an evil terrorist organization inspired by Nazi ideals. Once the crows appears to calm down a little, even not convinced by such explanation, Nedzu resumes, those terrorists could kill hundreds right now, if this peculiar vampire don't defeat right down. And it was requested by the SDF himself. The image was cut and replaced by a military person, giving the warning. Aizawa makes a very unpleasant reaction, and gives a disdainful reaction to all situation, even he understands the whole situation, dim en it. I knew that this brat was a troublesome rebel, and he knows how to act, and points, but I need to have a very serious talk once this festival ends, without displaying anger due to the fact that was very revolted to the forced military intervention, why our military wants to fiddle on heroics. We are a civilian organization, not a paramilitary organization. Katsuki vs. Izuku battle. Once the pro-heroes intervenes to clean the arena, some of spectators still gives an enraged swearing, claiming that Izuku was a murderer or a demon, and takes about half an hour to calm down everyone. Only when passes about 40 minutes it was possible to resume the tournament. Once Cementos finishes to rebuild the duel arena, the duel between Katsuki and Izuku would begin, but for everyone, it was a battle that result was certain. Katsuki notices his friend's inner turmoil, first due to the terrible villain who works to the strange Millennium Army. Due to the previous raids that delivers great destruction, it makes Izuku to attack with great rage, since the vampire snaps and attacks with such cruelty. The blonde couldn't deny that Izuku powers dwarfs every quirks, but he knows that Izuku suffers due to this, and the vampire nature was only squared the discrimination against him. After all, Izuku only wants to be an hero, not a soldier designed to kill and destroy. Midnight introduced the two challengers. Let's start the first battle of the second stage. Even she shakes his hand, she remembers the vision of the dragon and their destructive power that still burns on her body. From the heroics department, the dark chaos of destruction sorcerer, heir of Dark Schneider, spelling the title that she heard from the live proclamation given by the SDF, Midoriya Izuku, ending with a full audience within a state of shock and awe, versus, and the audience. Change to a more challenging tone, the blasting blonde, Katsuki Bakugu. Izuku bows to the blonde while speaks, now it's our destined fight, Kaken. making Katsuki shiver. Deku, and yells, "You just cause an insane commotion, summon an huge dragon, destroy powerful villains, and speak to me as you was just some kind of weakling?" While tries to hold his tears. "You know that I cannot use my full powers at a friendly match." Just to cut by the raged blonde, "This is an important competition, for God's sake." And shouts at a more aggressive tone, "I'm very aware about how you are alone, how you live without someone could ever matches your magic powers," and their hands starts to smoke. "However, if you don't fight seriously, I will not forgive you." Izuku nods and prepares to fight, as Midnight gives the signal to start the awaited match. The green-haired vampire casts the Raven spell, Wako. I summon the Flight's Mage of the Mountain Wind. While the blasting blonde was stunned, Deku, and Izuku could fly high, Celestial Flight Raven. Before the sorcerer changed direction, and accelerates against Katsuki, just to deliver a punch against the blonde. Even surprised, Katsuki managed to dodge and send a blast to counter the first strike. Katsuki couldn't deny that he had some fear, and due to his own pride, he don't display it, since when he learned that flying spell? Without waste any additional second, Katsuki delivers the strong howitzer blast against the Izuku's body when he still touches the ground. But, loser, take this howitzer punch. While the impact was reduced due to the Witcher sign art, combined with the Erden, Izuku couldn't avoid some of his cloth's burns, and managed to control the Raven to slow down the impact recoil from the faux quirk effect. The real objective here is not to display a demolishing power, but to send your adversary outside the ring, said Izuku. When you fight using this rule on mind, you can have a chance to win. Katsuki smiles and delivers a right hook punch, just to receive a Dmed spell from Izuku. The blonde managed to use his quirk to reduce the recoil impact, and avoid the default defeat, resting a few meters to get outside the duel field. The vampire flies and reaches the confused blonde, but he managed to escape to the center of the ring. Izuku grins, "That's my Kaken? If I have a so-called standard quirk, your quirk techniques could give you a victory, once you manage to find the weak spot." Just to receive other howitzer impact on his backwards. Yes. Skin. Izuku meditates again, while retracts the left arm to their backyards, and concentrates a flux of vitality around the tightened fist, "Great Priest of the Undead. Great to me your wrath, and punch the enemy." Before send a blasting wave when the sighted arm makes a clamping rebound, releasing a destructive wave with great kinetic energy. Skid Row. Meanwhile, his magic arts teacher, Sakura, giggles. At least, Izuku-kun don't forget to use the archaic magic, unlike the ancient Dark Schneider that was disdained much of them, ignoring the perplexing eyes of dozens of spectators around her. Katsuki suffered an highly damaging blow on his body that makes temporarily lose his senses. Gwa. That's strange, Deku, and holds his stunned body from falling flat with his right arm. Izuku decides to accelerate own rhythm, and blast an impolitory spell that burns and damages the explosive blonde, enemy foolishness. Release the revenge of Underworld. Impolitory. And strikes with an iron lightning anthem to freeze the movements of Katsuki, spirits of lightning and darkness. Unleash your wrath against the enemies, by a firestorm of lightning. Iron lightning anthem. But without making a fatal or a permanent injury, since it would declassify Izuku from the game. The blonde frails, imminent. I need to be more fast, or I give time enough to you cast signature magic spells, and manage to blast a firestorm of explosions, since Izuku was almost on the edge of the ring. The young mage smiles, and this time decides to use another archaic magic spell, or an apocrypha spell of Dark Schneider's grimoire, where in reality was made from a contemporary mage at the same time of Dark Schneider, kings from northern mountains. Mages wandered by ancient ices, while opens his right hand to form a kind of ice barrier, unite their wills, and reflect the enemy foolishness that blocks and reflects the explosions from Katsuki against him. Danzig. Make him fly high. Todoroki was also mesmerized. A kind of magic mirror, while Ochako also mumbles, and Bakugu was blasted away by the recoil of their own quirk. Katsuki managed to escape marginally from defeat, as he could land half a meter from the ring limit, without avoiding suffer several burns due to the last impact, as Izuku also hides from the black smoke created from the last explosions and delivers the final strike. "WF, Deku?" screams Katsuki, when notice an uncommon incantation delivered by the vampire. "Spirits of skies and heavens." While a vortex of lightning forms about 5 meters ahead from Izuku, from dark heavens, I summon the spirits of thunder, and discharge several bolts against Katsuki and all surroundings, thunder attack of spirited destruction, making another stun shock to Katsuki, while Izuku punches him outside the ring. "Gilbert." Sakura-sensei also makes an excitement smile, "Another archaic spell, Izuku-chan." While the spectators makes an annoyed outlook of that woman, "What that strange person are talking about?" Midnight signals the end of match, but Kogu Katsuki was out of field, and signals to the medics rushing to grab Katsuki to the recovery girl. The winner is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku relaxes and smiles, as himself grabs the defeated blonde, but he drops his fangs and bites the Katsuki's neck. This whole scene makes the blonde yells, "Deku, mind yourself," and Izuku releases immediately, "Your BLD is tasty, Kaken," and smiles. Aizawa facepalms when witness the vampire moments. "Why you do such stupidity, Midoriya? Just to be scolded by Present Mike? And you, don't like to drink human BLD, just to receive a menacing aura from the eraser head." After all, the whole scene aids to reduce the audience physiological stress, and recovers the acclamation mood that the sports festival should delivers, since the show must go on. And the sport festival ends, but with a twist. A special mission was assigned to the 1A class. The match duels resumes, at least. The UI's sports festival of this peculiar year was giving strange developments, both on mass media or during several hero forums websites. The news about a vampire with powerful skills was hitting the scene worldwide. The whole fray calms momentarily once the second round of duels resumes, once the fight between Izuku and Katsuki ends with a victory for the young warlock vampire, also known as Vriko Warlock. Still freshly burned on many witness memories, was the scene with the dragon summoning by the vampire was giving to entire audience, or even the entire world, that Midoriya Izuku, if he wants to fight at full power, they shouldn't drop the guard, or they face an absolute power unleash with deadly consequences. Even so, the next matches was also fast-paced, like the second round between Ida and Fumikage, that ends with a smashing victory of the Dark Shadow user against the Engine Quirk, that simply gets pushed outside the ring. Next duel was a fight between the Acid Quirk user Mina and the Steel Quirk user Tetsu, that gives a more prolonged match. During the long battle, and more classical on a quirked world, both teenagers clash as Mina spills acid against the Tetsu's steel endurance. Along a hit-and-run match ends with a trap created by Mina, and a powerful punch from her against a tired Tetsu against a pool of acid goo, ending the duel after 17 minutes of fighting. The last duel of the second round ends with a blizzard, a wall ice, and a monumental freezing from Todoroki against Momo, ending the match in less than 1 minute. Again, Izuku wanders along the corridors during the entire classmates' duels, as himself thinks that some villains could lurking on some hidden corner. Midoriya vs. Fumikage battle. And now the semifinals matches are defined. Midnight announces the results. The first duel are between Midoriya and Fumikage. While still dares to poke fun about the result, what kind of match will be, as the entire audience only gambles about how many seconds the crow-faced student will survive. Midnight quickly clear his face and throat from her own embarrassment, before resumes and announces the next duel after the vampire one, and the second match will be the surprising Mina and the Endeavor's son, Todoroki, that gives from Todoroki a disdainful smirk and an hate glare against his own father. Settled the two matches, Izuku stares the worrisome demeanor from his adversary, before notices the sudden strike once Midnight signals the duel start. Demenit? Their Dark Shadow is insanely fast, Izuku snarls, cursing his own distraction. Fumikage repeats the same attack, but Izuku shields with the Quen active shield sign spell, that was the second main skill of the Witcher sign Quen, and also the signature one of such quick magic spell. The Quen active shield spell enables Izuku to create a magic barrier that protects him for several seconds from some quirk, magic and physical attacks, and regenerates some stamina and vitality. On the process, The major inconvenience was the time and damage reduction are very variable. Meanwhile, present Mike noticed the sign activation and the rune symbols, and asks to the annoyed older vampire Eraserhead, more magic? Ignoring the fact that every pro hero and everything else too wanted to know the same thing. It takes some time to Aizawa answers. Along the Dark Schneider arcane magic powers, the young vampire also learns the Gwynblade magic, or Geralt of Rivia Witcher magic. As the unpronounceable name echoes to the audience, or even the pro heroes, Aizawa coughs due to the embarrassment, while displays a crude handwritten page to the jumbo screens and explains. This kind of magic was originally a collection of quick-casting spells, that is also called signs, that some slayers and swordsmen use to defeat their opponents, and takes some time breath, and from my opinion, it's more akin to me to use than the dark chaos of destruction magic that make my BLD boil, while points his finger to the Quen line, as resumes, there are 5 main signs, and each one had a skill tree, ranging from the base level 0 to the maximum level 4, ignoring some alternating evolutions. The older vampire pauses. Either way, Midoriya actually sustains the level 2 for the majority of signs, and there's a special 6th and 7th sign where there's no known information about their real powers, and resumes before loses focus on the battle. Since all signs acts like a standard quirk, then Izuku acts like a 7-quirk user. The whole explanation was interrupted when Fumikage almost burns when a violent wave of flames bursts from the Izuku's body. You reached the level 3 of the Igni sign, Great Igni Intensity, making Fumikage a little worried. At least, when I attack you swiftly, I forced you to use magic more speedy to cast. But even weaker than your terrible sorcerer powers, this disadvantage is quickly narrowing. The chain of thoughts was breached when Izuku casts a Dark Schneider magic spell, Wako. I summon the Flight's Mage of the Mountain Wind, giving the ability to fly, Celestial Flight Raven, making Fumikage shocked and disgusted by himself, Gwa. Just a few seconds distraction, and this freak managed to cast that thing. Aizawa also makes a displeased outlook, but also annoyed, and the most bizarre thing is the crow-like quirk student can't fly, while now that sorcerer can fly like a bird. Izuku now could dodge and avoid the next wave of attacks from the dark shadow lurking on Fumikage, since flying at will gives 2 ways to delivers magic attacks, Skis, Skuret, Shumega, Baonoin. Release the endless fire and brimstone from fiery hell. While the incantation chant itself makes a panic surge on Fumikage before a swarm of blades made from magic fire energy encircles him, Sodom, making the dark shadow entrapped. Hold down. Midoriya-kun, said Midnight, that spell was too dangerous. While flying, Izuku stares Fumikage, just in time to the dark shadow reapers and makes a straight projection against the vampire. Izuku quickly notices the counterattack and decide to make a huge risk. In less than a 10th of a second, the left hand of Izuku store and discharge the Witcher sign Ard at the level 4, releasing the Ard telekinetic shock wave, blasting the dark shadow in pieces, and the Fumikage itself was pushed against the fracturing cement ring. Aizawa was also stunned, a level 4 Witcher sign already. While screamed during the live broadcast, Izuku quickly flies downwards, as he wants to punch Fumikage from the blasted ground, before he could recover from the shock, or his dark shadow could regenerate first. First Izuku strike, Slayered. While Izuku gathers above him an increasing globe of dark energy, coated by lightning, dark thunder of Balmor, I summon you to honor your BLD pact, and use the right arm to send the magic energy directly to Fumikage, come lightning from the darkness and strike, blasting their adversary far away, Balvolt. It gives another victory to Izuku, reaching the finals, while from their classmates' stand, their mood was also changing. Jesus Christ, exclaimed Todoroki, what terrible overpowered Izuku was during all the duels, and resumes once make a swallow dry, fighting against him. It is like fighting all hero class students at once. It is like 100 quirk user monster, even it was a terrible underestimation. The ice and fire quirk user swirls around his own strategies, and thinks a way to use the limited space of the duel ring to find a way to force Izuku out of the ring as fast he can, or I will be instantaneously defeated, since even Bakugo once tried and failed. Once the mess was cleaned, the second duel of the semifinals begins, and Todoroki Ice Quirk quickly defeat Mina without much effort, leaving the final match between Izuku and Todoroki. Secrets shared. Since the final match was delayed about half-hour, the two boys walked away to a more private room, much due to Todoroki wants to share some secrets to the vampire. Izuku was a little nervous, and very oddly annoyed to this sudden invitation, especially they would soon be the ultimate rivals on the final match. "What do you want?" said Izuku with all fangs elongated to be visible. Todoroki sighs, while tries to avoid the experience of being bitten by a thirsty vampire. "It will be a little odd to congratulate you to reach the finals against me," and shakes his weakness. "But the main topic is about me and my father Endeavor." Izuku nods without making an unpleasant smirk. The infamous hero, covered by flames, and serious problems with the justice? Todoroki swallowed sweaty, and shakes his head while scans the vampire gestural mannerisms, to find some impeding bursts, like his friend Katsuki does when it was upset. "Even I don't like too much my own father, due to his own unhealthy ambitions to become the first hero. Megalomania is the most nefarious attitude of every human ruler, no matter the historical era," said Izuku just to be cut off. "My Todoroki, and you vampires are both of you too stubborn and cold-hearted, maybe due to your absurd lifespan," and makes a pitted remark, "Especially you, as a genuine 15 years old vampire. For me it's the beginning of a great career, but for you it's just an episode." Izuku sighs, "My mother had about 200 to 300 years old, and some of my oldest vampires of my acquaintance, some of them almost reaches 1,500 years, but they are visible old," and resumes, "For me, I can live several centuries, maybe reaching 2,000 for 1,000 years or more, and make a straight point remark. Basically, for your human perspective, we are almost immortals." The human boy shakes own running thoughts, and return to the real conversation topic. "By the way, have you heard about quirk marriages?" making Izuku a little surprised. Once the younger vampire waits a little, he answers, "I read some records about the abusive power of your father due to choose and reject several wives just to raise a powerful quirk on some descendant." What a joke! He never knows about artificial genetic engineering? Making Todoroki shocked and with some enraged disgust. "A joke, right?" and slams his hand against the table. "And you, on their place, would make artificial quirks. A thing forbidden by international law." Izuku jumps due to yelling, noticing that he scratches serious wound. "Calm down, Todoroki-kun." Izuku waves their hands. Even after such tense mood, Todoroki manage to calms down without leaving all hidden revolted nature that still bubbles, before sit on the chair and resumes, "My quirk was created by the combination of an ice quirk mother, which due my father abuse, she lose her sanity and now lives on a psychiatric hospital," with a tearful and enraged voice tone, especially when pins the last sentence, "and my monstrous fire quirk father. And since then, I never use my father's size completely, just to show on him that I can defeat you," and point shakily to the green-haired vampire, "only using my mother quirk factor," making a strange feeling on Izuku. "He's suffering a kind of traumatic stress," said to himself. Todoroki then stands up and runs straight out of the room, with some tears on his eyes, while Izuku remembers some tips from Knuckle Duster. "A fogged mind, darkened my own revenge will only destroy by himself, never let the despair consume you," and he knows that how Todoroki could easily slide to be a revengeful monster. Final duel. Todoroki vs. Midoriya. Several minutes later, the stage are set for the final match between Izuku and Shudo, while both egos' projection gives an insane amount of pride and BLD lust, like the ancient gladiators from the Rome Colosseum, where the final act ends with a fight between the best of the best warriors. Midnight shout, "Fight!" aloud, and both the two boys runs to a mutual physical punch at the first launch. Quickly, Todoroki launches a vicious blizzard to entrap Izuku swiftly, just to see him escape using the raven flying spell. The vampire smiles, "If you think that I'm weak with ice, even I don't have much affinity, you're terrible wrong," just to witness the dumbfounded shocked face on the ice quirk user. "King of ice and snow, I request your ancient pact." Izuku eyes turns blank, and his hands casts a white ball, surrounded by black clouds. that form above the Colosseum may shall lade your frozen earth and your frozen glaciers, where quickly a giant snowstorm begins to form, magically, king of ancient white deathly destruction, roll in furious rage and destroy them all. And the entire duel ring are affected by a giant storm that dwarfs the former Todoroki blizzard. Ride the lightning. Snowstorm. Since the Izuku ice magic spell also had a little lightning element support. Endeavor himself jumps from the pro hero's stand in panic. Unbelievable. This monster also controls ice. While their yelling also makes the other heroes stunned with both situations. The magic spell impact frees the entire audience, as Katsuki himself feels some genuine worrisome and mild panic, the half-and-half BSTRD, while tries to rationalize, just launch an ice storm, and that Deku counters with a greater version. This W vampire is a truly monster. Once the magic snowstorm appears to fade, Todoroki decides to use his ice quirk again, freezing the entire field with an impenetrable wall of sharp ice. The ice shards almost hits the upper Colosseum rings, where several spectators screams and panics with the impending disaster. Even as a child, the son of the second-ranked pro hero had a bad reputation of their sheer ruthlessness, especially when he could freeze the entire building in order to catch their praise. That's one of my ice techniques. Todoroki delivers proudly to the audience, hoping that could catch the sorcerer before the things go awry. Ice veil. A few seconds later, the giant ice mountain appears to shake and release an ominous aura while the nearest pro heroes, and Todoroki itself, could Waha. Izuku pokes with the situation, since the Witcher sign Quen could create a simple magic barrier to shield him from the ice, even it was a few centimeters gap. It's everything you had, spoke Izuku loudly inside the ice. Before even the classmates from the hero courses in particular could reply in shock, the ice mountain began to shake and resonate, while Izuku screams loudly, "If I wasn't a mage, this freezing tactic could seal me, and you would won this game." However, Endeavor taps his fingers while mumble, "Why my son always use this weak side? Fire is much better than ice." Todoroki don't react. When witness the ice resonates and break apart, that's not possible. Deep Doomsday. Scream Izuku manically when starts the spell incantation, just at the moment the entire ice breaks apart and explodes from the bottom to the top, at regular steps, like the floors of a building. That's magic was. Todoroki mind freeze when tries to remember the last time Izuku casts that peculiar ancient air magic explosive spell. Spirits from the air and earth, I summon you to honor your ancient pact. May the earth and sky explode to fulfill your duty on me. And the entire ice mountain explodes into shreds, leaving many pro heroes into a frenzy to block the ice icicles and shreds to fall against the spectators, or to minimize injuries elsewhere. Megadeath. Izuku was now released from the ice, just to witness another ice stream against him, delivered by a bewildered Todoroki. But the young vampire will not fall on another ice trap a second time. Deadly abomination from rotten hell. Even surrounded by two giant shreds of ice created instantaneously, Izuku managed to break and shatters the entire pillar of ice in tiny bits by casting a more powerful magic spell, Fallen Deviations of Wicked Souls, while ignore the blanked faces of shock of every spectator. Lord of deathly miracles, lean to me your wills, and strike down the enemy. And the entire ice formed on the field explodes and shatters into a dark mist, crafter by dark magic. Energy matter, dark angel. Facing an enraged vampire, Todoroki releases the fire quirk component almost in panic, throwing a pillar of fire straight against the adversary, Phoenix burning, while shouts his somehow improvised pyrokinesis technique. The vampire dodges the fire attack and delivers a fire magic spell, as a complement, Legions of Ruby Ray, as Izuku cast a ball of dark reddish fire, flesh rotten, consumed by death, that forms an acidic firestorm. May this deathly curse burns the enemy, and return them to water, that burns and melts the concrete, converting the entire ring into a blazing inferno. Acid drinker. Endeavor smiles a little when the battle course forces his son to use the fire quirk, but quickly becomes mild panicked when the vampire counters with a fire spell. I never thought that I was forced to use my cursed father size. Todoroki enrages and curses to himself, as he notices that the concrete dual field ring was transformed by a sea of flames. Meanwhile, Cementos dares to intervene. Ouch! This match is not turning to be too dangerous lethal, and create a new wall of concrete that slows the acidic fire, but not avoid to melt and turn into lava. Todoroki jumps quickly along the cooler places of the ring unaffected by the spell, without avoiding some genuine panic. Midoriya, are you insane? While tries to freeze the ground, hoping that the fire slows down. Mina was just retuning to his colleges while notices the last Izuku's magic spell. OMG. WTF. It's like my own quirk, but much, much more dangerous. While Tsuyu corrects her, in reality is like a mixture of Bakugo and Mina quirks, since it is a kind of fire mixed with acid, a would-be terrible quirk by himself. Aizawa was the one most shocked. You are going too far, but hopes that he would slow down. Once the acidic fire stalls, Todoroki still manages to fire a giant inclined stalagmite of ice, trying to reach Izuku by surprise, just when the flying vampires simply explode them at all. My ancient demon servants, guardians of burning marshes, creating a giant aerial burst explosion that also making Katsuki dumbfounded, lend your powers, and reduce my enemy to nothingness, ending with a massive firestorm and a sequence of random explosions that increases the havoc and destruction, napalm death, where even the ice shields created with Todoroki's quirk ended destroyed as well. Present Mike was also hyperventilating. What is now? While Aizawa enrages, even you control the magic energy of some magic spells. Midoriya, this is not morally acceptable to use lethal techniques. Ignoring the increasing yelling of his own teacher, Izuku cast another ice spell, even less dangerous theoretical, my great guardian of Arctic thunder, that send a wave of piercing ice icicles against the target. I demand to the ice viper strike. That almost immobilizes his adversary, Celtic frost, while also freezes the ground like the Todoroki's quirk once does the same. Suddenly, the ice quirk user blasts a flamethrower and an ice blizzard from each size, as he notices that Izuku magic was more weaker, since Todoroki expects that any magic energy supply is not infinite. Izuku then casts the level 3 Quen intensity sign, to shield and reduce damage from the desperate Todoroki, while also makes a devastating powerful punch against the Izuku's body. Take this, screamed Todoroki, almost desperate to throw Izuku away the ring that could give to him a tactical victory. Izuku backflips and land inside the ring, only less than half a meter off the line. Todoroki then launch another wave of ice shards against the vampire, but Izuku managed to counter with a stream of magic lightning missiles. Tai Toro, ancient spirits of lightning to thunder. Blow this enemy away. Hurting badly Todoroki, Anselm. Kaminari was double dumbfounded again, especially when notices another premiered lightning magic spell. I think is my lost brother. Just to some college reply, Midoriya is a vampire. That's not possible. The lightning spell gives Izuku a crucial second to him dispel any current magic spells that was draining his own magic energy, in order to stun Todoroki swiftly as possible. Embrace. As he meditates to increase the magic energy output to a finishing move, beware the false prophets of doomsday, forming a lightning vortex, while their size and strength increases. Upon the sacred altar, I pledge to honor the ancient pact, making Todoroki frightened, but with much greater determination to launch an all-powered assault of ice and fire, protect and curse the spirits BLD that shall not falter. While Izuku's new spell creates a plasma discharge from the magic lightning, hitting that stuff against Todoroki, reflecting inclusively the ice and fire quirk explosion from him against himself. I command the altar's spirits and call down the lightning to obey me and strike. Ending with a powerful explosion, Tesla. The last Izuku's magic spell projects Todoroki against the Colosseum walls, outside the ring, making a strong impact, much due to the Tesla recoil. Izuku quickly cast the Gravis spell to hold Todoroki, removing from the wall, and place safely for the medical assistance. And the winner is, and Midnight still rubs her eyes, just to not mistake other students that, each one, had quirks similar for each magic spell that Izuku cast. Midoriya Izuku. Seconds later, Izuku uses his own healer magic to treat the wounds of the former adversary, as himself had a grudge and a guilt rush due to be so cruel during the duel. And the winner is Nosferatu Arucard, Ezio Auditore di Firenze. Endeavor not only couldn't believe that his son could be defeated so easily, but it gives a discount due to the freak. He also notices that if Izuku fight unrestrained, like the unexpected battle against the two intruders, even Endeavor would be killed almost instantaneously once that dragon was cast. But also, he was shocked to witness that the vampire had a kind of healing magic abilities. Honestly, what kind of quirk similarities his freaking mage cannot replicate? Fortunately, the Todoroki injuries was light, but the entire 1A class was somewhat angry, or even worried about the ruthlessness of the vampire. Aizawa-sensei at the first day on Yui said that he disliked mages, and after all he may be right, said Tsuyu, Karo. Midoriya's powers are too diverse to be fitted on the normal hero society. The television also interviews the former classmates of the Orudra Junior High School, where the unanimous opinion about Izuku was shock and awe, since they ever don't know that the green-haired boy was a vampire or had such destructive powers. This is a quirkless magic sorcerer. For me, he had at last 20 quirks. That's totally insane, said one of them in size, but without hide his sense of terror and panic, especially when he reviewed the duels against some normal quirk users. Even they are sons of pro heroes, they couldn't make a fair match. This is a hero in training. That once shy green hair vampire. During the classes, I thought it had a weak telekinesis quirk, but not that monstrosity, said another, before hyperventilates. If he ever managed to be a hero, it will simply kill all the villains, or destroy everything on their path. The ending ceremony was very lightened, and made comical by purpose, as demanded by the magic arts teacher Sakura. Izuku appears on the ceremony dressed as the vampire Alucard, from the Hellsing franchise. Please relax, and I send you to the heaven. As Izuku remembers and mimics with the toy Jackal 13mm pistol gun, while sighs, tiredly, and remembers the scene when Alucard destroys scores of vampires using that weapon. Todoroki, who gains the silver coin, was annoyed by such silly cosplay. We are not on Halloween. Victoria Agli Assassini, said Izuku, more happily. I hope that the new Assassin's Creed games won't like a bad copy of Witcher 3, or become like Battlefield or Call of Duty in disguise with loot boxes. Everyone was dumbfounded about the out-of-order references. Was that Nosferatu Midoriya Alucard? Why I always remember Ezio Auditore di Firenze, the main character of the Assassin's Creed 2, for each happy situation. Aizawa facepalms very strong, even staying alongside present Mike. For the god's sake, Midoriya. Your idol is a computer game character and stealth assassin, not a pro hero. While on podium, the staff decide to resume the protocols just to avoid additional embarrassments. Once the ceremony resumes, some young people also gathers along the podium, just to see the winners, or to catch an autograph. An apparent young boy, almost the age of a late teen, approaches Izuku, asking for an autograph. But there is it, and once signed, Izuku feels the boy's fangs piercing his neck. A vampire, where also makes a sudden request, please, save my sequestered brother, making everyone taken by surprise. Izuku winced, since it was their first time, apart when he born, and his mother either drinks his son's BLD, or Izuku drinks his mother's BLD, what was bitten by a vampire. Why you don't call the police? Said Izuku. We are not qualified or mandated to do law enforcement, unless the Yui request him specially. Because, the younger civilian vampire brims his eyes, when I saw you so strong, and better than those quirk-fashioned heroes. Thought that you could handle this, making Izuku shiver. Oh boy. I spot an open wound, while babbles some random sentence. Midnight quickly reacts, and bring the civilian to her custody, and other pro-heroes also start to move, while the autographs session could resume and end as soon as possible. Then Aizawa and All Might makes a full 3-hour scolding, where also his mother, both proud and both disappointed, joins the discussion. The overuse of Dark Schneider's dark chaos of destruction magic during the sports festival would give a negative factor during the first semester evaluation, making a grade reduction penalty. However, this can be reviewed if Izuku changes attitude, and also warns that Izuku's display of powers could induce a state of fear on the current society. Once the long talk ends, the entire 1A class gathers to their classroom, just to end the long day, but also a sudden request. During the ending ceremony, a vampire make a request to save their brother, that was also a vampire, from a band of young delinquents, that was also around the shopping area of the city. The strange request makes Kiminari to ask, "My class was planning to bring Izuku together to the same place, just to teach him about socialization," making Aizawa agree. The police was already on the move, but it was aware that my class will make the final strike on those bullies, and makes a challenging smile to the entire class. With a plus ultra motto, the class was dismissed, and everyone takes the train to the destination. The aftermath of the sports festival will be very interesting, since it would be the first heroic mission after all.